My valued customer, Naoki announced with a grin, imitating the overly polite tone of customer service reps from his past life. Your order of moo moo milk, berries, rock salt, honey, and other fresh farm goods has been dispatched. You should receive it within 20 minutes. Iono, on the other end of the line, feigned confusion. Huh? Naoki, what are you talking about? I don't recall ordering anything. Naoki blinked. Really? He sighed, rubbing his forehead. Cut the act. All 3 orders came from you, didn't they? Caught red-handed, Iono chuckled sheepishly. All right, fine. You got me. I just wanted to support your ranch. Your produce is amazing. It's healthy, tasty, and I even got some for my parents. Right on cue, one of Naoki's Dragonite couriers swooped down and landed in front of Iono's house, guided flawlessly by the Rotom phone's GPS. Got it, she chirped, shifting her camera to record. Dragonite Express really is something else. Naoki shook his head in amused disbelief. Just don't go overboard. Promise, she said brightly, before quickly ending the call, just in case he changed his mind and scolded her. 10 minutes later, Naoki logged into his store dashboard. A new review greeted him. User, Bright Light Trainer. Order received. The moo moo milk is rich and creamy. The vegetables are super fresh, and the rock salt is unlike anything I've tried before. My Pokémon and I loved everything. We'll definitely order again. Naoki let out a small chuckle. This sounds suspiciously like stage praise. Meanwhile, in Levincia City, Iono was finishing her morning routine when her phone rang. It was her mom. Hey mom, did you get the package I sent? We did, her mom replied, sounding both amazed and slightly alarmed. But where on earth did you get that goat milk? Iono's stomach dropped. Wait, why? What happened? Her mom explained that earlier, a Dragonite courier had delivered the goods. Inside was a cute bottle labeled Life Goat's Milk, sporting an adorable Gagoat logo. Curious, Iono's dad took a sip. He was now running laps around the yard like a hyped-up Macamp, and had even challenged the neighborhood Mac Hop to a wrestling match. Oh no, Iono gasped. I forgot to warn you, that milk's super potent. It's meant for Pokémon or people recovering from serious injuries. If a healthy person drinks it, they get so energized they won't stop moving until the effects wear off. This ranch of yours sells something like that? Her mother asked, clearly imagining black market miracle tonics. Don't worry, Iono reassured quickly. It's completely safe, just really energizing. Her mother sighed, finally relaxing. Spring had come to the ranch, and everything was bursting with life. Wild Beautifly and Butterfree fluttered through vibrant flower beds, sunlight glinting off their delicate wings. Naoki, having wrapped up his chat with Iono, watched his Dragonite team return, saddlebags nearly empty. 20 minutes, Kosagi to Levincia, he murmured, checking his Rotom phone. Honestly, Dragonite could probably circle the globe in half a day. He even wondered if moves like Agility or Dragon Dance would make deliveries even faster. With no new orders, Naoki turned his attention to the ranch's chores. Spring brought its share of work, especially with the upcoming horse race event. Glastrier was already raring to go. Last year's champion, Spectrier, still wore the winner's trophy like a crown. Naoki had tried removing it multiple times. Spectrier refused. If it keeps wearing that, its head might literally mold into trophy shape, Naoki muttered, shuddering at the mental image. In the end, he asked Calyrex for help. Calyrex approached Spectrier, said a few quiet words, and to Naoki's amazement, the ghostly steed bowed, removed the trophy, and handed it over. It is resolved, Calyrex said with calm finality. Naoki examined Spectrier's head, no warping. Crisis averted. Later, Naoki journeyed to the base of the World Tree in the reverse world to check on Tropius, who had been recovering from an old wing injury. It's spring now. Planning to return to Casseroya Lake or stay with us? Tropio! The Pokémon cried, shaking its leafy fronds. Staying? Really? Naoki asked. Tropie. Naoki smiled. Let's make the most of it. Still, he sighed wistfully. If only the holy bun made with Ho-Oh's feathers worked on you. The holy bun, a divine treat blessed by the Phoenix King, only worked on select Pokémon like Mew, Teddiursa, and Zapdos. If it worked on Tropius, its harvest ability could double banana production. Still, even without it, Tropius now produced far more fruit than before. That was good enough. After settling Tropius by a sunny riverside, Naoki crossed to the orchard. His apple trees, thanks to Gago's care, were thriving. He bit into a bright red apple. Sweet, crunchy, perfect. Among the trees, he spotted a few green apples. "A couple more days," he murmured. Then a thought struck him. Applin. Those apple-loving Pokémon could either ruin his orchard or, if properly cared for, dramatically boost yield. He began inspecting each apple, his ability displaying details like a built-in Pokédex. Apple. An ordinary fruit, sweet and refreshing. Grown with Gago's care. Excellent quality. No signs of Applin yet. Oddly, he was disappointed. He'd hoped to raise an Appleton one day. "I should research their habitats later," he muttered. Just as he turned to leave, the sky dimmed. From above, the emerald form of Rayquaza descended gracefully, landing silently on the ranch's open pasture. Naoki blinked. Oh no! Sure enough, a crowd had gathered. Dragonite, Cyclizer, Ogerpon, even little Eevee and Dratini. Everyone came to greet the majestic visitor. Rayquaza must have been invited by Dragonite again. That meant only one thing. The cookie and Puffinstache was doomed. Why do I even bother? Naoki sighed, trudging back to the house. Let's see how much food we've got left. As he opened the cupboard to take stock, his Rotom phone buzzed with a video call. The screen lit up with Teddiursa, Mew, and a third Pokémon, all smiling and jostling for the camera. "Hey, what's going on?" Naoki greeted, eyes lighting up. Behind them was a lush, vibrant forest teeming with Pokémon. "You made it safely, huh?" Naoki asked warmly. Ursa. Teddiursa squealed. Rotom's voice translated, "Yes. There's so many cool Pokémon here. We even help a lost Wingull find its trainer." Mew added cheerfully. Naoki's brow lifted. A Wingull. The camera panned across the forest. Seviper slithered in the grass. Beautifly floated overhead. A Puchina prowled nearby, and a Swellow perched proudly on a tree branch. Recognition dawned. Hoenn, Naoki thought. They've arrived in the Hoenn region, and their real adventure was just beginning. Naoki's mind drifted as he walked along the orchard's shaded path. The rhythmic rustling of leaves reminded him of a different time, his first encounter with the Pokémon world. It had all started during the Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald eras. Back then, it wasn't just a game. It was a spark. Red for Groudon, sovereign of the land. Blue for Kyogre, ruler of the oceans. Green for Rayquaza, guardian of the skies. These titanic forces had left an everlasting imprint on his heart. "I wonder what time it is in the Hoenn region now," Naoki murmured. "Has the legendary clash already happened?" Paldea, where Naoki now lived, was far from Hoenn, too far to receive real-time updates unless something world-shaking occurred. And if Groudon or Kyogre had indeed stirred, the planet itself would have likely responded. But among the legends of Hoenn, there was one Pokémon Naoki always held close. Jirachi, the Wishmaker. It only awakened once every 1,000 years, and for just 7 days. A fleeting miracle. As he watched the Hero Expedition team on the Rotom screen, he wondered, would this world follow the same cycle? Would the Millennium Comet arrive above Farina once more? By the way, Naoki called out, Teddiursa, Zapdos too. All three Pokémon perked up at the sound of his voice. There's a legend about a place called Farina. Supposedly, it's where Jirachi sleeps, waiting for the comet to pass so it can awaken for 7 nights. I thought you should know. Teddiursa's eyes widened with sorrow. Ursa's so sad. Mew hovered closer to the camera, its eyes glimmering with emotion. Mew, it murmured. Only 7 days? That's lonely. The Pokémon exchanged solemn glances, then turned to Naoki, brimming with resolve. Naoki, Teddiursa said, translated through Rotom. Can we help Jirachi? Naoki blinked. Help Jirachi? He chuckled softly. Do I look like a miracle worker? But seeing their faces, so hopeful, so sincere, he couldn't bring himself to say no. I'll try my best, he replied, even if he had no idea how. Mew and Teddy Ursa clapped excitedly, and Rotom chimed in. Commission 2. Help Jirachi travel to Farina and assist the mythical Pokémon Jirachi during its 7-day awakening. Status: not yet completed. Rotom then updated the team's mission log, displaying their first commission beneath it. Commission 1. Find expedition team members. Locate the mythical Pokémon Hoopa and invite it to the expedition team. Status: not yet completed. Naoki smiled faintly. Guess the expedition just got more serious. Later that afternoon, Naoki carried a basket of apples into the kitchen and began preparing snacks for the ranch Pokémon. Red apple pie. See a warm, sweet dessert. Effect: increases friendliness in Pokémon with a sweet tooth. Honeypot candied apple. C plus a crunchy, sugar-coated treat. Effect: strengthens silk thread moves, enhancing durability and utility. While these were technically beneficial items, Naoki treated them as comfort food for now. For the meat-loving Koraidon and Cyclizer, he roasted hearty cuts and layered savory sandwiches. They devoured them with glee. Meanwhile, Palmot, Alchemy, and Ogerpon adored the apple pie. Naoki chuckled. Eat up, everyone. I'll bring the candied apple to Butterfree. Outside in the garden, he found Butterfree flitting among blooming lilies. When offered the treat, it accepted with a graceful nod. Want to try out your silk? Naoki asked after it finished. Butterfree flapped its wings and spun a gleaming strand of silk. Naoki gave the thread a tug, then pulled harder. It held firm, resisting even his full strength. Incredible, he whispered. You could stitch armor with this. The possibilities stirred his imagination. As the sun climbed higher, Naoki's phone buzzed. A new order notification. He assumed it was Iono again. But to his surprise, the sender was a new customer. Messagoza, Paldea Academy Dormitory. Kai, a laid-back academy student in his 20s, stared at his Rotom phone. He wasn't the type to shop in person, too much effort. But today he was craving Moo Moo milk. While scrolling the Pokemon shopping app, a curious shop appeared. Naoki Ranch. Naoki. The name stirred a memory, but the connection eluded him. Out of curiosity, he tapped on the listing and was floored. Whoa, this guy sells everything, he muttered. Fruits, vegetables, rare salts, honey, and even exclusive items caught his eye. One listing stood out. Life-giving goat milk. A miraculous healing drink produced by Gagoat. Can fully recover critically injured Pokémon. Limit: 2 bottles per week. Price: 30,000 Poke Dollars. Kai gawked. 30,000? That's 50 times the price of normal Moo Moo milk. He shook his head in disbelief, scrolling back to the regular milk. As he proceeded to check out, he noticed something strange. Delivery method: Dragonite Express. You got to be kidding me, Kai muttered. But curiosity won out. He placed the order. 10 minutes later, a knock echoed from his 5th-floor window. Kai's heart skipped. He cautiously peeked behind the curtain and locked eyes with the Dragonite, wings flapping gently, a delivery bag slung over its shoulder. A Rotom phone hovered beside it. Dear customer, your Moo Moo milk has arrived. Please sign for your delivery, Rotom. Kai opened the window, dumbfounded. Dragonite handed over the box delicately, then soared back into the skies. He just stood there, frozen. Dragonite, it's real, and it delivers milk? And then it clicked. The name, Naoki. The shop. The Pokemon. The aura. He raced to his campus forum and searched one keyword. Naoki. Up popped a post with a dramatic title. The hidden boss of Paldea. Final trial beyond the league. Kai's breath caught as he read. Even after conquering the league, the strongest trainer in Paldea waits elsewhere on a quiet ranch. Naoki's legendary trial.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
When it comes to hidden bosses in Pokemon games, The ultimate example has to be Red from Pokémon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. In the game, after players collect all the gym badges and defeat the Pokémon League champion, they unlock the path to MT Silver, where they can challenge a legendary trainer known as Red. Red began his journey at the age of 10, and within a year, he became the Pokémon League champion. Along the way, he single-handedly dismantled Team Rocket, defeating their leader Giovanni in the process. After that, Red stepped down as champion and retreated to the remote MT Silver to train in solitude. Years passed, and no one heard from him, until the players reached the summit to find him waiting. Naoki recalled that in the game, all 6 of Red's Pokémon were over level 80, with his Pikachu being a staggering level 88, only 12 levels shy of the maximum. Such a formidable lineup made him the true hidden boss of his era. Thinking of this, Naoki glanced at Koraidon, who was napping peacefully at the foot of the bed, and then thought of Palmot and Dragonite. If we were to calculate their strength in terms of levels from the games, what levels would my Pokémon be, he wondered. Calling himself a hidden boss felt like an exaggeration. But then he thought about the special traits of his ranch's Pokémon, and the term didn't seem so far-fetched. Well, maybe he could consider himself a half-hidden boss. At that moment, Reforged sent him another message. Reforged, did you see that post? You're really famous at our academy now. I even heard that some trainers are forming a team to challenge you. Nao, was this turning into an MMORPG, where players had to team up to raid the boss? Naoki, by the way, how's your research progressing? Reforged, so far, so good. I've found a way to undo the seals, and I've pinpointed the general locations where they're hidden. Some areas might have shifted slightly due to earthquakes or other factors, but I'm confident we can finish this soon. Reforged, when the time comes, I'll need your help again. Naoki, got it. Ancient treasures like the jade fish, the celestial cauldron, and the mythical deer Pokémon were fascinating. Even if he couldn't capture or tame them, it would be worth it just to see them in person and take some photos. After ending his conversation with Reforged, Naoki logged onto the Pokémon forum. He immediately noticed that Giratina's fan count had surpassed 100,000, reaching 6 figures. In this world, legendary Pokémon were exceptionally rare and often symbols of immense power. Across cities and countrysides, countless people dedicated their lives to searching for these mythical creatures. Yet, aside from a fortunate few, most would never encounter a legendary Pokémon in their lifetime, leaving them with an unfulfilled dream. But now, Giratina, a legendary Pokémon that not only revealed itself, but also used a Rotom phone to surf the internet, had naturally captured the world's attention. Naoki couldn't help but marvel at the sheer curiosity netizens had for legendary Pokémon. But Giratina's popularity was utterly overwhelming. Seeing the number surpassing 150,000 followers, Naoki felt a twinge of envy. His cultural promotion account for the King of Bountiful Harvests only had a little over 200 followers. If only I could transfer Giratina's fan base to Calyrex. Naoki mused with a sigh, but then a spark of determination lit in his eyes. We can't let Giratina's popularity go to waste like this. The next morning, Naoki found Calyrex, relaxing in the garden with its phone. Naoki quickly helped the Pokémon register an account on the forum. Afterward, Naoki used his Rotom phone to capture a series of picturesque shots. Calyrex elegantly sipping afternoon tea amidst the blooming flowers of the ranch. Satisfied with the photos, Naoki uploaded them to the forum with the caption, "A tranquil moment with the King of Bountiful Harvests." As Calyrex observed Naoki's actions with a mix of curiosity and confusion, it tilted its regal head slightly and asked, "What purpose does this serve?" Naoki simply grinned, his tone teasingly cryptic. "You'll see soon enough." Naoki then ventured into the reverse world, where he found Giratina engrossed in online discussions. Without hesitation, he asked for its help in sharing Calyrex's post. Giratina, intrigued, readily agreed. The powerful Pokémon remembered Calyrex from a past visit when it had come to the reverse world with Naoki and assisted in planting flowers. Giratina rumbled, "Rotom, Repost the message for Calyrex. Right away, Rotom. Rotom phone responded promptly, albeit with a hint of nervousness. It quickly opened Giratina's account to forward the post. Before finalizing, Rotom asked, "What caption should I attach, Rotom?" Giratina turned its imposing gaze toward Naoki, clearly unsure. Naoki thought for a moment before suggesting, "Hello, everyone. Me, my good friend, Calyrex." Rotom chirped, "Got it, Rotom," and the post was forwarded successfully. Watching the post go live, Giratina raised a metaphorical eyebrow and asked, "Since when am I friends with Calyrex?" Naoki chuckled and replied, "You are now." He quickly opened the forum's group chat function, creating a new group and adding Giratina and Calyrex to it. The most powerful Giratina has joined the group chat. Farmer has joined the group chat. Naoki grinned. There. From now on, if you want to say anything, you could just drop it in the group. Convenient, right? He turned toward Giratina. Calyrex is a fellow legendary Pokémon like you, but its powers focus on granting abundance and prosperity to the land. I believe you've witnessed its abilities firsthand. Giratina's crimson eyes glimmered as it recalled the lush fields Calyrex had nurtured during its previous visit to the reverse world. Naoki continued, his tone turning persuasive. The more people know about Calyrex and revere it, the stronger its powers grow. Someday, its strength might even extend to restoring life to the barren lands of the reverse world. Giratina blinked in astonishment, its imposing presence slightly softening. He can do that. Naoki smiled knowingly. Perhaps. That's why I came to ask for your help today. Giratina understood immediately. With its growing fan base, this was the perfect moment for Calyrex to step into the limelight. Calyrex could attract more attention from humans and become even stronger. Realizing this, Giratina grinned mischievously. You owe me a favor for this, Naoki. Naoki blinked, caught off guard. You keep track of favors? Giratina huffed proudly. I'm Giratina. Naoki couldn't help but laugh, realizing that Giratina had clearly learned such posturing from its time spent browsing the internet. All right, how about this? I'll give you another massage using the power of the dragon, Naoki offered. Giratina's eyes gleamed with interest. 100,000 massages. Naoki froze, stunned by the absurd demand. 100,000? That's impossible. My dragon power takes all night to recover after one use. I've been using it for the cyclizers lately. I don't have any extra for you. Giratina leaned closer, undeterred. 90,000 then. 3 massages. Naoki countered. 50,000. 15, and that's my final offer. You're already so powerful that dragon taming barely benefits you anymore. Meanwhile, the other dragon Pokémon at the ranch still need my help. After a tense moment, Giratina grudgingly relented. Fine, 15 massages it is, but don't you dare forget. The post shared by Giratina sent shockwaves across the internet. The king of bountiful harvests? Giratina's friend? Another legendary Pokémon. Fans of legendary Pokémon flocked to Calyrex's profile in droves, marveling at the image of the elegant Pokémon enjoying afternoon tea amidst the garden's serene beauty. But their curiosity quickly turned into skepticism. Another legendary Pokémon that surfs the web? Is this legit, or just a publicity stunt? Who's behind this? Are they trying to boost traffic to the site? The rising suspicions also impacted Giratina's reputation. Faced with waves of doubt from humans, Giratina became visibly irritated. Angered by the accusations, Giratina responded swiftly. It commanded Rotom, "Post another photo of me, and make it clear who I am." "Right away, Rotom." Rotom chirped nervously. The second photo showed Giratina in its majestic origin for me, surrounded by swirling shadows and a foreboding aura. The caption, written at Giratina's request, read, "I am Giratina, ruler of the reverse world. Believe it, or feel free to confirm it yourself." With the release of Giratina's second photo, all doubts about its authenticity vanished. The environment in the background was surreal, clearly not of this world. As legend stated, The god of time and the god of space resided in separate dimensions, and Giratina, being their counterpart, shared the same origins. This left little room for skepticism. However, the story of Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, was different. Unlike Giratina, Calyrex's background was intertwined with the human world. The skepticism surrounding Calyrex began to diminish as netizens claiming to have encountered it shared their experiences online. Cherry wine, stop doubting the king of bountiful harvests. Potato, exactly. Calyrex saved the mountain near Kosagi town after a devastating fire 2 years ago, restoring its ecosystem completely. Aaron, I bought a souvenir in Kosagi town that honors Calyrex. The shopkeeper told me that he can make crops grow instantly and rejuvenate soil fertility. It's a miraculous Pokémon. Petal lover, so true. Last fall, I attended the Kosagi Town Harvest Festival where Calyrex appeared. I even have photos. Take a look. These heartfelt testimonials and photos gradually silenced the doubters. The internet began buzzing with admiration for Calyrex. As Calyrex observed the growing support, it responded humbly on its Rotom phone. Those events are in the past. Now, I'm just a simple farmer. To reflect this shift, Calyrex changed the name of its profile to Farmer. Unlike Giratina, who seldom interacted with fans and had a fiery temper, Calyrex was gentle and approachable. It often responded to questions from netizens, further endearing itself to its growing fan base. For instance, when someone asked where Calyrex lived, it replied, I now live in a peaceful and beautiful place. When questioned about its use of a Rotom phone, Calyrex explained, a friend taught me. The little Rotom in the phone helps me use it. If I come across a word I don't know, Rotom translates it for me. This candid explanation revealed how these legendary Pokémon managed to navigate modern technology, and it sparked admiration among fans. With time, the number of Calyrex's followers increased rapidly. After preparing everything for Professor Oak's visit, Naoki turned his attention back to the growing popularity of Calyrex on the forum. With every new follower, the faith directed toward Calyrex grew stronger. Though Calyrex's calm demeanor betrayed no outward change, Naoki could sense the surging power of faith coursing through the Pokémon. It was as if the strength of over 100,000 believers had condensed into an unstoppable force. If Calyrex unleashed its full strength now, Naoki had little doubt it could rival even Giratina. Such was the might of collective faith. That afternoon, Naoki gathered his ranch Pokémon and led them, along with Calyrex, to the base of the World Tree. The once barren void had transformed into a lush paradise, with a colossal World Tree standing as its centerpiece. Its towering crown seemed to touch the heavens, spreading green leaves that shimmered with an otherworldly light. The tree's vast trunk, encased in golden sunlight, was as wide as half the ranch itself. Rivers flowed down from the sky-high canopy, nourishing the earth below. Naoki looked up at the tree in awe. Just a few months ago, it had been a mere seedling. Now, it was a monument of life and vitality, a beacon of nature's power. The site reaffirmed its legendary status, a tree capable of sustaining the world itself. Naoki cast his gaze towards the World Tree, and the information of the World Tree was fully displayed in front of him. World Tree, mature stage. Originally a small seedling infused with immense grass-type energy. Due to care from Gago during its growth, it underwent a unique mutation. It now radiates vitality and holds the potential to sustain life worldwide. Time to full maturity, 48,054 years. Before, Naoki estimated the tree would reach full maturity by the year's end. Now, with faith fueling its power, Naoki had a hunch that timeline would shrink drastically. Let's begin, Calyrex, Naoki said with anticipation. He couldn't wait to see how much power those 100,000 believers had granted the king of bountiful harvests. Very well, Calyrex replied softly. Under the watchful eyes of the ranch's Pokémon, Calyrex raised its hands gracefully. A tranquil blue light enveloped its body, radiating warmth and serenity. The light gathered into an ethereal river of energy, connecting Calyrex to the world tree in a dazzling display. As the energy flowed into the tree, ripples of power spread across its massive trunk and canopy. The leaves began to shimmer, emitting a gentle rustling sound as though responding to the surge of life. Rustle, rustle. The energy resonated through the tree, its shadows shifting like living creatures. The Pokémon watched in awe as the world tree seemed to breathe, its vitality intensifying with each passing moment. Under the watchful eyes of Naoki and the gathered Pokémon, a peculiar transformation began to unfold before them. A gap appeared on the thick, tangled trunk of the world tree, exposing an entrance that seemed to lead into its depths. As Naoki observed, the trunk of the tree began to shift. What once appeared to be simple bark started to resemble a hybrid of rock formations and crystalline structures, while still maintaining the essence of a tree. "What's happening?" Naoki murmured, perplexed. Glaring at the phenomenon, Koraidon tilted its head curiously and approached the roots alongside Naoki. The massive roots extended across the ground like ancient, gnarled veins of the earth. Koraidon sniffed at the roots, but seemed unable to discern anything unusual. Naoki, however, was deep in thought. His mind wandered to another world tree mentioned in legends, the Tree of Beginning in the Kanto region, located near Kingdom of Rhoda. Unlike ordinary trees, that world tree was a crystalline life form. Though it resembled a tree, it was made of rock-like structures and relied on sunlight for energy and sustenance. Could it be? Naoki mused aloud. Is this world tree also evolving into something similar? If so, it would solve a major concern. Even if this world tree eventually took to the skies or lost access to soil nutrients, it would remain alive and thriving, sustained by solar energy. Naoki then turned his attention back to the information, which had automatically updated the world tree's description. World tree, mature stage. The world tree is thriving. Its growth is nearing completion as it transforms into another life form, constructing a self-contained internal environment. A magical tree capable of sustaining a world and nourishing all life with natural energy. Time to full maturity. 38,198 years. The reduction in growth time was startling. Naoki performed a quick calculation. 48,054 minus 38,198 is equal to 9,856 years. Nearly 10,000 years shaved off. Naoki murmured in astonishment. That's almost double the progress from last time. He recalled the earlier stages of the world tree's growth, when Calyrex's powers were just beginning to flourish. Initially, Calyrex could reduce the growth cycle by roughly 2,000 years with each effort. As more people in Kosagi Town and visiting travelers began to believe in the king of bountiful harvests, his power grew stronger, allowing it to shorten the tree's growth cycle by more than 4,000 years in subsequent sessions. Now, with the faith of over 100,000 people fueling Calyrex, the time reduction had skyrocketed to nearly 10,000 years in a single attempt. Calyrex beside, Naoki appeared weary, but his expression remained serene and gentle. "This is the extent of my strength right now," he said softly. Looking up at the towering world tree, Calyrex's heart swelled with a mix of pride and anticipation. "Do you want to rest for a while?" Naoki asked, his voice filled with concern. Calyrex shook his head firmly. "There's no need. Like you, I'm eager to explore the inside of the world tree." Naoki nodded, understanding the resolve in the Calyrex's gaze. "All right, then let's go see it together." Several curious EVs clung to Naoki, peeking excitedly at the entrance of the cave. Holding the pink Dratini close, Naoki took the first step inside, followed closely by his Pokémon companions. Koraidon, Cyclizer, Palmot, the Gagoed Herd, Alchemy, Palmot, Butterfree, Goldingo, Garganacl, Dugtrio, and the diverse Evolution group, Vaporeon, Flareon, Jolteon, Glaceon, and Umbreon all followed in a lively procession. The passage beyond the entrance twisted and turned, its layout deliberately intricate, as if designed to confuse intruders. Despite his determination, Naoki soon found himself lost in a maze-like interior. Staring at the dead end before him, he turned to Calyrex. "Could you use your telekinetic powers to guide us?" Calyrex nodded, his eyes glowing faintly as he cast his powers outward. With his help, the group navigated the confusing pathways and finally arrived at the World Tree's core. At the center of the World Tree, they discovered a unique vertical passage resembling an ethereal elevator. A soft, green light encircled the area, and shimmering bubbles floated lazily upwards through the space. The bubbles seemed to be the key to reaching the upper levels. Curious, Naoki extended his hand toward the glowing ring of light and watched in amazement as his hand passed through effortlessly. The EVs, ever curious, jumped down from their perch and sniffed at the light film cautiously. One EV, accidentally nudged by a companion, tumbled forward into the light. "Eve-wee-I!" The startled Pokémon squealed, but before panic could take over, a bubble gently enveloped it, lifting it skyward. Naoki blinked in surprise as the bubble ascended, carrying Eevee effortlessly upward. Corraden, ever perceptive, pointed at the floating bubble with its claw and let out an enthusiastic cry, signaling the group to follow. Naoki quickly caught on. "All right, let's go." Naoki stepped into the light film with his Pokémon. Immediately, several bubbles formed, enveloping him, Corraden, Cyclizer, and the rest of the group. They began to rise swiftly, ascending through the World Tree's interior. Through the translucent bubbles, Naoki could see glimpses of various floors within the tree. Each level seemed unique, brimming with lush greenery and shimmering light. "Is the World Tree's interior this vast?" Naoki murmured, marveling at the size and complexity of the space. Before he could count the floors, the bubbles reached the top. With a soft pop, the bubbles burst, gently releasing Naoki, Corraden, and the others. When Naoki and his Pokémon companions fully took in the scene before them, they were left in awe. The land was lush and vibrant, with fertile soil and soft grass stretching across the terrain. A tranquil lake rested among the dense woods, shrouded in a thin mist that gave the area an ethereal, dreamlike quality. Moss-covered trees framed the lake, with long, green vines draping elegantly from their branches. Brightly colored flowers adorned the grassy patches near the lake, their sweet fragrance blending with the natural energy of the environment, creating an atmosphere that was both relaxing and invigorating. This was the summit of the World Tree. Through the thick canopy above, Naoki could see the dark void of the reverse world beyond. If they were in the real world, he imagined the scene would be framed by a brilliant blue sky or a shimmering starry night. The thought of such beauty made him smile. Palmot murmured softly. Even without translation from Rotom, Naoki understood its sentiment. The little Pokemon's wide-eyed gaze said it all. "It's beautiful," Palmot conveyed. "It really is," Naoki agreed. Nearby, the EV that had been carried to the summit by the bubble stood transfixed, its astonished gaze sweeping over the breathtaking landscape. Naoki decided to take a moment to relax and sat down on the soft grass, watching his Pokémon explore and play with unbridled joy. The Gagote herd and the Tropius stood on the lush grass, their bright eyes shining with excitement as they grazed on the vibrant greenery. The EVs darted through the grass, playing an enthusiastic game of hide-and-seek, their laughter-like cries adding to the harmony of the scene. Vaporeon was drawn to the lake, where it curiously examined its reflection on the water's surface before leaping in with a graceful splash. It swam energetically, its tail cutting through the water in elegant arcs. Butterfree perched atop a tree branch, its wings catching the sunlight. Meanwhile, Palmot flitted excitedly through the woods, exploring every corner of the new environment. Cyclizer and Corraden sat beside Naoki, watching their friends with contentment. Calyrex, serene as ever, floated beside him. Naoki turned to Calyrex and said, When the world tree is fully grown, this can be your home. I want to turn this place into a paradise for Pokémon. Naoki's mind brimmed with ideas. During their ascent, he had noticed the various levels within the world tree, each with a distinct environment. Grasslands, forests, valleys, and caves. Each space seemed tailor-made for different types of Pokémon. We can create habitats for every type of Pokémon here, Naoki continued. The grasslands and forests can be for grass types, the caves for rock types, and the lakes for water types. I can build an expedition guild, a supply store, a restaurant, a tavern, a dessert shop, and even a cafe. He chuckled at the thought of his Pokémon taking on these roles. Palmot's parents could run the supply store. Tropius can supply fresh produce for the restaurant. Alchemy could make desserts, and Rotom could manage the guild and hand out commissions. Although this world lacks mysterious mazes or hidden dungeons, commissions could focus on simpler, yet equally rewarding tasks. Planting fruit trees, cultivating crops, harvesting fields, and maintaining the lush environment around the world tree. With the secret base of the Heroes Expedition team established, the infrastructure on the world tree was finally complete. Now, Naoki could focus on inviting more diverse Pokémon species to join the community and live on the world tree. Compared to Professor Oak's research lab, the world tree offered a far grander and more dynamic environment. A perfect haven for Pokémon. Naoki eagerly shared his future plans with Calyrex, who listened intently. The noble Pokémon occasionally whispered, "I look forward to that day." Beside them, Koraidon nodded enthusiastically, its cheerful demeanor infectious. "Rayo!" it cried, its energy reflecting its faith in Naoki's vision. The Pokémon could sense that all of Naoki's dreams would one day become a reality. Suddenly, Koraidon's expression shifted as it remembered something important. As the world tree grew closer to full maturity, it would inevitably draw the attention of a powerful entity. This figure, whose strength was terrifying, would one day invite Naoki to assist in opening portals to Oth, worlds atop the world tree. These portals would allow the Pokémon of the expedition team to venture into different realms, aiding Pokémon in need and saving worlds in turmoil. Although Koraidon itself had stayed with Naoki, Farfetch'd, who had ventured into those portals, often shared tales of incredible adventures and other heroic Pokémon teams in distant worlds. That night, Naoki and his Pokémon returned to the ranch from the world tree. With Calyrex's strength, the time needed for the world tree to reach full maturity had been drastically reduced. It was now estimated to take just 4 months. Naoki was filled with anticipation, but couldn't shake a lingering worry. He had promised Giratina to help deal with Arceus. Only after keeping this promise would Giratina assist in raising the world tree into the sky, allowing it to flourish as a beacon of life. Earlier that afternoon, Naoki had researched online using his Rotom phone and confirmed the current era by examining the list of participants from the Silver Conference. He deduced that Ash Ketchum, known in this world, had recently completed his Johto journey and competed in the Silver Conference last year. This year, Ash will be traveling to the Hoenn region. Naoki realized this timeline meant Ash would venture into the Sinnoh region the following year, precisely when Arceus would awaken, seeking vengeance on humanity. The thought of Arceus, a being heralded as the creator of the Pokémon world, was daunting. Naoki could only imagine the immense power it wielded. For what he recalled in Pokémon, Arceus and the Jewel of Life, even the combined efforts of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina weren't enough to subdue Arceus. It had taken Ash and his companions traveling back in time to rewrite the course of events. Naoki's mind lingered on a critical factor, the plates. These elemental artifacts granted Arceus immunity to corresponding types, making it nearly invincible when equipped. It all comes back to those plates, Naoki murmured to himself. Without them, Arceus might not be so untouchable. Even though Palmot had gained some of Calyrex's power, Naoki felt uneasy about relying solely on it. He pondered an alternative. Could they turn their attention to Arceus's plates? The thought of Baby Bear's unique ability, paired with its fortune and runaway effect, sparked an idea. Maybe I could send Baby Bear to pick up Arceus's plates. Naoki mused to himself. If it grabs one and bolts, the runaway effect might ensure its escape, and that could effectively limit Arceus's strength. The idea was bold and risky, but Naoki began drafting a contingency plan in his mind, just in case the unthinkable happened. Later, dinner was prepared by Sister and DD. The warm, homely meal brought everyone together, and after eating, the Pokémon returned to their respective nests for a well-deserved rest. Naoki headed back to his room, intending to wind down with his Rotom phone. However, as he scrolled, he felt a gaze boring into him. He turned to find Koraidon watching him intently, its big eyes filled with an unmistakable look of longing. All right. Naoki relented with a small laugh. He set his phone aside and patted the bed, motioning for Koraidon to come closer. Come on, then. Koraidon perked up instantly, bounding over with excitement. It nuzzled Naoki affectionately, its large tongue brushing against his face in a wet, slobbery show of gratitude. Ugh, Koraidon, Naoki exclaimed, grabbing a nearby towel to wipe his face clean. Do you have to do that? Rayo, Koraidon cooed, utterly unrepentant. Naoki sighed, his exasperation quickly melting into fondness. Fine. No more phone tonight. Let's just sleep, okay? Koraidon let out a happy trill, curling up beside him on the bed. Despite its size, it somehow managed to fit snugly without taking up too much room. As Naoki closed his eyes, he couldn't help but think about how attached his Pokémon had grown to him. If Professor Sato were to see this side of Koraidon, she'd probably be surprised. With a final chuckle at the thought, Naoki drifted off. On February 25th, 200 of the Alliance calendar. After a day of flying, Professor Oak's plane finally arrived in the Paldea region. A Kanto Air passenger plane landed at Mesagoza Airport, its cabin bustling with eager tourists. Among them was Professor Oak, dressed in casual attire, his face lit with curiosity as he took in the sight of the vibrant metropolis. This was his first visit to the Paldea region. Mesagoza's architecture exuded Paldean charm, and its centerpiece was an ancient and prestigious academy, Naranja Academy. Before departing for this region, Professor Oak had done his homework, gaining a broad understanding of Paldea's Pokémon and culture. Stepping out of the airport and onto the lively streets, Professor Oak marveled at the unique Pokémon casually accompanying pedestrians. He spotted a green-furred cat-like Pokémon washing its face diligently, a pink Pokémon wielding a small hammer, and a lizard-like Pokémon with a tire-shaped air sac around its neck. Oh my, Pokémon that don't exist in Kanto! Professor Oak exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement. Reaching for his Rotom phone, he scanned each Pokémon eagerly. Rotom's mechanical voice chimed in with detailed descriptions. Sprigatito, the grass cat Pokémon. Its fur has a plant-like texture, and it frequently washes its face to prevent its fur from drying out. Tinkatink, the metalsmith Pokémon. It attacks groups of Ponyard and Bisharp to collect metal for forging its hammer. Cyclizer, the mount Pokémon. Since ancient times, humans have used it as a mount. Murals dating back 10,000 years depict this relationship. Professor Oak chuckled in amazement. How convenient these Rotom phones are. Back in my day, we had to sketch Pokémon for our research notes. He reminisced fondly about the early days of the Pokédex before considering whether he should suggest Ash explore Paldea someday. No, he's still traveling in Hoenn, Oak mused aloud. I'll let him finish that journey first, one step at a time. Just as his thoughts were drifting, Professor Oak realized he'd gotten distracted. I almost forgot why I came here, he exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Quickly, he consulted his Rotom phone for travel options to Kosagi Town. The answer? A flying taxi. Minutes later, Professor Oak boarded the unique aerial vehicle powered by 3 Squawkabilly. Ropes connected the energetic flying Pokémon to a compact carriage with seats for both the driver and passengers. This is fascinating, Professor Oak remarked, admiring the novel transportation method. The driver, a friendly young man, chuckled. First time in Paldea. Oak nodded enthusiastically. Indeed. Well, you're in for a treat. The Squawkabilly flying taxi is unique to Paldea. Our neighbors in Galar use a similar system, but their flying taxis are powered by Corviknight instead. Corviknight. Professor Oak's mind immediately pictured the massive, steel-feathered bird Pokémon he'd seen earlier in Swoka City. Professor Oak, I noticed there are Pokémon like Corviknight in the Paldea region. Why not employ them for transport instead? Judging by the appearance of Corviknight, it seemed better suited for this job. Its size and strength were ideal. The driver sighed, looking troubled. It's not that we don't want to use Corviknight, but it's impossible to employ them. Oh, Professor Oak raised an eyebrow. The driver continued. There's a Pokémon called Tinkaton that lives in the Paldea region. It's highly intelligent, and whenever it spots a Corviknight flying in the wild, it immediately attacks it with its hammer. Hearing this, Professor Oak's mind flashed to two words: natural enemy. Tinkaton was the natural predator of Corviknight, much like the relationship between Caterpie and Pidgeot. Ah, I see now, Professor Oak exclaimed, nodding in understanding. That makes perfect sense. The driver smiled sheepishly and returned his attention to navigating the flying taxi. After a long day of travel, Professor Oak felt his energy waning. Leaning back in his seat, he decided to take a short nap. When he opened his eyes again, the Squawkabilly flying taxi had arrived safely in Kosagi Town. Professor Oak stepped out onto the quiet, charming streets, the atmosphere a stark contrast to the bustling city he had left. He pulled out his Rotom phone and opened his private chat with Calyrex, whom he had been referring to as Farmer. Since Calyrex hadn't provided an exact address, only mentioning Kosagi Town, Professor Oak decided to send a message for further guidance. The reply came almost immediately. Farmer, please wait a moment. Professor Oak stood patiently, his gaze wandering over the town's quaint surroundings. Within minutes, a large, familiar figure landed gracefully before him. A Dragonite. Its imposing yet gentle demeanor caught the professor slightly off guard. The Dragonite regarded him with intelligent eyes, then turned around and gestured with its head. "Who, it called out warmly. Professor Oak blinked in surprise. He pointed to himself. Do you mean me? You want me to ride on your back? The Dragonite nodded, its demeanor both patient and confident. Did your trainer send you to pick me up? Professor Oak asked again, already guessing the answer. Who, Dragonite nodded once more. Understanding the situation, Professor Oak chuckled softly. Well, thank you, Dragonite. Without further delay, Professor Oak climbed onto Dragonite's back. The dragon flapped its powerful wings, lifting them both into the sky. The serene town below quickly turned into a patchwork of fields and homes as they soared toward the outskirts. As Dragonite descended gracefully onto the ranch, Professor Oak stepped off its back and immediately noticed a familiar figure waiting for him. Naoki, standing near the entrance, greeted him warmly with a smile. Long time no see, Professor Oak. Professor Oak's eyes widened in shock. It's you. The trainer standing before him was no stranger. Naoki had attended a prestigious Unova banquet last year alongside Champion Alder. Not only that, he had also famously defeated Lance, the revered Dragon Master of the Kanto region. This memory made an indelible impression on the esteemed professor. Naoki nodded, his smile unfaltering. Yes, it's me. Let me properly introduce myself. I'm Naoki, the owner of this ranch. Welcome to the Paldea region. At first, Professor Oak didn't think much of Naoki's identity as a rancher. It seemed like a simple, unassuming title. At Naoki's invitation, he followed him to the living room for tea and a chance to rest. However, the journey there quickly began to challenge his initial assumptions. As they walked, Oak's attention was drawn to the immaculate rows of crops and the bustling activity of Pokémon working alongside the ranch's systems. Among them, a strong, well-bred Dragonite stood by a field performing rain dance. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and a gentle rain began to fall, irrigating the farmland below. Naoki noticed Oak's curiosity and gestured toward the Dragonite. That's one of my Dragonites. It's in charge of watering the crops. Professor Oak nodded in acknowledgement, impressed by the Pokemon's precision. However, his astonishment grew when a large shadow passed overhead. Looking up, he saw a swarm of Dragonite soaring through the skies, each carrying a backpack. Dragonite, so many Dragonite! Professor Oak exclaimed. He couldn't believe his eyes. Even during his visits to the Dragon Holy Land, the famed Dragon Sanctuary, he had never seen such a gathering. Naoki glanced up and smiled. Ah, those are the delivery Dragonites. I recently opened an online store, and they handle customer deliveries. When someone places an order, the Dragonites are dispatched to deliver the goods. Professor Oak blinked in disbelief. Delivery Dragonites? He had traveled the world, met countless trainers, and seen his fair share of extraordinary things. But this? A ranch filled with an army of Dragonite serving as couriers? As realization dawned, a sense of incredulity washed over the professor. A man who had captured so many Dragonite, and who might have connections to legendary Pokémon like Calyrex, could not simply be a humble rancher. His achievements, reputation, and the strength of his Pokémon all pointed to something far greater. In all his years, Professor Oak had never encountered a rancher quite like Naoki. Could it be that Naoki retired? From what Professor Oak knew, some trainers chose to retire as they grew older, venturing into other industries after achieving great feats. That must be it. You look young. Why did you retire so early? Professor Oak asked, puzzled. Retire? Naoki was caught off guard for a moment, but soon he realized what Professor Oak was implying. Professor Oak thought Naoki was a retired champion who had decided to settle down and run a ranch. Naoki had encountered this misconception many times before. By now, he didn't feel the need to clarify in detail anymore. So, he simply smiled and said, compared to battling, I prefer a peaceful life like this, surrounded by Pokémon. Is that so? Professor Oak nodded, his gaze sweeping over the ranch and the Pokémon. You must care about them deeply. Naoki smiled warmly. Of course. As they continued walking, Professor Oak's attention was drawn to the variety of Pokémon on the ranch. Dragonite, Cyclizer, Palmot, Alcremie, Ogerpon, and Fluttermane. I remember them. Professor Oak exclaimed with excitement. He recalled seeing them in action during the Unova banquet. Naoki grinned and nodded. Gesturing toward the Pokémon, he began introducing them. Over there, Goldingo. Beside Alcremie is Garganacl, and the ghost horse type over there is Spectrier. The white horse next to it is Glastrier. They are favorites of Calyrex. On the other side of the ranch, near the river, some Pokémon were enjoying their time in Snorlax Park. Naoki decided not to rush through introductions, knowing that Professor Oak was brimming with curiosity and would take his time exploring. Surveying the area, Professor Oak was overwhelmed with excitement. So many Pokémon. It felt like paradise. There were more Pokémon species on this ranch than in his entire research institute. As a scholar devoted to studying Pokémon ecology, Professor Oak felt an irresistible urge to observe and document them immediately. But his sense of responsibility reminded him of his primary objective. He still hadn't met the legendary Pokémon, Calyrex, the so-called king of bountiful harvests who could use a Rotom phone to surf the web. Sensing the professor's eagerness, Naoki led him toward the house. Opening the door with a smile, Naoki said, "Come in. Sorry to intrude." Professor Oak stepped into the room, his face alight with excitement. As he entered, his gaze immediately fell on a majestic Pokémon seated gracefully on the sofa. It was Calyrex. Dr. Oak's heart raced. Finally, he was face to face with this legendary Pokémon. I don't think I need to introduce him to you, do I? Naoki said with a smile. Calyrex looked at Professor Oak and nodded elegantly. A calm voice echoed telepathically in Professor Oak's mind. Greetings, Professor Oak. It speaks. Professor Oak inhaled sharply, his amazement palpable. However, he quickly realized that Calyrex wasn't physically speaking. This was telepathy. Please, have a seat, Naoki offered, gesturing toward the sofa. NDD brought a cup of black tea to the guest. Professor Oak thanked her, took a sip, and then turned his attention back to Calyrex, his enthusiasm barely contained. This wasn't the first time Professor Oak had encountered a legendary Pokémon. Decades ago, he had crossed paths with Celebi, the time-traveling Pokémon, in a mysterious forest. Yet, despite his prior experience, this moment felt extraordinary. Naoki, when did you meet Calyrex? Professor Oak asked eagerly. Naoki thought for a moment before responding. It was during the winter 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Professor Oak repeated. By his calculations, that would place the meeting in the year 198 of the Alliance calendar. At that time, Naoki continued, Calyrex had lost both its power and its memory. It was wandering alone across a vast, snowy wilderness. Hearing this, Professor Oak's eyes widened in shock. How could such a thing happen? Naoki nodded thoughtfully and posed a question in return. Professor Oak, are you familiar with the Galar region? Professor Oak nodded. Of course. Naoki explained, Calyrex was once the revered king of the Galar region, worshipped by its people thousands of years ago. They built temples in his honor and offered sacrifices to show their devotion. Professor Oak was taken aback. Calyrex was the king of ancient Galar. Naoki nodded. That's correct. The revelation left Professor Oak stunned. The legendary king of bountiful harvests, the deity of abundance, was the ruler of Galar in ancient times. The thought was incredible, but something gnawed at Professor Oak. If Calyrex was so revered, he wondered, how did he lose his power and memory, only to end up stranded in the snow? Professor Oak frowned, deep in thought. Could have been more than that. Perhaps an external force sought to dethrone Calyrex. Someone or something vying for dominance over the... Professor Oak's mind was racing with thoughts as he glanced at Calyrex, sitting beside him with a calm and regal demeanor. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he finally asked the question burning in his mind. Why did Calyrex fall into such a state? Naoki nodded knowingly. A lot happened in the Galar region thousands of years ago. Tell me, Professor, have you ever heard of the Darkest Day? Darkest Day? Professor Oak asked, his brow furrowing in thought. Naoki elaborated. You might know it better as the origin of Dynamax energy. At this, Professor Oak's expression shifted to one of recognition. Gigantamaxing, a phenomenon unique to the Galar region, came to mind. He recalled that trainers used Dynamax bands, developed by Professor Magnolia, to temporarily Gigantamax their Pokémon during battles. Pokémon would grow to enormous sizes, and their moves would transform into powerful G-Max attacks. Despite being far from Galar, the rumors of Dynamax energy and its peculiar effects had reached even Kanto. Is this related to Dynamaxing? He asked. Naoki nodded, his tone solemn. Yes, it is. The story begins a long, long time ago. In ancient Galar, there were 2 horse Pokémon living in the crowned tundra, a harsh, snowy region. One was called Glastrier, the Ice Rider Pokémon, and the other was Spectrier, the Ghost Rider Pokémon, Naoki explained. At that moment, a wave of telekinesis emanated from Calyrex, enveloping both Naoki and Professor Oak. The next instant, the living room vanished, replaced by a vast, snowy tundra under an overcast sky. Professor Oak blinked in astonishment as the scene unfolded before him. In the middle of the snowfield stood Glastrier and Spectrier, their majestic forms etched against the pale backdrop. What is this? Professor Oak whispered, looking around. This, Naoki began, is a memory of the past. Calyrex had decided to show Professor Oak its memories through telepathy, a decision made after Naoki and Calyrex concluded that mere words would fail to convey the gravity of the tale. In the memory, humans and their Pokémon trudged through the tundra, bundled tightly against the biting cold. But as they approached the horses' territory, the 2 Pokémon began to defend their land fiercely, attacking the humans and their Pokémon without mercy. Naoki's voice narrated the scene, resonating in the icy air. Glastrier and Spectrier were furious at the humans for invading their territory. Their attacks were relentless, driving the intruders away. Amidst the chaos, a regal figure appeared on the horizon, Calyrex. Its body radiated an aura of immense psychic power, and its gaze was filled with authority. It approached the battling horses, its power quelling their rage. Calyrex unleashed a powerful telekinetic wave, subduing both Glastrier and Spectrier. The injured horses lay on the snow, subdued but wary. Then, Calyrex used its healing powers, a soft green light enveloping their wounds. Slowly, the horses rose, looking at Calyrex with newfound respect and reverence. From that day, they became Calyrex's loyal steeds. The memory shifted again, showing a group of settlers building homes in the snowy tundra. However, the harsh environment made it nearly impossible to grow crops, and food supplies quickly dwindled. The settlers faced starvation. Watching from a distance, Calyrex, astride its loyal steeds, couldn't bear their suffering. It raised its hands, and a miracle unfolded. Fertility was bestowed upon the land. Hardy crops like carrots and radishes began sprouting in the frozen ground, and delicate blue flowers bloomed despite the cold. The settlers, awestruck by the miracle, built a grand temple in honor of Calyrex and its steeds. They named it the King of Bountiful Harvests and worshipped it as their savior. The vision shifted once more, showing Calyrex traveling across forests and plains atop its steeds, spreading life and abundance wherever it went. Under the serene glow of the memory, Naoki's voice rang clear and steady, narrating the tale of Calyrex's reign. At that time, Calyrex rode atop his loyal steed, traversing the lands of Galar. Gradually, people began to call him the King of Bountiful Harvests, revering him as the ruler of the Galar region. Under Calyrex's guidance, the Galar region prospered. Professor Oak watched the memory unfold, his gaze captivated by the harmony between humans and Calyrex. Villages flourished under Calyrex's protection, the fields abundant with crops, and the people free from the hunger and hardship that had once plagued them. The radiant king bestowed blessings, ensuring that life in Galar thrived. So this is why Calyrex is called the King of Bountiful Harvests, Professor Oak murmured, deeply moved by the sight. However, Naoki's tone grew solemn as the scene began to shift. But the good times didn't last forever. One day, Calyrex foresaw a terrible disaster that would soon engulf Galar. Professor Oak listened intently as the narration continued. Calamity loomed on the horizon. Darkness would soon cover the entire region, and under its influence, countless wild Pokémon would grow to massive sizes, lose their minds, and wreak havoc indiscriminately. The memory projected by Calyrex's psychic power changed, displaying a foreboding vision of the future. Gigantic Pokémon rampaged through forests and towns. Flames consumed buildings, and a suffocating black shroud hung over the skies. It was chaos incarnate. To prepare for the impending crisis, Naoki continued, Calyrex sought out two legendary Pokémon, Zacian and Zamazenta, known as the heroes of many battles. In the evolving scene, Zacian and Zamazenta appeared alongside a Melmetal, their presence commanding respect and awe. Naoki explained, using Melmetal's durable steel, he forged a sword for Zacian and a shield for Zamazenta. Calyrex, in an extraordinary act of sacrifice, imbued both with his power, enabling them to transform into their crowned forms. Zacian, the Sword King, and Zamazenta, the Shield King. The vision depicted a grand coronation ceremony. Calyrex, standing with regal poise, placed the sword and shield into Zacian and Zamazenta's care. The two legendary Pokémon knelt in deference before rising as champions prepared to face the encroaching darkness. Once everything was ready, night fell, and Zacian and Zamazenta departed for battle, Naoki said. The memory showed the two heroes bowing to Calyrex before turning toward the source of the looming darkness. However, even as the heroes set off, Calyrex remained vigilant. The king had expended immense energy during the preparations, but had no time to rest. Disaster struck shortly after. Naoki continued. Giant Pokémon began wreaking havoc across Galar, and Calyrex was forced to act. The vision shifted again, revealing Calyrex standing amidst a forest besieged by chaos. Using the last reserves of his strength, Calyrex unleashed a miraculous wave of psychic energy. The entire forest was uprooted and safely moved to a distant location, sparing countless Pokémon from the dark forces. However, this act of immense power left Calyrex utterly drained. After saving the forest, Calyrex fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, thousands of years had passed. Naoki concluded, his voice heavy with the weight of the tale. As the memory dissolved, the living room returned to view. Professor Oak sat silently, his expression a mixture of awe and sorrow. How could this happen? He muttered, his voice barely audible. After learning about the king of bountiful harvests and his extraordinary feats, Professor Oak's admiration only grew. Yet, the lingering questions about the events of the darkest day pressed on his mind. What happened next? Professor Oak asked eagerly. He was fully immersed in the story, desperate to know whether the disaster had truly been averted and the truth behind Dynamax phenomena. Naoki replied, later, Zacian and Zamazenta successfully repelled Eternatus, the source of the darkest day. However, they couldn't completely defeat it. Eternatus was sealed away, left in a dormant state. But even now, the threat of its awakening looms. Eternatus. Professor Oak perked up at the unfamiliar name. Is that a Pokémon? Naoki nodded. Yes, but not a Pokémon of this world. According to legend, Eternatus came to the Galar region on a meteorite from deep space. From outer space. Professor Oak muttered, his thoughts flashing to other extraterrestrial Pokémon like Clefairy and Deoxys. But his brow furrowed as something clicked. If Eternatus was neutralized, shouldn't Dynamaxing have ceased to exist? Why does the phenomenon still occur in Galar? Professor Oak looked solemn. Naoki knew what the professor was thinking. Zacian and Zamazenta managed to suppress it. They didn't destroy it. Maybe it will wake up again in the near future. Professor Oak's expression darkened with concern. Professor Oak opened his Rotom phone, hoping to find information on Eternatus or the events of the darkest day. However, his search yielded nothing but tales of two human monarchs from Galar's ancient history, the Sword King and Shield King, who were said to have repelled the darkness using their legendary weapons. There is also an introduction about them above. It is said that they were the royal family of the Galar region. Looking at this information, Dr. Oak couldn't help but be filled with questions. Why is this different from what Naoki said? Naoki knew what the professor was thinking. However, it is impossible to find information about Calyrex on the internet. The situation in the Galar region is a bit complicated. Rose, the president of the Macrocosmos Group and the chairman of the Galar Pokemon League, plans to use Eternatus as a power bank to provide Dynamax energy to the entire Galar region. President Rose's intentions may have been good, but his plan was too horrifying, and he underestimated the power of Eternatus, which led to Eternatus getting out of control and allowing darkness to once again shroud the Galar region. In the effort to prevent the looming disaster, Champion Leon fought valiantly, but suffered serious injuries. In the end, he relied on the help of Hop, Zacian, and Zamazenta to turn the tide. This operation was extremely perilous. Naturally, Chairman Rose, the head of Macrocosmos, withheld all information regarding Eternatus, ensuring that it would remain a secret. As the president of both the Pokemon League and the Macrocosmos Corporation, which monopolizes nearly every industry in the Galar region, Rose wielded the power to suppress such information with ease. Why does the historical record claim that it was the Galar royal family who defeated the darkest day? Professor Oak asked, puzzled. Naoki sighed before replying. That's because the heroic deeds of Zacian, Zamazenta, and Calyrex were seen as a threat to the royal family's influence. After Calyrex fell into slumber and Zacian and Zamazenta retreated into obscurity, the royal family appropriated their achievements. They claimed to the public that it was their ancestors who repelled the darkest day. He continued, at that time, communication methods were primitive. There were no mobile phones, no television, and even the number of people who witnessed the battle was limited. The truth was easy to manipulate. Over time, as those who knew the real story passed away, the false narrative became widely accepted. The faith and belief of humans empower Calyrex. With his accomplishments stolen and belief in him fading, Calyrex lost his source of strength. As a result, he was unable to awaken for a long time, and even lost his memories in the process. Hearing this explanation, Professor Oak nodded in understanding, his face clouded with sympathy. The earlier image of Calyrex wandering alone across a desolate snowfield now resonated deeply with him. Those deceitful royals! How despicable! Professor Oak exclaimed, his voice tinged with anger. It was rare to see the usually calm professor so worked up. Pokémon risked their lives to protect humans, and instead of gratitude, their efforts were stolen to bolster the royal family's rule? It's unforgivable. Naoki was unsurprised by Professor Oak's reaction. Smiling slightly, he said, "That's precisely why we asked you to come here, Professor Oak. We need your help." "Help?" Professor Oak asked, his curiosity piqued. Naoki leaned forward, his expression serious. "We need your assistance in officially documenting Calyrex's legend and deeds in the Pokémon Encyclopedia. The world needs to know the truth about the King of Bountiful Harvests." Without hesitation, Professor Oak nodded. "Leave it to me. I won't allow these Pokémon heroes to be disrespected." As a renowned researcher who loved Pokémon deeply, Professor Oak was resolute. However, as an authority in the Pokémon research community, he knew it was important to verify the story before officially recording it. Even though the Kanto region was far from Galar, Professor Oak had his own methods of investigation. It didn't take long for him to confirm the truth. Through his research, he uncovered evidence of the ancient legend in the Galar region. The frozen village in the Crown Tundra, the ancient snowfield temple, and accounts of Zacian and Zamazenta. Everything aligned with Naoki's story. "So that's the truth," Professor Oak muttered. That afternoon, after verifying the details of the story, Professor Oak used Naoki's computer and his own Rotom phone to work remotely. He contacted the Oak Laboratory in Pallet Town and communicated with his assistants. Naoki wasn't entirely sure what Professor Oak was up to. However, by the next morning, new information had been added to the Pokémon database on Rotom phones. Calyrex, a regal Pokémon that possesses the power to heal and bless. Revered for its compassionate heart, it once ruled the Galar region long ago. Following that update, a groundbreaking research paper authored by Professor Oak was published. This paper, completed overnight at Naoki Ranch, meticulously detailed the legend of Calyrex and its bond with Zacian and Zamazenta. It highlighted Calyrex's immense contributions to Galar's history and emphasized its greatness as a Pokémon. With the assistance of his connections, Professor Oak managed to have the paper published in one of the most authoritative journals in the Pokémon research community. The impact was immediate. The Pokémon community buzzed with excitement. Trainers, researchers, and enthusiasts from Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Unova, and beyond expressed admiration for Calyrex's noble deeds. As the story spread, the number of Calyrex's fans skyrocketed once more. However, the revelations in Galar caused an uproar. The paper claimed that Calyrex was once the revered king of Galar. For many in the Galar region, this was a shocking revelation. Netizens quickly took to online forums to debate the newfound information. Caller Woof Woof, is everything in this paper true? EV enthusiast, it must be. This came from Professor Oak, the most renowned Pokémon researcher in the world. Surprised Pikachu, oh my. Are you telling me that Calyrex and his companions saved us from the calamity of the darkest day? Rocky Geolith, this is unreal. I once heard the elders in Freezington mention Calyrex, but I thought it was just a myth to draw tourists. Wooloo Lover, I can't believe the Galar royal family stole credit for this. They erased the true hero's achievements. But not everyone was willing to accept this narrative. Ninja in Pajamas, this is nonsense. It was our ancestor, the true hero of Galar, who ended the darkest day. Zacian and Zamazenta were just assisting him. Squirtle. Exactly. The royal family defeated Eternatus. Zacian and Zamazenta's existence only brings chaos to Galar. Passionate citizen. Oh, please. The royal family couldn't possibly have done this without Zacian and Zamazenta. They relied entirely on the Pokemon's strength. The debate grew heated. Ninja in pajamas. How dare you insult the royal family? Mark my words, we'll prove the truth. Squirtle. We'll expose this fabricated tale. You'll all see what history truly looks like. The tone and replies from the two individuals claiming ties to the Galar royal family clearly conveyed a sense of entitlement. Their condescending attitude angered many users on the forum, leading to their posts receiving thousands of critical comments. Frustrated by the backlash, the two uninstalled the Pokémon forum app in a fit of rage. Amid the uproar, a realization dawned on the netizens. Had Professor Oak actually met Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests? Curiosity spiked, and many rushed to Professor Oak's public profile, bombarding him with private messages to confirm the rumor. In response, Professor Oak offered a carefully worded explanation. I'm sorry. While I would love to share details, Calyrex has expressed that he no longer identifies as a king. He wishes to live a quiet life as an ordinary farmer and doesn't want his peace disturbed. This revelation sparked shock among forum users. Wait, Calyrex can talk? Some exclaimed. Professor Oak, ever the educator, shared his expertise with a down-to-earth tone. Telepathy. Psychic-type Pokémon often use their powers to establish mental links, allowing them to communicate directly with a person's mind. Isn't that fascinating? Although Professor Oak refrained from revealing Calyrex's location, observant netizens pieced together clues. Reports indicated that Professor Oak had departed for the Paldea region 2 days prior, strongly suggesting that Calyrex now resided there. Paldea netizens swelled with pride, engaging in spirited banter with their Galarian counterparts on the forum. Favorite Sprigatito. Calyrex is now our king of Paldea, Mighty Macamp. Rumor has it that our region's booming agriculture in recent years is thanks to the blessings of Calyrex. Farmers claim the bounty is a gift from the king of bountiful harvests. Corviknight Commander, Arg, I'm going to give those royal families a piece of my mind again. Snowy Day, that's it. I'm moving to Paldea. Public sentiment in Galar turned overwhelmingly negative toward the royal family, reducing their influence to mere whispers. Meanwhile, their followers were left scrambling to avoid scrutiny. Winden City, Galar region. In a sleek office atop the Rose building, President Rose sat calmly as his secretary briefed him on the growing public discourse. When she finished, Olina inquired, "What course of action should we take, President?" Rose shook his head. "Leave it. Let the royal family handle their own mess. Our focus remains on Eternatus." Rose's sights were set firmly on the energy revolution. For Galar, backward agriculture was a thing of the past. The key to future prosperity lay in harnessing the power of Dynamax battles through Eternatus's energy. Paldea region, Paldea League headquarters. Gita, seated at her desk, couldn't conceal her excitement. A triumphant smile lit up her face as she reviewed recent developments. Rika, standing nearby, raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Chairwoman, please control your expression." Gita laughed, unbothered. "Did you see the forums, Rika? So many trainers are talking about moving to Paldea. It's only a matter of time before talent from all over the world flocks here." Her voice brimmed with enthusiasm. "This is amazing. Naoki is truly a lucky star for our Paldea region." The official authorities in the Galar region remained silent. The only responses came from ordinary trainers and the occasional outburst from members of the royal family who had previously engaged in online arguments with netizens. Some individuals in the Galar region expressed regret over Calyrex's departure, while others shifted their frustrations toward the Galar royal family, blaming them for the situation. Surprisingly, very few seemed to argue that Calyrex was an indispensable asset to the region, a reaction Naoki had not anticipated. It was puzzling, considering that a legendary Pokémon of such significance would generally be regarded as a vital part of a region's identity. However, upon reflection, Naoki realized that not all legendary Pokémon bring prosperity to their regions. For example, Groudon and Kyogre in the Hoenn region often clashed, causing widespread natural disasters during their battles. People in Hoenn likely wished these titanic Pokémon would remain dormant or far from their homeland. Moreover, Pokémon are autonomous beings, free from a notion of belonging to any specific region or governing alliance. This broader perspective clarified the indifferent attitude some trainers in Galar displayed toward Calyrex's departure. Naoki also recalled the industrial focus of Galar, led by President Rose. Rose had prioritized Dynamax battles and sought to harness the energy to power the region's economy. Under such priorities, the agrarian legacy represented by Calyrex might have seemed outdated or less critical to Galar's vision of progress. With Naoki's invitation, Professor Oak decided to stay at the ranch to observe its Pokémon and conduct ecological research. After documenting Calyrex's story and logging its legendary status, Professor Oak turned his attention to the other fascinating Pokémon living on the ranch. February 27th, 200 of the Alliance calendar. Early that morning, Professor Oak could be found crouched in the tall grass, telescope in hand. He was watching a particularly robust Farfetch'd, wielding an enormous leek. The leek, far taller than the Farfetch'd itself, was swung with remarkable ease, almost like a sword. What caught Professor Oak's attention most was the bird's imposing physique. This Farfetch'd was far bulkier than any he had seen before, its muscular chest rippling under its pristine white feathers. The Pokémon's sharp gaze and pronounced V-shaped eyebrows gave it an air of determination. Professor Oak noted that this was no ordinary Farfetch'd. Years of rigorous training had transformed it into something extraordinary. Suddenly, with precision and strength, Farfetch'd swung its massive leek toward a wooden training dummy. Accompanied by a rapid series of thwack, thwack, thwack sounds, Farfetch'd test attacks struck the wooden training dummy like a whirlwind. Wow, is this some kind of special Farfetch'd? Could it be the Galarian form of Farfetch'd? Professor Oak exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. No, it's just a regular Farfetch'd. But it's been training hard lately, came the reply from Naoki, who happened to overhear Professor Oak's comment as he walked by. Noticing Professor Oak crouching behind a bush in a rather conspicuous attempt to hide, Naoki couldn't help but speak up with mild exasperation. Professor Oak, you don't need to sneak around like that. You can stand right next to the Pokémon and observe. They won't mind. Professor Oak laughed sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Oh, it's not that. If I get too close, the Pokémon might not act naturally. This way, I can observe them in their most authentic state. Ha ha ha. Don't worry about me. Go on and do what you need to. I'll just watch from here. Naoki sighed, but relented. All right then. If you have any questions later, feel free to ask. No problem. Professor Oak grinned and gave a thumbs up. With that, Naoki took Koraidon and Cyclizer along to harvest apples in the orchard. Meanwhile, Professor Oak resumed observing the Pokémon's daily routines. It was early morning, and the ranch was bursting with life and energy. Dragonite and its partner Rotom were already hard at work organizing deliveries. The other Dragonite team members, each carrying sturdy backpacks, took to the skies one by one, flying off in various directions to fulfill their tasks. Naoki's lead Dragonite stood at the edge of the fields, calling forth clouds to summon rain. The gentle drizzle fell precisely over the farmland, nourishing the crops. In the fields, Dugtrio poked their heads up from the soft soil. As the rain fell and the fresh air surrounded them, the three heads shared a look of pure contentment. Nearby, a swarm of combi buzzed out of their hive. They flitted gracefully across the crops, spreading pollen to aid in pollination and collecting nectar to produce honey. It was a seamless system, a harmonious farmland ecological cycle in perfect motion. Using Dugtrio to till the land, Dragonite to water the crops, and Combi to assist with pollination. Fascinating, Professor Oak said, his enthusiasm bubbling over as he scribbled notes into his journal. After finishing its irrigation duties, the lead Dragonite let the rain clouds dissipate into the morning sky. Taking a well-deserved breath, the Dud trio quickly burrowed back into the earth with a synchronized shoop. Just then, Professor Oak noticed 3 Gagote emerging from the pen and slowly making their way toward the farmland. His curiosity was piqued. What are those Gagote up to? He muttered, watching closely. Before he could finish the thought, the answer became evident. The 3 Gagote reached the edge of the farmland and stood still. A second later, vibrant grass-type energy radiated from their sturdy forms, glowing with an intense emerald light. The entire area around the fields lit up, transformed into a stage of vivid green brilliance. The Gagote stood at the epicenter of this energy, channeling their strength to nurture the crops. Professor Oak. What's going on? Professor Oak stammered, wide-eyed. Is that grassy terrain? But something about this grassy terrain seemed vastly different from the one he knew. Before he could make sense of it, something even more shocking unfolded before his eyes. Under the surge of rich grass-type energy radiating from the Gagote trio, a carrot in the farmland began to grow at an astonishing speed, so quickly it was visible to the naked eye. Within moments, the carrot broke free from the soil and expanded until it was a massive, nearly 1 meter wide giant. What is this? Professor Oak gasped, his voice trembling as he stared at the gigantic carrot. Meanwhile, the 3 Gagote appeared completely unfazed. With a calm glance at their handiwork, they turned away and leisurely strolled back to the pen. There, they began munching on grass dumplings thoughtfully prepared by Naoki, completely undisturbed by the miraculous display they had just performed. Professor Oak, however, could no longer focus on observing Pokémon ecology. He rushed over to the farmland, eyes fixed on the enormous carrot sticking up out of the ground. Even the visible portion of the carrot, towering more than 1 meter high, was astonishing. He could only imagine how large the part still underground must be. Unable to contain his curiosity, Professor Oak decided to ask Naoki about the phenomenon. He looked around and spotted Naoki on the far side of the river, busy with something in the orchard. Realizing the distance was too great to shout, Professor Oak whipped out his Rotom phone and made a quick call. The call connected, and Professor Oak immediately pointed the camera at the giant carrot. Naoki, is this the power of the King of Bountiful Harvests? He asked in awe. Naoki, noticing the gigantic carrot in the video feed, raised his eyebrows in surprise. Another mutated crop had appeared on the ranch. Smiling, Naoki responded, "No, Professor Oak. That's actually the power of the Gagote. The grass-type energy they release while working the fields occasionally causes crops to mutate. That giant carrot you're seeing is one of the results. This is simply incredible." Professor Oak murmured, barely able to comprehend what he was witnessing. Initially, he had assumed that aside from the King of Bountiful Harvests and Koraidon, the other Pokémon on Naoki's ranch were just ordinary Pokémon. But now, it was clear that every single Pokémon here was exceptional. As he replayed the scene in his mind, Professor Oak realized something else. When the Gagote unleashed their grass-type energy, it was no ordinary display. It was powerful, bursting forth in an instant like a concentrated storm of life force. These Gagote weren't just any Pokémon. 3 champion-level Gagote, calmly working as dairy Pokémon to produce goat milk for the ranch. Professor Oak was speechless. Adding to this revelation, he thought of Dragonite, the reliable delivery Pokémon, Koraidon the guardian of the ranch, and Calyrex, who plays with his cell phone. This ranch was brimming with hidden talents. Professor Oak shook his head in disbelief, muttering to himself, "I've never seen a rancher like this before. The Paldea region really is full of incredible talents." Professor Oak muttered to himself, still marveling at the performance of the Gagote. After witnessing the amazing display, his curiosity about the other Pokémon on the ranch only deepened. Hanging up his call with Naoki, He grabbed his telescope and began to survey the area, eager to observe the Pokémon ecology in greater detail. Near the Gagote's sheepfold, a massive Arboliva stood tall in the grass, stretching its limbs to absorb the warm sunlight. Its majestic form resembled a grand, ancient tree swaying peacefully in the breeze. In front of the Pokémon house, a group of Miltank grazed leisurely on lush patches of grass. They looked entirely at ease, their tails swishing contentedly as they enjoyed their meal. On the open lawn, a collection of EV were scattered about, engaging in various playful activities. Some bounced around energetically, chasing one another in a lively game of tag. Others reclined on the soft grass, basking in the sunlight with half-closed eyes. A few lay on their backs, exposing their bellies to the fresh air, radiating pure relaxation. Nearby, 5 Garganacl were sitting together in a circle. Their sturdy, salt-covered bodies gleamed faintly under the sun as they listened intently to an alchemy standing before them. The alchemy appeared to be delivering an animated lecture, gesturing gracefully and punctuating her words with a cheerful mree every so often, while the Garganacl nodded along as though deep in thought. "Well, these Pokémon look fairly ordinary," Professor Oak murmured, feeling a sense of relief. Compared to the champion-level Gagote, these Pokémon seemed much more typical. For a moment, the tranquil and harmonious atmosphere put Professor Oak at ease. It seems not every Pokémon on this ranch is extraordinary, he thought. Just then, a young girl wearing the uniform of the prestigious Naranja Academy appeared at the ranch gate. Her name was Leah, and she had come to the ranch after reading intriguing rumors on her school's forum. Determined to challenge this seemingly extraordinary ranch, she had traveled here specifically to test her mettle. As soon as Leah arrived, she spotted Professor Oak. Mistaking him for Naoki, she approached with unshakable confidence and called out, "Mr. Naoki, I'm here to challenge you." Professor Oak blinked, startled by the sudden declaration. "A challenge?" Professor Oak quickly realized the misunderstanding and chuckled. Pointing toward the river where Naoki was busy working, he kindly explained, "Oh, you've got the wrong person. Naoki is over there. I'll call him over for you." Leah blushed as she realized her mistake. Bowing politely, she said, "Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it." Professor Oak smiled warmly. "You're very welcome," he said. Without missing a beat, he pulled out his Rotom phone and dialed Naoki. It didn't take long for Naoki to answer. After hearing about the situation, he immediately headed back to the ranch's entrance, accompanied by Karaden and Cyclizer. Naoki looked at the girl in her school uniform, his expression calm. He first washed his hands before asking, "So, you want to challenge one of the ranch's trials?" Leah, brimming with determination, replied enthusiastically, "That's right." Naoki tilted his head slightly. "How many gym badges have you collected so far?" Leah blinked, caught off guard. "Wait, I need gym badges to challenge the trial." Naoki nodded. "That's right. You need to have collected at least 6 badges to be eligible for the trials here. Whether or not you pass the trial depends on your own efforts." 6 badges. Leah's confidence wavered as embarrassment crept onto her face. "But I only have 4 badges right now. Mr. Naoki, could you make an exception? I came all the way from Mesagoza." Naoki gave her a helpless look. The trials here are designed to be very challenging, especially for trainers who haven't earned 6 badges yet. Even those who meet the requirement often struggle to pass. He continued, "To be honest, I'd recommend these trials for trainers who are either about to become gym leaders or already have gym leader level strength. Early on, they were manageable for newer trainers, starting with battles against Gagote. But as the Pokémon in the trials grew stronger, the gap in power became too great. Now, the trials aren't suitable for beginners." Leah sighed, her shoulders drooping. "I see. But is there really no trial here that I can attempt?" Her gaze remained hopeful. She had read on the forums that Naoki's ranch had several unique trials. Naoki was about to deny her again when a thought struck him. He smiled faintly. "Actually, there's one trial you can try, but it's very different from the others." Leah's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? What is it? It's called the metronome trial, Naoki explained. In this trial, trainers can only use Pokémon that know the move metronome. The battle rules are simple. Both sides can only attack using metronome. It's a test of pure luck. There are no strength requirements for this trial. If you have a Pokémon that knows the move, you're welcome to participate. Hearing this, Leah lit up with enthusiasm. She quickly reached for a Pokeball at her waist and said, "My Clefairy knows metronome. I'd love to give it a try." With a flash of light, her Clefairy appeared, its soft pink form radiating cuteness as it waved at everyone with its tiny hands. Naoki raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you want to participate in the metronome trial?" he asked, wanting to confirm her decision. Leah nodded firmly. "That's right. Once I earn more gym badges, I'll come back to challenge the other trials too." "All right then," Naoki said, a small smile playing on his lips. "I accept your challenge." Turning toward the ranch, he called out, "Alchemy, we've got a guest here to see you." A short while later, a cheerful Alchemy arrived riding atop a Garganacl. Her face lit up with excitement, and she greeted them with an eager mree. It seemed Alchemy had been looking forward to hosting her own trial, just like the Gagoed. Professor Oak, who had been observing from nearby, chuckled with interest. It appeared Naoki had set up various trials on the ranch for passing trainers to tackle. This wasn't a new concept. Professor Oak recalled how, in the past, people who organized such challenges were often referred to as venue leaders. Fascinating, Professor Oak said to himself. A trial based entirely on luck? He had never encountered such a concept before. Laughing heartily, he added, "In that case, I'll be your Clefairy, a fairy-type Pokémon. Its round, pink body and chubby cheeks give an adorable, star-like appearance. It has pointed ears, large, expressive eyes, and a small curl on its forehead. If it evolves into Clefable, those wings will grow larger and more majestic." Before the battle began, Professor Oak couldn't help but study the Clefairy with great interest. Perhaps it was his natural curiosity as a researcher that made him comment with a smile. A Clefairy, such a rare Pokémon. Clefairy were known to live quietly in serene mountain areas, usually in close-knit groups, and rarely made appearances in front of humans. However, on magical nights under a full moon, they would gather in large numbers to perform enchanting moonlit dances. Leah beamed with pride. "That's right. I'm so happy I got to meet my Clefairy." Hearing its trainer's affectionate words, the Clefairy let out a cheerful cry. "Clefairy, ha! It seems to like you very much." Professor Oak laughed heartily. Then, with a curious glint in his eye, he asked, "So, are you ready to begin the battle?" Leah and Clefairy both nodded with determined expressions, their eyes locking onto Naoki and Alchemy standing opposite them. Their gazes radiated an unwavering spirit. "Such energy," Naoki remarked with an amused smile. He couldn't help but note that many people and Pokémon in the Pokémon world seemed to wear their enthusiasm on their sleeves. Professor Oak raised his hand to address both sides, his voice clear and authoritative as he explained. "The Pokémon for this battle are Clefairy and Alchemy. The rules are simple. It's a one-on-one battle where only the move metronome can be used. The match ends when one Pokémon can no longer continue." Seeing both sides ready, Professor Oak raised his hand high before swiftly bringing it down. "Begin. Clefairy, use metronome," Leah commanded. "Alchemy, use metronome," Naoki echoed. At their trainer's orders, the two Pokémon waved their fingers rhythmically. A shimmering light enveloped their fingers as they focused their energy. After a few moments, the finger-waving stopped, and their chosen moves activated. What would it be? Professor Oak leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The first to act was Alchemy. Behind it, a radiant crescent moon appeared, surrounded by twinkling stars that created an ethereal, cosmic backdrop. The light from the stars and moon merged into Alchemy, infusing it with a mysterious aura. "It's cosmic power," Professor Oak exclaimed, immediately recognizing the move. Cosmic power enhanced both defense and special defense, giving Alchemy a solid edge right at the start of the battle. It seemed luck was on Alchemy's side. And Clefairy? Professor Oak turned his gaze to see green, blade-like leaves materializing around Clefairy. With a swift motion, the leaves shot forward, slicing through the air toward Alchemy. It's Razor Leaf, a grass-type move, quite effective if they all connect. The flurry of leaves struck Alchemy, but thanks to the defensive boost from Cosmic Power, the damage was minimal. The first round concluded, and both Pokémon remained ready for the next. Alchemy, use Metronome again. Naoki called. Marie. Alchemy responded enthusiastically. Not to be outdone, Leah called out, Clefairy, it's your turn. Use Metronome. Clefairy. The small Pokémon responded with equal energy. The intensity between the two Pokémon was palpable, their eyes locking in a clash of determination as they both waved their fingers again. This time, Clefairy acted first. It blew out countless shimmering bubbles that floated gently but purposefully toward Alchemy. Is that bubble? Professor Oak mused. Clefairy's luck is incredible today. It's used 2 offensive moves in a row. If this keeps up, Alchemy might be in trouble. But just before the bubbles reached Alchemy, something unexpected happened. A surge of energy erupted from Alchemy's body, forming a glowing, milky white barrier of light. When the bubbles collided with the barrier, they seemed to dissolve into nothingness upon contact. What kind of move is that? Professor Oak exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity. Professor Oak watched Alchemy closely, his mind racing to identify the move being used. Could it be a fighting type Aura Sphere? Or perhaps a psychic type Light Screen? Marie! Alchemy cried out, her creamy body trembling with intensity as she reached her limit. The next second, the glowing orb of light hovering around her surged upward, shooting straight into the sky. It ascended rapidly and paused high above the battlefield. Even Naoki appeared momentarily stunned, unable to determine the move at first glance. Suddenly, the orb burst into a brilliant display of light, releasing countless shining projectiles that scattered across the battlefield like a celestial fireworks show. The radiant bullets rained down with destructive force, dealing widespread damage to everything below. Boom! The projectiles struck the ground with deafening explosions, leaving deep craters in their wake. It resembled a meteor shower, both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Clefairy sensed the impending danger and darted about in a panic, desperately trying to evade the barrage. But this move was Judgment, a divine attack so expansive that Clefairy couldn't escape its range. Clefairy! Leah cried out. A brilliant light projectile struck Clefairy squarely with a loud thud. Letting out a pained cry, Clefairy stumbled before its eyes rolled back, and it collapsed in defeat. Seeing Alchemy execute such an extraordinary and unfamiliar move, Professor Oak stood frozen in awe. What incredible power! What kind of move is that? He exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. Judgment, Naoki murmured, the name surfacing in his mind. The move, exclusive to the legendary creator Pokémon Arceus, punished opponents with a divine rain of meteor-like light projectiles. Naoki hadn't expected Alchemy to channel that move again. It left him just as astounded as everyone else. However, amidst the chaos, a stray light projectile veered off course and plunged into the serene lake on the ranch. As it hit the water's surface, it activated a shimmering portal, tearing open a passage to the distortion world. Deep within this realm, Giratina, resting in eerie silence and half listening to Rotom's animated commentary, suddenly stirred. It sensed the unmistakable aura of Arceus. Its eyes snapped open, glowing with crimson fury, as its pupils locked onto the source of the energy. In the next instant, Giratina's massive form surged upward, breaking through the reflective lake's surface like an unstoppable force. Professor Oak, who had just begun recovering from a shock, opened his mouth to declare Clefairy unable to battle and end the match. But his words caught in his throat as his eyes widened in sheer terror. Bursting forth from the tranquil lake was a majestic and fearsome figure. Blood-red eyes gleamed menacingly, Its form exuded an air of cold, unyielding authority. Its towering, otherworldly presence was undeniable. It was Giratina, the legendary Pokémon of the Distortion world. Professor Oak immediately recognized the dragon. After all, it wasn't every day that you saw such a rare Pokémon, let alone one with a penchant for making appearances online. Giratina had even posted a selfie on the Pokémon forums before. Oh my goodness! Professor Oak gasped, struggling to process the surreal sight. He hadn't anticipated Giratina's sudden arrival. No, in hindsight, he should have foreseen this possibility. Professor Oak suddenly noticed something peculiar. Giratina had once mentioned that it was friends with Calyrex, and it had revealed that Calyrex learned how to use the Rotom phone because Naoki had taught him. By the same logic, Giratina, who also used the Rotom phone to browse the internet, must also be one of Naoki's Pokémon. It wasn't just Professor Oak who was shocked. Leah, too, was left speechless by the sudden appearance of such a legendary Pokémon. Giratina, meanwhile, surveyed its surroundings cautiously. It had sensed the aura of Arceus, which was why it had emerged from the Distortion world. But now, where was Arceus? Giratina's piercing, crimson gaze swept over the humans below, before finally settling on Naoki. Naoki shifted awkwardly under the intense stare. He hadn't expected Alchemy's judgment-like move to spook Giratina into thinking Arceus had arrived. Realizing there was no sign of Arceus, Giratina quickly understood its mistake. With a final glance at the humans below, it turned and dove back into the lake, vanishing into the portal that shimmered momentarily before closing behind it. Professor Oak and Leah remained frozen in place, staring at the spot where Giratina had disappeared. After what felt like an eternity, Professor Oak finally broke the silence. That Pokémon just now, was that Giratina? Naoki hesitated for a moment before answering. Yes, this is absolutely incredible, Professor Oak said, his voice filled with awe as he turned to look at Naoki. First, Calyrex, and now Giratina, not to mention your Dragonite and all the other rare Pokémon. You're truly an extraordinary trainer. Noticing the awe in Professor Oak's eyes, Naoki quickly waved a hand in protest. No, that Giratina isn't my Pokémon. We're just friends. Before anyone could ask more, Naoki gestured toward a nearby spot. Brother and DD approached carrying a bottle of freshly prepared goat's milk. He knelt beside Clefairy, gently offering it the revitalizing drink. Clefairy stirred after a few moments, opening its eyes and letting out a soft, Clefairy. Naoki smiled and turned back to Leah. Unfortunately, you didn't pass Alchemy's metronome trial this time. Leah, still recovering from the whirlwind of events, snapped back to reality. She recalled the breathtaking move Alchemy had used and couldn't hold back her curiosity. Mr. Naoki, what was that move? It was like nothing I've ever seen before. Naoki scratched his head thoughtfully. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. There are still many Pokémon and moves in the world that humans haven't discovered yet. It's possible that move belongs to a Pokémon we haven't identified. Leah nodded slowly, processing his words. I see. That makes sense. She turned to Naoki with a look of deep admiration. The rumors on the school forum were true. Mr. Naoki, Leah said quietly, you really are an incredible trainer. Not only had Naoki raised so many champion-level Pokémon, but he had also managed to befriend the legendary Giratina. Even the top champions might not stand a chance against him, right? At that moment, Leah completely agreed with the whispers on the school forum. Naoki was indeed the hidden boss of the Paldea region. Later that day, in the afternoon, Leah departed from the ranch. Before leaving, she turned back and declared, once I've earned all 6 badges, I'll return and challenge the official trial. Naoki watched as her figure gradually disappeared into the distance. With a small smile, he turned back toward the ranch, intending to fix the grass damaged by Alchemy's judgment. However, before he could take a step, a familiar voice called out behind him. Excuse me, is this Naoki Ranch? Both Naoki and Professor Oak turned toward the voice. Standing not far away was a tall woman dressed in a sleek black coat. Her long, golden hair shimmered in the afternoon sunlight, and her expression was warm and composed. She smiled as she looked at them. For a moment, both Naoki and Professor Oak were stunned. Professor Oak was the first to recover. "Miss Cynthia, why are you here?" Cynthia greeted Professor Oak with a gentle tone. "It's been a while, Professor Oak. I'm here today because I need to ask this trainer a few questions." Her gaze shifted to Naoki, her demeanor friendly and approachable. Despite her reputation as a reserved and formidable champion, there was no trace of coldness in her manner. "Naoki." It wasn't hard to guess why Cynthia had come. She had likely investigated the reports of Giratina venturing into the Sinnoh region, and how it may have traveled there through some unusual means, possibly involving the Rotom phone network. And, of course, she must have learned about Naoki's involvement in stopping Giratina. Naoki sighed internally as Cynthia and Professor Oak both turned their curious gazes toward him. Well, if they wanted to know, there was no avoiding it. Naoki decided he might as well take the opportunity to share what he knew about Giratina's legend. Naoki invited the two guests to his living room. Calyrex wasn't around at the moment, most likely out basking in the garden. Cynthia and Professor Oak seated themselves on the comfortable sofa, and Sister Indy D brought out cups of fragrant tea for the guests. "Giratina," Naoki said slowly, letting the name hang in the air as he organized his thoughts. He pondered where best to begin. Hearing him utter the name, Cynthia's icy blue eyes widened slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed her otherwise composed face. "Mr. Naoki, you seem to know why I'm here?" Cynthia asked, her tone polite but curious. Naoki smiled faintly. "If I'm not mistaken, you've likely investigated the connection between Giratina and me. That's why you came all the way to the Paldea region, to learn more about it, right?" Cynthia nodded slightly, acknowledging his perceptiveness. It wasn't surprising, whether in games or anime. Cynthia's character had always been deeply interested in mythology and history, often dedicating herself to studying ancient relics, myths, and legends. "Then please do share," Cynthia said graciously. Professor Oak, seated beside her, appeared eager and impatient, leaning forward slightly in anticipation. Noticing this, Naoki asked, "Do you both have some knowledge about genetics?" "Genetics?" Both Cynthia and Professor Oak blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift in topic. As a scholar of Pokémon, Professor Oak had some understanding of the field. Fossil revival technology, for instance, used genetic extraction to restore ancient Pokémon to life. Humans and Pokémon alike have genes, which are often referred to as the blueprints of life. Naoki began, his voice steady and deliberate. At their core, genes are composed of DNA, structured like two interwoven, spiraling chains. These chains contain opposing yet complementary information. The red chains created by Cyrus of Team Galactic in Sinnoh were based on this principle. By manipulating DNA-like energy, he was able to control Dialga and Palkia. Naoki glanced at his listeners to ensure they were following. This genetic chain is fascinating. Even if one strand breaks, it can restore itself using the information from its counterpart. Do you see what I mean? Professor Oak seemed lost in thought, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of his chair. Cynthia, too, wore a contemplative expression. "Time flows continuously in the real world," Naoki continued, "and space remains stable. But on the other side, the distortion world, time does not flow, and space is inherently unstable. The only constant there is Giratina." Professor Oak's eyes widened as realization struck. "Are you saying that the real world and the distortion world function like the two strands of DNA, interconnected and supporting one another to prevent either from collapsing?" Naoki nodded. "Exactly. Dialga represents time, Palkia represents space, and Giratina embodies the distortion world. The two worlds are intertwined and interdependent. If something happens to one, the other will inevitably be affected. This was demonstrated in the events of Giratina and the Sky Warrior. Is that really how it works?" Cynthia murmured, deep in thought. Her mind wandered to the murals of Celestic Town. The ancient paintings hinted at a hierarchy of Pokémon, depicting one above Dialga and Palkia. Was it Giratina? No, that couldn't be right. The Pokémon described in the mural didn't match Giratina's form at all. Could this mean there was a being even greater than Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia? A Pokémon that surpassed them all? Naoki noticed their thoughtful expressions and added, "What I've shared is based on my investigations into the distortion world and Giratina. These are my interpretations, but the truth may differ." Cynthia snapped out of her reverie and offered Naoki a warm smile. "Regardless, thank you very much for sharing this information. It's been incredibly enlightening. It all makes sense now," Professor Oak murmured, his face filled with disbelief. The relationship between Giratina and the gods of time and space, as well as the connection between the distortion world and the real world, were topics worthy of in-depth study. This newfound information made it clear that humanity had barely scratched the surface of the mysteries of the Pokémon world. "There's still so much out there waiting to be discovered," Professor Oak said, his voice tinged with wonder. Naoki smiled faintly and asked, "Is there anything else you'd like to know?" Cynthia glanced sideways, her mind drifting to the murals in Celestic Town. The ancient artwork depicted a Pokémon that seemed to be above Dialga and Palkia. Could Naoki possibly know something about this enigmatic figure? With curiosity guiding her, Cynthia decided to ask. "Mr. Naoki," she began, "is there another Pokémon, one not yet discovered by humans, that exists beyond Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina?" Naoki blinked in mild surprise at the question. Had Cynthia already started piecing together the clues about Arceus? He studied the Sinnoh champion for a moment, then decided there was no harm in sharing what he knew. "If I'm not mistaken," Naoki said carefully, "you're referring to a Pokémon called Arceus." Arceus. Cynthia and Professor Oak both repeated in unison, their attention instantly captivated by the name. Naoki nodded. "Yes, in Legends, Arceus is described as the creator Pokémon. It has been called many names throughout history. The god of creation, the great deity of Sinnoh." He paused before continuing, "According to what I've learned, when the world was first created, there was nothing. Arceus emerged and brought the first semblance of order by creating Dialga to control time and Palkia to govern space. From that moment, time began to flow and space stabilized." He gestured thoughtfully. "At the same time, Arceus created the distortion world, which Giratina governs. It serves as a counterpart and support to the material world we live in. Once the material world was established, Arceus created the Lake Guardians, Azelf, Mesprit, and Uxie, to give form to the spiritual world. Together, they represent knowledge, emotion, and willpower, combining spirit with matter to complete the balance of existence." As Naoki spoke, Cynthia's golden eyes sparkled with awe. These myths and legends, so deeply entwined with the origins of the world, were unlike anything she had encountered before. Naoki noticed her fascination and added, "The Sinnoh region isn't the only place with tales of Arceus. Many regions around the world have their own legends and relics tied to the creator Pokémon." Cynthia's curiosity deepened. "Where might I find such places?" she asked, her voice urgent but composed. Naoki could see her determination and pointed out a few notable locations. "The first is the ruins of Alf and the Sinjo ruins in the Johto region. It's said that the innermost part of these ruins holds secrets tied to the truth of creation, but only those who are chosen may find the path." "The truth of creation," Cynthia murmured, her heart racing with excitement. "Have you been there yourself?" Naoki nodded. "Yes, during my travels before settling here at the ranch, I visited the ruins of Alf. The experience was unforgettable. This was partially true. It aligned with his adventures in the games." He wasn't deceiving Cynthia, merely framing his knowledge in an understandable way. Cynthia committed the location to memory, already planning an investigation. "The second place," Naoki continued, "is the ancient town of Machina in the Sinnoh region. Its ruins date back thousands of years and hold significant ties to Arceus. Naoki hesitated briefly before elaborating. According to legend, Arceus was once betrayed and sealed underground by humans using a mercury trap. Gravely injured, it fell into a deep sleep in a void, harboring immense anger and waiting to awaken. When it does, it is said to seek retribution against humanity. Michina, Cynthia whispered, her expression serious as she etched the name into her thoughts. The third location, Naoki said, is Kalos region. There, I saw a tower, depicted as a structure built to honor Arceus. I've got all noted, Cynthia said, her tone brimming with determination. She looked as though she wanted to rush off immediately to investigate the 3 places Naoki had mentioned. True to her decisive nature, Cynthia didn't linger at the ranch. After gathering the information she needed, she stood and expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Naoki. I won't take up any more of your time. My next stop will be Michina in the Sinnoh region, she said. But as she thought further, she adjusted her plan. No, I should transit through the Johto region first, investigate the ruins of Ulf, and then head north back to Sinnoh, she decided internally. Naoki. So this was Cynthia's personality, direct and efficient. He didn't try to persuade her to stay, but offered her a simple farewell. I wish you the best of luck. Cynthia smiled faintly, the corners of her lips curving up gracefully. Before leaving, she added Naoki to her contacts on her Rotom phone. I'll reach out to you after I've investigated those myths, legends, and ruins, she said. Naoki nodded. Sound good. And with that, Cynthia departed. As he watched her leave, Naoki couldn't help but reflect. Despite being a champion with a regal demeanor often likened to an iceberg beauty, Cynthia was approachable and down-to-earth when discussing myths and legends. The contrast between her reputation and her actual personality caught him off guard, even though he had anticipated she would be respectful and kind. After all, people with noble and virtuous appearances often carried cold, distant personalities. Yet Cynthia was gentle, warm, and devoid of arrogance. I have to admit, Naoki thought with a smile, Cynthia is truly a captivating person. What's on your mind? Professor Oak's voice interrupted his thoughts. Naoki blinked, snapping back to reality. I was just thinking how different Cynthia is from what I expected. Professor Oak chuckled. Oh, Naoki elaborated. Doctor, don't you think it's unusual? Logically, someone like Cynthia, unfathomably strong and exuding such noble grace, would seem cold or difficult to approach. Understanding dawned on Professor Oak, and he laughed heartily. I see what you're getting at, but isn't it the same with you? Naoki raised an eyebrow. Me? Professor Oak gestured toward him. You're just as extraordinary, Naoki. You've raised Pokémon of incredible strength, yet you're here running a humble ranch instead of showing off your skills as a champion. On top of that, you welcome passing trainers and students, letting them train with your Pokémon. You're hardly arrogant yourself. Naoki. When phrased that way, it did seem true. Naoki smiled sheepishly. Just then, Professor Oak's Rotom phone rang. Pulling it from his pocket, he glanced at the screen before pressing the answer button. The next moment, a familiar face appeared on the video call. It's Ash, Professor Oak exclaimed. That's right. Ash grinned widely, holding up a badge case. Opening it, he revealed a gleaming badge. Pikachu and I just completed the Rustboro Gym Challenge and won the stone badge. That's great. Professor Oak nodded with a smile. There's still many badges left to collect before you have all 8. So keep up the hard work. When you participate in the Evergrande Conference, I'll come and cheer you on. Ash, filled with enthusiasm at the mention of the Evergrande Conference, clenched his fist and said, Yes, Pikachu and I will give it our all. Pika. Pikachu chimed in agreement. At that moment, Brock, who had been observing the background on Professor Oak's Rotom phone, noticed something unusual. The area around Professor Oak didn't resemble his lab in Pallet Town. Instead, it looked like a farm, with vast fields of crops and several unfamiliar Pokémon roaming nearby. Brock squinted, his curiosity piqued. Professor Oak, Are you on a business trip? Professor Oak chuckled. No, I'm visiting a friend here in the Paldea region. He adjusted the Rotom phone's camera, pointing it at Naoki, and introduced him to Ash and the group. This is Mr. Naoki, a very skilled trainer from the Paldea region. Naoki smiled as he saw Ash, Brock, and their companions, May and Max, on the screen. Waving, he greeted them warmly. Hello there. It was Naoki's first time meeting Ash, and he couldn't help but feel curious about the energetic protagonist he had heard so much about. Ash, always polite and cheerful, waved back. Hello, Mr. Naoki. I'm Ash from Palatown. Professor Oak laughed. Ash, if you ever get the chance, you should visit the Paldea region. There are many Pokémon here that you won't find in Kanto. Ash's eyes lit up at the mention of discovering new Pokémon. Really? That sounds amazing. I'll definitely visit when I get the chance. Professor Oak nodded, smiling at Ash's excitement. Good. For now, I'll be heading back to the lab soon. And as always, if you catch any new Pokémon during your journey, feel free to send them to me. I'll take care of them for you. Ash grinned. Thanks, Professor. I'll keep that in mind. With that, the call ended. Professor Oak lowered his Rotom phone and let out a nostalgic sigh. That boy is Ash. His father left home when he was young, so he grew up with just his mother. He smiled fondly as he continued. Ash has always been a bit reckless. When he was 5, he missed a summer camp because he overslept, and when he turned 10, he arrived late to pick his first Pokémon. By the time he got there, Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle had already been chosen by other trainers. All that was left for him was Pikachu. Naoki listened with interest as Professor Oak recounted Ash's early days. That boy has been traveling for quite a while now. Naoki listened quietly from the side. As he observed Professor Oak's thoughtful expression, a realization suddenly struck him. Professor Oak knew Ash. More precisely, he knew Ash even before Ash was born. When Professor Oak was a young man, he traveled through time with the help of Celebi. During that journey, he was transported to the future, where he met Ash. Together, they embarked on a thrilling adventure and worked to defeat a Pokémon hunter. Through that extraordinary experience, the two became close friends despite being separated by time and space. Could this be the reason why Professor Oak took such great care of Ash later in life? Naoki pondered this newfound insight. In his past life, many online jokes speculated about Professor Oak's kindness toward Ash, attributing it to his relationship with Ash's mother, Delia. But now, Naoki saw that wasn't the case at all. Looking at the kind and gentle Professor Oak standing before him, Naoki felt he finally understood. Oak's care for Ash came from their shared bond during that fateful journey. Perhaps even Ash's unique Pikachu was something that Professor Oak had specially prepared for him, knowing what lay ahead. After all, Professor Oak had already seen glimpses of the future. These thoughts led Naoki to ask, by the way, Professor Oak, why did you choose to build your research lab in Palatown? After all, Palatown was a small, quiet village in the Kanto region. Whenever Ash introduced himself during his travels, people often remarked on its remoteness, calling it a tiny place, or even saying they'd never heard of it. Professor Oak wasn't just any researcher. He was a renowned Pokémon professor and a top graduate of Celadon University. He could have chosen a more prominent location for his work. Hearing Naoki's question, Professor Oak paused for a moment, a nostalgic expression spreading across his face. He then answered softly, "That's because someone very important to me lives there. When I was a child, I made a promise to him that we'd meet again." Naoki watched as Professor Oak's mind seemed to drift to the past. His thoughts returned to a summer long ago, when he encountered a boy named Ash in a forest where the legendary forest guardian Celebi was said to dwell. Naoki smiled inwardly. His suspicions had been correct. That friend must have meant a lot to you, Naoki said. Professor Oak nodded with a warm smile. He and I shared a connection. Our temperaments were surprisingly similar. That's amazing, Naoki exclaimed. But new thought crossed Naoki's mind. Had Professor Oak moved to Palatown to keep his promise to Ash? Or had Ash met Professor Oak because Oak had already settled there? If we think about it, Naoki thought this might be a time loop. There was no beginning or end, knowing who came first or later. The two events were intertwined, cause and effect of one another. Because Professor Oak met Ash as a child, he chose to establish a research institute in Pallet Town. And because Professor Oak established his research institute in Pallet Town, Ash eventually met the young Professor Oak. March 1st, year 200 of the Alliance calendar, spring. After spending 6 days at the ranch, Professor Oak departed from the Paldea region, his luggage brimming with research data. Naoki accompanied him to the airport, riding atop Koraiden to see him off. Only after watching the professor board his plane did Naoki and Koraiden turn to make the journey back home. By the time Naoki returned to the ranch, the sun had dipped low in the sky, painting the horizon in hues of gold. The evening had arrived, and the Pokémon who had spent the day playing across the ranch now showed signs of fatigue. Yet, without Naoki home, they hesitated to retreat indoors. Instead, they formed a neat line under the eaves of the ranch, their curious eyes fixed on the gate, eagerly awaiting Naoki's return. As the minutes stretched on, some Pokémon began to nod off, their heads bobbing drowsily. When Naoki finally appeared, gliding across the grass on Koraiden's back, the sight before him made his heart melt. Under the soft glow of the setting sun, a small EV, half asleep, was the first to notice him. Its drowsy expression lit up in an instant. "Bowie," it called, its voice a joyful melody that broke the quiet. The call stirred the other Pokémon, who turned their heads toward the approaching pair. Spotting Naoki, they immediately perked up, their weariness forgotten. With excited cries, the Pokémon dashed toward him, their faces beaming with happiness. Naoki dismounted and was quickly surrounded by his companions, their eyes sparkling with joy and relief at his return. Seeing them so eager to welcome him home, warmth spread through Naoki's heart like a comforting fire. Smiling gently, he crouched down and began to pat their heads one by one, his voice soft and full of affection. "All right, everyone," he said, his tone soothing. "If you're tired, it's time to head inside and rest." His Pokémon, reassured by his presence, began to calm down. Some nuzzled his hand, while others yawned and stretched before heading toward the cozy warmth of the ranch house. As Naoki watched his Pokémon slowly make their way home, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude. This was more than just a ranch, it was a family. Next morning, after finishing his chores around the ranch, Naoki turned his attention to the giant carrot ripened by his Gagote. Like the giant watermelon that had grown before, this carrot was another colossal crop. It was orange-red, with a diameter of roughly 1 meter. The part of the carrot visible above the soil alone was more than 2 meters tall, making it hard to imagine its full size. After circling the field to inspect it, Naoki gave a command. "Koraiden, can you help me pull it out?" "Rayo," Koraiden responded enthusiastically, bounding over to the carrot. Wrapping its powerful arms around the massive vegetable, it gave a firm tug. With a single mighty pull, Koraiden uprooted the giant carrot and carried it over to Naoki. "Well done," Naoki praised with a grin. As he examined the carrot, details about it surfaced in his mind. Giant carrot, a unique crop bursting with nutrients. Highly favored by certain Pokémon and ideal for crafting food. If anyone on the ranch loved carrots the most, it would undoubtedly be Calyrex. With an idea forming in his mind, Naoki quickly came up with a plan. Leaving such a massive carrot to sit unused would be wasteful. It would spoil eventually. Instead, he decided to hollow out the carrot, using its flesh to make carrot puree and carrot cakes. The remaining shell could be repurposed into a whimsical carrot-shaped playhouse for smaller Pokémon like Eevee to enjoy. Without hesitation, Naoki got to work. He carefully scooped out the carrot flesh using a spoon and a knife, saving the pieces for later. Once the inside was hollowed out, he enlisted Koraiden to load the remaining shell onto his pickup truck. Hopping into the driver's seat, Naoki set off for Kelly's workshop. Naoki remembered seeing her expertly preserve pumpkins to create lanterns that stayed fresh for months. He figured she could use the same method to treat the carrot shell. The drive to Kelly's cabin was about 10 minutes. Pulling up in front of her workshop, Naoki found Kelly busy with carpentry work near the door. Kelly looked up, surprised to see him. Naoki? What brings you here today? Naoki and Koraden unloaded the giant carrot from the truck as Naoki explained his plan. I was hoping you could help turn this into a carrot house for the Pokémon at my ranch. Kelly studied the enormous carrot, nodding in understanding. She wasn't particularly shocked. After all, she'd seen the giant watermelon from Naoki's ranch before. Now that she thought about it, these oversized crops were probably the work of Calyrex. No problem, Kelly replied. It'll take me about 3 days. Great. I'll come back to pick it up then, Naoki said, nodding. After paying for the service, he was about to leave when he remembered something else he needed to do: ordering construction materials. He had plans to build an expedition guild inside the World Tree. It was now March in the 200th year of the Alliance calendar. In just 4 more months, the World Tree would reach its full size. Though the tree's growth was ongoing, the ecosystem within it had already stabilized. The vast interior spaces and flourishing environment made it the perfect place to establish a base. Naoki vividly remembered exploring the area with his Pokémon. One space in particular stood out: a wide, open field surrounded by forests and lakes. It was ideal for building the expedition guild he envisioned. However, there was one glaring problem. Naoki had no experience with construction. Building an entire guild, complete with multiple buildings, was far beyond his abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Naoki turned his attention to Kelly. Kelly noticed his expression and tilted her head slightly. What's wrong? Is there something else you need? Naoki nodded, his tone serious. Yes, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Surprised by his seriousness, Kelly raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? I need help constructing some facilities. But the location isn't the ranch. It's somewhere else, Naoki explained. Kelly looked puzzled. Are you planning to open a second ranch? Naoki smiled faintly. Not exactly. You'll understand once you see it. Come with me. 10 minutes later, Kelly found herself standing in the distortion world. Floating islands stretched across a vast expanse of fractured sky, and below her lay an endless void. Her eyes widened in shock. Oh my goodness, she murmured, her voice trembling. What is this place? Naoki, standing beside her, replied calmly, This is the distortion world, Giratina's domain. He gestured toward a nearby sky island, where a colossal tree loomed. Giratina was absent from the scene, likely off patrolling its territory or knowing its peculiar habits, scaring people on the Pokémon forum through its rotom phone. Giratina, Kelly exclaimed, a massive metaphorical exclamation mark hovering over her head. Are you talking about the legendary Pokémon? The one that surfs the internet using rotom? That's right, Naoki confirmed with a nod. He didn't linger on the topic, instead directing her attention to the enormous tree in the distance. Do you see that big tree over there? Kelly turned to look and gasped. The tree was unlike anything she'd seen before. Massive, otherworldly, and imposing. That's where I'd like you to build the facilities, Naoki continued. Think of it like the Pokémon Tavern back at the ranch, but designed for the Pokémon who'll live here. He elaborated further. The tree is something I planted a while back. It's special. Though it looks solid from the outside, it's hollow on the inside. I plan to transform its interior into an ecological haven for the Pokémon from the ranch, a place they can explore and enjoy. As Naoki spoke, a shadow passed overhead. Giratina returned, its massive form descending with an aura of authority. Its sheer presence was overwhelming, and its crimson eyes scanned the scene with calm intensity. Kelly immediately recognized it. That's Giratina, she whispered, her voice shaky. The legendary Pokémon landed on the nearby Sky Island, its piercing gaze landing on Naoki and Kelly. There was a moment of silence as it tilted its head, clearly curious about the visitors. Naoki stepped forward and addressed Giratina. This is Kelly, a skilled craftsperson I've hired. She'll be working here for a while, helping to construct the facilities on the tree. Giratina seemed to consider this for a moment. Then, with a slow, deliberate nod of its massive head, it returned to its resting place on the Flower Sky Island, curling up peacefully. Naoki smiled at Kelly. All set. You can work here without any worries. Kelly. She glanced at Naoki, her perception of him shifting dramatically. Who could have imagined that their humble, hard-working, and unassuming neighbor was someone so extraordinary? Not only had he befriended Calyrex, but he also had a close relationship with the legendary Giratina and could come and go from its domain as he pleased. At that moment, Kelly felt an invisible but insurmountable divide between herself and Naoki, a barrier of sheer awe and mystery. Naoki noticed the look in Kelly's eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you?" Kelly murmured, "I'm just so shocked." After a moment, she composed herself. Looking into Naoki's eyes, she asked, "As always, I'll keep Giratina's presence here secret, right?" Naoki nodded with a grateful smile. "Thank you. I appreciate it." Kelly took a deep breath and returned to her usual composed demeanor. Shifting her gaze to the towering tree in the distance, she asked, "So, what exactly do you want to build there?" Naoki led Kelly to the top of the world tree. What greeted them was a vibrant, picturesque landscape. The fertile soil gave rise to lush grass, and a serene lake shimmered amidst the dense woods. Mist hovered gently over the water, giving the area an enchanting, almost otherworldly feel. Moss-covered trees framed the lake, their branches adorned with green vines that swayed in the soft breeze. "This place is stunning," Kelly murmured, captivated by the view. Naoki smiled softly and gestured toward the greenery beneath their feet. "This is the spot. By the way, Kelly, have you ever played role-playing games?" Kelly blinked in surprise before recalling the medieval fantasy games she'd tried on a Rotom phone. She nodded. "I've played a few. Why do you ask?" "In those games, there's usually a guild, a place where players can take on quests and tasks from a bulletin board," Naoki explained. "I want to build something similar here. A guild, complete with facilities like a bar and a bulletin board." Kelly tilted her head slightly, puzzled. "So, you're planning to create a role-playing setting for Pokémon?" Naoki continued, "In addition to the guild, I'd like to add Pokémon taverns, cafes, restaurants, warehouses for berries and supplies, item shops for selling useful tools, hospitals for treating injuries, and, of course, places for Pokémon to rest and sleep." Kelly, was Naoki really planning to play house with his Pokémon? Seeing her expression, Naoki smiled and reassured her, "I know it sounds elaborate, but I think it'll be perfect for the Pokémon." Kelly sighed softly but nodded. "All right, no problem." She glanced around, memorizing the environment and layout. "I'll start drafting designs this afternoon. Once the plans are ready, I'll bring them to your ranch for approval. With so many facilities to construct, this will be a large project. Are you in a rush to have it completed?" Naoki shook his head. "Not at all. The World Tree still had a few months before it would reach its full size, so there was no immediate pressure to finish construction." "Got it," Kelly replied, thinking carefully. "I'll have the blueprint ready for you tomorrow. The materials we have on hand won't be enough, so I'll need to source additional supplies from elsewhere. Once everything is in place, we'll begin construction." "Sounds good to me," Naoki said, nodding in agreement. With their discussion concluded, the two left the distortion world, and Naoki drove Kelly back to her workshop. On his way back to the ranch, Naoki began mentally assigning roles to his Pokémon for the Expedition Guild. The NDD siblings, who served as caretakers for the ranch, were too busy managing things there to move to the World Tree. That meant Naoki needed other Pokémon to take on the responsibilities at the guild. For the Pokémon Tavern, the first candidate that came to mind was Oranguru, a highly intelligent Pokémon known for its resourcefulness and ability to use tools like a human. With its clever nature and calm demeanor, Oranguru was the perfect choice to run the tavern. In the Pokémon anime, there's a cafe deep in the forest run entirely by this Pokémon. It specializes in crafting delicious juice from berries. Inspired by this idea, Naoki began planning roles for the cafe and restaurant at the World Tree. For the Pokémon Cafe, he decided to enlist Shuckle as the barista. Meanwhile, the Pokémon restaurant would be led by Mr. Mime as the chef. Naoki fondly remembered Mr. Mime in Ash's house. The Pokémon was incredibly skilled, not only adept at cleaning, but also an expert in preparing a variety of delectable dishes. It was the perfect combination of housekeeping and culinary talent. Naoki had already assigned responsibility for the item shop to Palmot's parents. As for the Pokémon hospital, dedicated to treating the injured, Naoki's mind turned to several Pokémon renowned for their medical assistance skills. He envisioned Chansey, Blissey, Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff, and Comfey, all commonly recognized as nurse assistants in the Pokémon world. These Pokémon could often be seen helping Nurse Joy in Pokémon centers across various regions. In addition to these helpers, Naoki thought of Clefable, a Pokémon capable of assisting with simple medical tasks. Clefable's acute hearing, said to be so sharp it could detect the sound of a needle dropping from a kilometer away, made it ideal for responding quickly to patients' needs. However, many of the Pokémon Naoki envisioned didn't reside in the Paldea region. To recruit them, he would need to venture to other regions. Unfortunately, leaving the ranch wasn't an option for Naoki at the moment. He didn't want to risk his Pokémon feeling lonely in his absence. After some thought, Naoki pulled out his Rotom phone and forwarded the recruitment tasks to the Hero Expedition team, who were traveling in distant lands. Far away in the Hoenn region, in a sprawling green forest of the Hoenn region, 3 Pokémon from the Hero Expedition team were resting in a clearing. They shared ripe berries with a group of wild Pokémon under the shade of towering trees. Suddenly, Rotom's phone buzzed to life and floated into the air. "A new commission has been received, Rotom." Rotom chirped. "Mew, Mew," sitting among the group, blinked curiously at the phone. Beside it, Teddiursa and Zapdos turned their attention to the Rotom phone. Rotom quickly organized Naoki's requests on the screen before reading the details aloud. Commission number 3, Recruitment Mission. Objective: with the construction of an expedition guild, cafe, restaurant, and other facilities underway at the World Tree, new Pokémon staff are needed. Details: search for Pokémon with an interest in mixing berry juice and running a cafe. Invite them to join the World Tree team. Commission 4, Recruit Mr. Mime. Commission details: this Pokémon excels in household chores and cooking. It is capable of preparing meals for the expedition team at the Pokémon restaurant. If you encounter a Pokémon with a passion for cooking, invite it to the World Tree to join the team. Commission 5, Recruit a Fire-type Pokémon. Commission details: cooking and lighting bonfires both require the ability to produce fire. A Fire-type Pokémon is essential for these tasks. If you encounter a Fire-type Pokémon during your travels that is interested in settling at the World Tree, extend an invitation for them to join the community. Commission 6, Recruit Doctor and Nurse-type Pokémon. Commission details: the Pokémon hospital at the World Tree is still in need of a few nurses and doctors. If you come across kind-hearted Pokémon such as Chansey, Happiny, Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff, or Comfey, invite them to join the hospital staff to help care for Pokémon in need. Commission 7, Recruit Pokémon for farming, cultivating, and watering. Commission details: a flourishing farm is being established at the World Tree, and Pokémon with farming skills are needed. Encounter Pokémon adept at cultivating crops, farming, or watering plants. Invite them to settle at the World Tree. Suggested Pokémon: for cultivating crops, grass-type Pokémon Lilligant, Chikorita, Sunflora, or Rosalia. For farming, ground-type Pokémon Diglett, Dugtrio, Mudsdale, Sandslash, Torterra, or Excadrill. For watering, water-type Pokémon Squirtle, Poliwag, Froakie, or Marill. After sending out the message, Naoki couldn't help but feel like an NPC assigning quests in a role-playing game. But since the Pokémon who would live on the World Tree in the future were closely tied to the Heroes Expedition team, it made sense to let Bear and Mew handle inviting them. After all, they were all good friends, living happily together, farming, and embarking on adventures as a community. Just imagining that kind of life filled Naoki with warmth. By the time Naoki returned to the ranch, it was already noon. He washed his hands and began preparing lunch for all the Pokémon. Today's menu was as plentiful as ever. Grilled steaks, steamed sea bass, paella, fresh vegetable salads, sandwiches, nutritious poke blocks for energy, and delightful after-meal snacks. The meal was nutritionally balanced and catered to the preferences of every Pokémon on the ranch. Booyee! Booyee! Naoki heard excited cries coming from the living room. When he looked over, he saw several EVs chasing each other around the sofa, their tails wagging in playful delight. In their frenzy, one EV accidentally stepped on Koraidon's tail. Koraidon, who had been resting with its eyes closed, opened its golden eyes, startled. Yet, instead of backing off, the mischievous little EV began to dart around Koraidon playfully. Koraidon let out a resigned sigh. "Rayo, they're not scared of you anymore." Naoki chuckled as he carried the food into the dining room. When the EVs first encountered Koraidon, they were terrified. Over time, however, they realized it wasn't as fierce as it appeared and rarely lost its temper. Gradually, their fear turned into bold playfulness. "Rayo," Koraidon let out another sigh, clearly giving in to its fate as the EV's favorite playmate. The moment Naoki entered the room, the EVs quickly shifted their attention to him, crowding around and chirping excitedly. "Bui," Naoki raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's going on?" Rotom's phone hovered over to translate. "The EVs are asking, can we evolve into stronger EV-volutions now?" "Rotom, oh, you all want to evolve?" Naoki glanced around, but didn't spot any of the evolved EVs in the room. The Water Dash, Fire Dash, and Electric-type EV-volutions, along with Glacian and Umbreon, preferred spending time outdoors and were likely playing with Alchemy and the others in the pasture. The three unevolved EVs nodded enthusiastically, chirping, "EV." One of them even puffed up its chest, tried to show off its strength. Naoki smiled wryly. Indeed, it had been about 7 months since the EVs hatched, and they had grown significantly. "All right, after lunch, I'll help you with your evolutions," Naoki agreed. The EVs erupted into joyful cries, bouncing around in excitement. Meanwhile, one EV sat quietly nearby, seemingly uninterested in evolving. It was Naoki's partner, EV, and it had chosen not to evolve, believing it could be just as strong in its current form. After all, Naoki often said that a partner EV had its own unique strength. It could unleash the incredible Extreme EVA Boost, a move that drew upon the power of all its potential evolutions. Once he calmed the excited EVs, Naoki carried the remaining dishes into the dining room. He stood under the eaves of the ranch and whistled loudly toward the pasture. In no time, a lively group of Pokémon came running back from every corner of the ranch. They gathered at their food bowls, happily digging into the delicious meal Naoki had prepared. Later that afternoon, far away in the Hoenn region, deep within a forest known as the Petalburg Woods, the scene was one of serene beauty. This dense forest was home to towering trees and a diverse range of Pokémon. In its center had once stood an ancient, colossal tree. However, it had fallen recently due to its extreme age. A Pokémon called Trico, which once built its nest around a giant tree, lost its home when the tree fell. The 3 Pokémon from the Great Hero Expedition team received this news from a wild Beautifly and rushed to the scene to see if they could help the Trico. Upon arrival, Mew and Teddiursa saw the colossal, withered tree lying on the ground, lifeless. "Mew, Teddy." Looking at the fallen tree, the Pokémon felt a pang of sorrow. Mew couldn't help but think of the World Tree back at Naoki's ranch. Would the World Tree someday meet the same fate? Would they, like the Trico, lose their home too? Mew didn't know. Teddiursa didn't know. Even Zapdos didn't have an answer. After some hesitation, the 3 Pokémon decided to contact Naoki for advice. When the video call connected, Naoki's face appeared on Rotom's phone screen. Mew and Teddiursa pressed their little faces together, looking at him earnestly. "Mew, Naoki, will the World Tree wither in the future?" Rotom translated their question, and Naoki's expression turned to one of surprise. "Of course not," Naoki assured them. "As long as this world doesn't perish, the World Tree will never wither." "Did something happen?" Mew and Teddiursa nodded and stepped aside to show Naoki the fallen tree in the forest. Naoki immediately understood the situation. "I see. Don't worry. That kind of thing won't happen to the World Tree. he reassured them. Hearing this, Teddiursa and Mew let out sighs of relief. Naoki was about to say more when he noticed movement behind the two Pokémon. Several figures darted through the bushes, and with a sharp whistle of air, several razor-sharp leaves flew past Zapdos's legs. "There's danger," Naoki warned quickly. The three Pokémon immediately sprang into action and began scanning the surroundings. Naoki soon spotted several green figures perched on nearby branches. Trico, wild Trico, native to the Hoenn region. Mew, Teddiursa, and Zapdos quickly noticed them too. Teddiursa stepped forward to negotiate. Teddy, we're a traveling expedition team. We mean no harm." Despite Teddiursa's explanation, the Trico continued to watch them warily from the trees. Naoki quickly pieced together the situation. "This is their territory," he explained. "To them, you're intruders. Pokémon like Trico are known to fiercely defend their homes and intimidate anyone who gets too close. They're guardians of the forest." Judging by the earlier flying leaf attack, it seemed more like a warning shot than a full assault. If the Trico had intended to attack, they wouldn't have missed. Mew floated closer and spoke gently. "Mew, we heard from other Pokémon that the giant tree here fell, so we came to see if we could help." Zapdos, however, spread its wings, causing a loud crackling sound as electricity coursed through its feathers. This startled the Trico, who tensed up defensively. Suddenly, a deeper voice called out from the forest. The Trico paused and turned toward the sound. An older Sceptile emerged from the foliage, its movements deliberate and calm. The younger Trico quickly leapt down to stand by its side. The Sceptile looked at Mew and Bear Cub. "Sep, you say you're here to help us." Mew and Teddiursa nodded vigorously. Teddy, that's right. We're the Great Hero Expedition Team, traveling the world to help Pokémon in need." The Sceptile glanced back at the fallen tree. "Sep, but this tree is already dead. It was too old to survive." Hearing this, Mew and Teddiursa looked distressed. Mew floated closer to the massive tree and attempted to channel its power to revive it. However, its efforts failed. This left the Pokémon feeling helpless, unsure of what they could do next. Unwilling to give up, Teddiursa declared resolutely, Teddy, there must be a way." "Excuse me." Naoki's calm voice came through Rotom's phone screen. All the Pokémon turned toward the sound, and the Trico finally noticed the human figure inside the strange device. Naoki addressed the group. "Teddiursa, see if you can find seeds from the fallen tree nearby. If you can, Calyrex can help revive it." Hearing this, Mew and Teddiursa's eyes lit up with excitement. The two Pokémon quickly flew to the fallen tree, carefully rummaging through branches and debris to find any intact seeds. Soon, Teddiursa let out a triumphant cry, holding up a tree seed it had found. "Well done," Naoki encouraged. "Next, dig a hole in the open space and bury the seed there." Teddiursa nodded and began digging with its small paws, working diligently under the watchful gaze of the Trico. Before long, it had dug a neat hole about 10 centimeters deep. Teddiursa carefully placed the seed inside and gently covered it with soil. Back at the ranch, Naoki turned to Calyrex. "Can you help them?" he asked. Calyrex nodded, its calm demeanor reflecting its immense power. Once, it had accelerated the growth of crops on Naoki's ranch, and with its current strength, this task was child's play. Calyrex closed its eyes, focusing on the seed's location far away. Its power surged, activating the buried seed. Suddenly, a miraculous transformation began. The once buried seed sprouted rapidly, breaking through the soil as a tender green sapling. The Trico, watching closely, gasped in shock. Before they could fully process what was happening, the sapling grew again, its trunk thickening and branches spreading. In a matter of moments, the once empty space now held a magnificent, towering tree, its canopy stretching high above the forest. The Trico stood frozen, their wide eyes reflecting awe. Mew and Teddiursa cheered joyfully beneath the tree. "Teddy, now everything's okay again." Mew, now the Trico have a home again. Naoki, observing the scene through Rotom's phone, couldn't help but chuckle at the wide-eyed expressions of the Trico. He thought back to another Trico, Ash's starter Pokémon from the Hoenn region. That Trico had evolved into a Sceptile, earning an impressive record in battle. It had even defeated Darkrai during the Sinnoh League, a feat few Pokémon could achieve. Although it eventually lost to Latios, Sceptile's performance was nothing short of legendary. Reflecting on these memories, Naoki considered how fulfilling the Hero Expedition team's daily life must be, traveling the world and helping Pokémon in need. He was about to continue watching when a knock at his door interrupted him. Trusting that Teddiursa, Mew, and Zapdos were fine, Naoki ended the call and went to answer the door. Standing outside was Mayor Thomas. "Good afternoon, Naoki." Thomas greeted warmly. "Good afternoon, Mayor Thomas." Naoki returned the greeting. "What brings you here today?" The mayor nodded with a thoughtful expression. "The spring fishing contest is happening the day after tomorrow. Are you planning to participate this year?" Spring fishing contest. Hearing those words, Naoki's mind wandered to thoughts of the paella he had enjoyed recently. One of the benefits of the dish, paella, was that it increased the eater's chance of catching rare fish. All right, Naoki thought. Since he didn't have anything pressing to do, he might as well join the competition and have some fun. Mayor Thomas smiled with satisfaction. "That's wonderful. The fishing enthusiasts in town have been wanting to challenge you. You haven't participated in the past 2 competitions, so this time they specifically came to me to see if you'd join." Naoki. It suddenly all made sense to him. When he first started the ranch, Naoki caught a large batch of fish with the help of Koraidon. The townsfolk assumed all those fish were caught by him. To the people of Kosaji Town, Naoki was a fishing legend with unparalleled skill, a veritable fishing master. His supposed prowess had become a local legend. Naoki sighed inwardly at the misunderstanding. Mayor Thomas was beaming. "The competition will be held at Casaroya Lake, starting at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Show them your incredible fishing skills." Naoki. It seemed that he would have to prepare paella again. Meanwhile, in the forest of the Hoenn region, to express their gratitude to the Hero Expedition team, the Trico held a feast under the newly grown giant tree. They gathered fresh berries from the forest and arranged them neatly in a celebratory banquet. Sceptile approached Teddiursa and handed it a large, ripe berry. "Sep, you're incredible. You gave this giant, withered tree a new life." Teddiursa accepted the berry happily and shook its head. "Teddy, that's all thanks to Naoki and Calyrex." "Naoki? Calyrex?" Sceptile looked curious. Was Naoki the human it saw on the device? Teddiursa nodded enthusiastically. Teddy, Naoki is Naoki, the best human in the world. Calyrex is an amazing Pokémon who lives with everyone at the ranch." Mew floated over, joining the conversation. "Mew, that's right. The ranch is wonderful." Sceptile tilted its head. "Sep, ranch?" Teddiursa's eyes lit up as it explained. Teddy, yes, that's our home. There's an enormous tree there called the World Tree, and Naoki is building all sorts of fun things around it. As it talked about the World Tree, Teddiursa suddenly remembered the commission Naoki had given the Hero Expedition team. Looking at the group of Trico, Teddiursa's excitement grew. These Pokémon were grass types, weren't they? With a bright expression, Teddiursa issued an invitation. Teddy, the World Tree is massive. Naoki is planning to build an expedition guild, a Pokémon tavern, a farm, and even a restaurant there. Would you like to come and live with us? It would be so much fun if everyone lived together. After seeing off Mayor Thomas, Naoki returned to his room to make another video call. He was pleased to see that the Hero Expedition team had successfully completed their mission. Through the Rotom phone screen, Naoki observed a group of wild Trico hosting a banquet under the newly grown giant tree, celebrating and expressing their gratitude to the 3 Pokémon from the expedition team. What surprised Naoki, however, was when 3 young Trico suddenly stepped forward and approached Mew and Teddiursa. Just as Naoki began to wonder what was happening, Teddiursa happily explained. Ursa, These Trico want to accept our invitation and live on the world tree. Naoki blinked in surprise. Was it really this easy to invite 3 of the starter Pokémon from the Hoenn region? Was this how the Hero Expedition team usually recruited Pokémon to live on the world tree? Naoki found the process amusing and couldn't help but ask, "What did you say to them?" Teddy Ursa eagerly replied, Ursa, I told them all about the World Tree and the Expedition Guild. They got really curious about the Pokémon restaurant and cafe being built there and wanted to check it out." Hearing this, Naoki nodded in understanding. These must be Trico with curious and adventurous spirits. Trico are known for their calm and composed nature, which makes them ideal for roles requiring patience and precision. Naoki gladly welcomed their decision to join the World Tree community. After the banquet concluded, the 3 Trico said heartfelt goodbyes to their tribe. Mew and Teddy Ursa placed them into Pokeballs, and Zapdos transported them back to the ranch. Naoki watched the entire process via video. He gazed at Zapdos soaring high into the sky and thought that, at its speed, it would likely arrive in the Paldea region by noon the next day. In the afternoon, Naoki focused on evolving the EV on his ranch. At present, the ranch already had Glaceon, Umbreon, Vaporeon, Flareon, and Jolteon. The missing evolutions were Leafeon, Espeon, and Sylveon to complete the EV army. Under the bright afternoon sun, Naoki asked the unevolved EV, excluding his partner EV, to line up on the grass. The 3 EV obediently sat in a row, their adorable faces glowing with anticipation. Other Pokémon, including Palmot, Alcremie, Ogerpon, and Cyclizer, gathered nearby, curious to watch the evolution process. "So who wants to go first?" Naoki asked, looking at the 3 EV. Bui, the EV on the far left, immediately raised its little paw. Naoki smiled and asked, "You want to evolve into Leafeon, right?" The EV eagerly nodded, its soft voice calling out, "Bui, Bui." Evolving into Leafeon was simple. It only required a leaf stone. Naoki had prepared the leaf stone in advance for this very moment. He reached into a small box and retrieved a green stone etched with a leaf pattern, its surface glowing faintly. The other EV turned their wide eyes toward the leaf stone, instinctively sensing its power. Their genetic instincts told them that contact with the stone would transform them into something new. "First, let's remove the Everstone necklace," Naoki said, crouching down. He carefully unclasped the necklace from the EV's neck before placing the leaf stone in front of it. Bui, the EV gazed at the stone, hesitated for a moment, then extended its tiny paw to touch the leaf stone. As soon as EV touched the leaf stone, a dazzling light burst forth from its body. In the radiant glow, EV's form began to change rapidly. When the light faded, a brand new Pokémon with a green body and the fresh scent of grass stood proudly. Leafeon was born. Naoki nodded in satisfaction. The evolution had gone smoothly, and now it was time for the next EV to step forward. "Next is Espeon, right?" Naoki asked, turning to the second EV in line. The EV nodded softly, its voice a gentle, "EV, all right, let's see what we can do to help you evolve." Naoki tapped his chin in thought. Unlike Leafeon, evolving into Espeon required more specific conditions. Not only did the friendship level with the trainer need to be high, but the evolution also had to occur during the daytime. Naoki glanced at the EV. Was the friendship level high enough? He was fairly confident it was. After all, he had raised these EV since they hatched and had spent nearly every moment with them at the ranch. Deciding to test it, Naoki removed the Everstone necklace from the EV. Warm sunlight bathed the Pokémon, but nothing happened. "It looks like the conditions for evolution aren't quite met yet," Naoki muttered with a hint of disappointment. If only rare candies existed in this world, he could simply feed one to EV and speed up the process. But since that wasn't an option, Naoki decided to go with the traditional approach. "Cyclizer," Naoki called out. "Rah!" Cyclizer immediately trotted over. Naoki patted Cyclizer's head and explained, "I need you to do something for me." Train with this EV as its sparring partner, help it improve its skills, and gain experience. Can you do that? Cyclizer puffed out its chest and replied confidently, "Rah." Cyclizer and EV moved to a nearby area to begin their training while Naoki turned his attention to the third EV. This EV, hoping to evolve into Sylveon, gazed up at Naoki with its big, round eyes full of anticipation. Naoki asked, "Have you learned baby doll eyes yet?" The EV hesitated before responding guiltily. Naoki sighed. Long ago, he had tasked Alchemy with teaching baby doll eyes to the EV, but it seemed the little Pokémon had been slacking off. Naoki shook his head with a smile and lightly poked the EV's forehead. Then he called out, "Alchemy." "Marie." Alchemy appeared promptly. "Can you demonstrate baby doll eyes for EV again?" "EV, make sure you're paying attention this time," Naoki said firmly. "Oui." The EV nodded quickly, eager to learn. Alchemy stepped forward and took on the demeanor of a patient teacher. Despite its smaller size compared to some of the other Pokémon on the ranch, Alchemy exuded a sense of authority, much like a big sister. "Marie." Alchemy began to demonstrate, focusing its gaze intently. Naoki noticed the faint pink glow that shimmered in Alchemy's eyes, a sign of its fairy-type energy activating during the move. The effect was immediate. EV, caught in the soft gaze of baby doll eyes, appeared momentarily dazed, its small body swaying slightly. After a few moments, EV shook its head vigorously, snapping out of its trance. "Did you catch that?" Naoki asked. "Oui." The EV nodded enthusiastically. "Huh, that was quick." Naoki couldn't help but feel a little surprised. "Why don't you give it a try?" EV nodded eagerly, mimicking Alchemy by holding its breath and focusing all its energy on widening its eyes. However, instead of successfully using baby doll eyes, EV accidentally went cross-eyed. Naoki, the other EV, who had been observing, thought its companion looked ridiculous. It couldn't help but sigh internally. This was supposed to be easy. The partner EV, who had already mastered baby doll eyes, decided to step forward to demonstrate. With a confident shout of "Bew Bew," it executed the move perfectly, causing a faint pink glow to shimmer in its eyes as it locked its gaze on the struggling EV. The partner EV then turned and sighed dramatically. "Boo." The sigh seemed to say, "You're so hopeless. I already mastered it." This show of competence made the struggling EV feel even more embarrassed. Tears welled up in its eyes as it let out a distressed cry and bolted away from the group. Naoki, the partner EV, tilted its head in confusion, its innocent eyes silently asking, "What just happened?" The other evolved EVs exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of curiosity and amusement. Nearby, Glacian lay flat on the grass, sighing melodramatically. "Booey." Its expression clearly said, "These EV just can't get it together." Naoki watched all this unfold, trying to suppress a laugh. He realized that the embarrassed EV needed some encouragement. Leaving the rest of the Pokémon to play, Naoki followed the trail of the upset EV. He eventually found it sulking in the utility room behind the Pokémon Tarvin. "All right, don't be sad," Naoki said gently as he squatted down in front of the EV. He patted its little head in a comforting gesture. "Phew." EV whimpered, feeling even more dejected. It truly felt like a failure for not being able to learn baby doll eyes. "You know," Naoki began, "not every Pokémon is a natural genius. Everyone learns at their own pace." He paused, then added, "Do you know Dragonite?" "Phew." EV looked up, its watery eyes filled with curiosity. "Dragonite wasn't very good at learning moves when it first came to the ranch," Naoki explained. "It struggled a lot, but through hard work and practice, it mastered some of the toughest techniques." Naoki continued, "There's a saying, hard work can make up for a lack of talent. It means that even if you're not naturally gifted, effort and determination can help you succeed." Evie blinked, its ears twitching as it absorbed Naoki's words. "You're not a stupid Evie," Naoki reassured it. "You just didn't put in the effort during practice before." Evie's ears perked up. "You." It seemed to ask, "If I work hard, can I learn it?" Naoki nodded with a smile. "That's right. I believe in you. And even if you can't, that's okay too. You can stay as an EV forever. I'll always take care of you." Beep. Tears welled up in Evie's eyes again, but this time they were tears of gratitude. After a moment, the determined sparkle returned to its eyes. "Bui!" it exclaimed resolutely. Evie didn't want to stay as it was forever. It wanted to evolve into a powerful Sylveon and be by Naoki's side in its evolved form. Evie's resolve solidified. It decided then and there to practice baby doll eyes diligently and leave behind its days of laziness. With newfound focus, Evie began to concentrate. It recalled Alchemy's earlier demonstration, closed its eyes, and started channeling the fairy energy within itself. Naoki instantly noticed what Evie was trying to do. He observed its movements carefully and gave a bit of guidance. "Relax your expression, don't be too tense. Stare at your opponent with your cutest, most endearing look." "The cutest look?" Evie blinked, trying to understand. It relaxed its body, opened its big round eyes wide, and gazed up at Naoki with the sweetest, most innocent expression it could muster. A faint pink glow shimmered through Evie's eyes. Baby doll eyes was successfully used. Naoki couldn't help but marvel. "You're so adorable," he muttered, his hands instinctively reaching out to pick up the fluffy Evie. But before he could scoop it up, Evie's body began to emit a radiant white light. In the brilliance of evolution, Evie's appearance changed rapidly. Delicate, ribbon-like feelers sprouted from its body, and its fur became pure white, accented with soft pink tones on its ears, tail, and legs. When the light subsided, standing before Naoki was a beautiful new form of Evie. Sylveon had been born. For a moment, Naoki was speechless. Then Sylveon, its ribbon feelers moving gently, grasped his hand, tilting its head and looking at him with bright sapphire eyes. "Bui!" it cried cheerfully. Naoki gently pinched the soft ribbon feelers, a smile spreading across his face. "See? I told you could do it. Congratulations, Sylveon." "Bew!" Sylveon responded, radiating happiness. With Sylveon's evolution complete, Naoki decided it was time to rejoin the others. Carrying Sylveon, he stepped outside. The other EVs were stunned upon seeing Sylveon's transformation. They crowded around, marveling at their newly evolved friend. Sylveon, ever gentle, greeted them warmly and joined them in play. Naoki approached his partner EV, who stood at a distance, observing Sylveon. He crouched down and spoke softly. "Sylveon isn't stupid. It just wanted to have a little fun. Your earlier behavior hurt its feelings. It was really upset." Partner EV looked over at Sylveon, its expression thoughtful. It hadn't meant to be hurtful. It was just a little impatient earlier. Naoki patted its head gently. "So, do you know what to do?" Partner EV hesitated, then nodded firmly. Bui, without wasting a moment, it trotted over to Sylveon. Naoki watched as the two exchanged a few words. Though he couldn't hear what was said, the smiles that followed made it clear Sylveon had accepted its partner's apology. Reconciliation was swift and heartfelt. Meanwhile, not far away, the EV training with the Cyclizer began to glow with the bright light of evolution. Sunlight poured down on its body, infusing it with warmth and energy. Red gems sparkled on its forehead, and its fur took on a sleek lavender sheen. When the light faded, Espion stood proudly in place of the EV, its eyes shimmering with a soft, velvety brilliance. With Espion's evolution complete, the ranch now boasted the full range of EV-volutions. Naoki called out to the group, his voice filled with excitement. "Everyone come here." In an instant, the colorful array of EV-volutions, from Glacian to Sylveon, dashed over, surrounding him in a joyful mob. Even the unevolved EV eagerly joined in. Naoki laughed as he petted one EV, then hugged another, enjoying their warm fur and affectionate nuzzles. The EV-volutions squatted patiently, their eyes shining with love and trust. For these EV-volutions, Naoki was the most important person in their world. He had been there for them since they hatched, feeding them, playing with them, telling them stories, and soothing them sleep. He was their caregiver, their protector, and their family. Even the older Glacian and Umbreon, who had arrived at the ranch before evolving, watched the scene with quiet fondness. Though they didn't see Naoki as a parental figure, they respected him deeply. Naoki was overjoyed as he looked at the newly evolved EVs. All that's left now is to get a Z-Ring and EV's exclusive Z-Crystal. Once we have that, the EV army will be complete, he thought excitedly. The exclusive Z-Move, Extreme EVA Boost, channels the combined power of all EV evolutions, allowing partner EV to unleash its ultimate move. Unfortunately, Z-Rings and Z-Crystals are unique to the Alola region and are unavailable in other parts of the Pokémon world. Naoki couldn't help but marvel at the variety of mystical items in the Pokémon universe. In addition to the Z-Ring, there are Mega Stones and Keystones from the Kalos region, which enable Pokémon to Mega Evolve. Then there's Dynamax and Gigantamax, unique to the Galar region, and Terastallizing, exclusive to the Paldea region. 2 years ago, Naoki had received a Terra Orb as a gift from Dr. Sada and Dr. Turo. However, since battles rarely occurred on the ranch, the Terra Orb had been tucked away in a drawer, gathering dust. The Dynamax band from Galar was another intriguing item, but its use was limited to the Galar region. Pokémon couldn't Dynamax outside its boundaries. Of all these, Naoki's favorite was Mega Evolution, also called Super Evolution. Mega Evolution unlocks a Pokémon's hidden potential for a short time, allowing them to surpass their normal limits. However, it requires a deep bond between trainer and Pokémon. This mutual trust and connection ensure that the Pokémon reaches its full potential, driven by their shared feelings. Bonds and friendship, that's what it's all about, Naoki mused. The concept never failed to stir his heart. However, there was a downside. Among all the Pokémon on his ranch, not a single one was capable of Mega Evolution. Whether it was Dragonite, Butterfree, Alchemy, Gogoat, or Cyclizer, none of them had the ability to Mega Evolve. Naoki sighed, feeling a bit dejected. Why didn't they give Dragonite a Mega Evolution? He grumbled. It's one of the coolest pseudo-legendaries ever. Shaking off his frustration, Naoki decided to focus on something productive. He headed back into the house to brainstorm new recipes for the Pokémon on the ranch. Just as he was about to step inside, the sound of a motorbike broke the tranquil atmosphere. Kelly, riding her bike, pulled up in front of the house. She hopped off the bike and handed Naoki a rolled-up blueprint. Here, I've sketched the designs you requested. Take a look and let me know if there's anything you'd like to change. If it's all good, I'll start construction tomorrow, she said with a smile. Naoki took the blueprint and unrolled it, his eyes lighting up as he studied the detailed drawing. At the center was a dome-shaped wooden building. Hanging above the entrance was a sign that read, Exploration Guild Headquarters. Branching out from a central building were various facilities. An item shop for selling potions, antidotes, and other necessities. A Pokémon hospital to treat injuries. A Pokémon tavern where Pokémon could gather and socialize. A cafe for rest and relaxation. A restaurant for dining. Dormitories with charming designs. Warehouses for storing food and berries. Training rooms for honing combat skills. Surrounding the guild were fields dedicated to farming and orchards for growing berries and fruits. The attention to detail amazed Naoki. The buildings were designed with an adorable aesthetic, perfectly complementing the whimsical and dreamlike nature of Pokémon. Kelly explained, although these buildings are made from wood, I'll be using golden wood, a highly durable material. After undergoing special treatment, it won't deteriorate even after 1,000 years. Naoki wondered about the mysterious golden wood Kelly mentioned. It should be a wood unique to the Pokémon world. He nodded in approval. Let's use the best materials for everything. Go all out. The ranch's income was now so substantial that Naoki no longer needed to worry about expenses. With the online store thriving as well, he had the financial flexibility to use only top-quality materials. Kelly, already aware of Naoki's low-key yet powerful status, smiled and nodded. No problem. I'll make sure everything is the best quality. Is that all for now? Thanks for your hard work, Naoki replied. Kelly chuckled lightly. I can guarantee that if Mayor Thomas and the others found out about this, they'd be shocked. Naoki raised an eyebrow curiously. Kelly continued, a capable man like you, living quietly in a small town like Kosagi, running a ranch. It's surprising, to say the least. Naoki couldn't deny it. His current lifestyle wasn't what he had initially planned. It had developed naturally over time. Better not let Mayor Thomas know. He might faint, Naoki joked. Kelly nodded in agreement. Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me. I'll start construction tomorrow morning. Perfect, Naoki said. With the design finalized, the next step was construction. Kelly, already mentally organizing the logistics, left to gather the necessary building materials. That evening, as Naoki prepared dinner for the Pokémon, a sudden thought struck him. What if I could create rare candies in real life? In the games, rare candies are described as items packed with energy that instantly increase a Pokémon's level. If I could make those, I could level up Pokémon instantly. Imagine feeding 100 rare candies to an EV. I'd have a team of level 100 EVs and become unstoppable. The idea thrilled Naoki, and he immediately set out to try. Though he had no experience making candy, he recalled a cookbook he had bought in town. First, he added sugar, corn syrup, and water to a pot over medium heat, stirring constantly. Once the mixture thickened, he added golden honey from the Combi's hive. Finally, he poured the syrup into molds to cool. After a while, the candy hardened into amber-like pieces. A notification popped up in Naoki's mind. Honey candy, see. Candy made with golden honey, exuding a sweet aroma. Effect: lures bear Pokémon from hiding. When fed to bear Pokémon, it greatly increases their affection. Comment: a popular treat among bear Pokémon. Naoki blinked at the description. It's not a rare candy. He sighed in mild disappointment. Even so, Naoki casually fed the honey candies to Pokémon with a sweet tooth, like Alchemy and Palmot. The key to rare candy must be its energy content, Naoki mused. But what kind of energy would work? Deciding to experiment further, he asked NDD to channel psychic energy into the syrup. NDD, confused but willing to help, NDD focused her psychic powers into the mixture. However, as soon as the energy entered the bowl, it exploded. The syrup splattered everywhere. Naoki sighed as he surveyed the sticky mess. Let's clean this up first, he muttered, grabbing a rag to wipe down the kitchen. After restoring order, he considered another approach. If Pokémon energy doesn't work, what about an item imbued with energy? Naoki's mind turned to the leaves of the world tree as a source of energy. He remembered using them once to bake a leaf cake, which significantly enhanced the abilities of his Gagote, Calyrex, and Arboliva. AVs contained an abundance of natural energy. With this idea in mind, Naoki headed to the reverse world and carefully picked a leaf that was larger than himself. Back in the kitchen, he cut the leaf in half with a sharp kitchen knife, setting aside the unneeded portion to feed his Gagote. The Pokémon eagerly munched on the nutritious gift. Using a juicing machine, Naoki ground the leaf into a thick paste, then filtered it to extract the pure green juice. He added the juice to a prepared syrup mixture and stirred thoroughly. The final step was to boil the concoction, pour it into molds, and let it cool to set. When the process was complete, a batch of dark green candies sat before him. World Tree Candy, A+. This candy is crafted from the leaves of the World Tree, rich in natural energy. It brims with life-enhancing nutrients. Effect: Nature's Force LV. 3. Grass-type Pokémon that consume this candy will significantly enhance their ability to control grass-type energy. This newfound control aids in cultivating plants and increases their growth rate. Note: this effect works only on grass types and is effective for one use per Pokémon. Comment: a magical candy with a deep connection to nature. Naoki sighed as he inspected the candy. It wasn't the mythical rare candy he had envisioned, but in a way, this was just as valuable. Enhanced energy control could accelerate a Pokémon's growth, improve their battle efficiency, and refine their abilities. Not a bad outcome at all. He decided to feed the candies to the grass-type Pokémon at his ranch: Leafeon, Tropius, Gagote, Calyrex, and Arboliva. Each of them glowed with energy after consuming the treat, visibly brimming with newfound vitality. Naoki also kept 3 candies aside as a welcome gift for the Trico trio, who had recently decided to make the World Tree their new home. That evening, after dinner, Naoki prepared to head to bed. His usual habit of sleeping with the EVs had changed somewhat now that most of them had evolved. Vaporeon preferred the tranquil waters of the ranch's lake and had taken to sleeping there instead of indoors. Similarly, Leafeon had chosen a patch of fertile grass under the open sky as its resting place. Though it had been his suggestion that they find a spot they were most comfortable in, Naoki couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness as he watched them leave. Ah, he thought wistfully, the kids are growing up and finding their own paths. But his melancholy didn't last long. Flareon, warm and full of energy, leapt onto his chest. Sensing Naoki's mood, Flareon let out a cheerful cry, saying it would stay with him no matter what. Umbreon, Jolteon, Sylveon, and Espeon, who were already snuggled in their nests, echoed Flareon's sentiment. Even Palmot, Dratini, and Cyclizer chimed in enthusiastically. Naoki felt a wave of emotion and, unable to resist, picked up Flareon and kissed it gently on the forehead. Flareon's eyes sparkled with delight as it wagged its tail energetically, basking in the affection. Aga, Coraden, who had been sprawled on the floor nearby, noticed the gesture. Its wide eyes glistened with an almost comical look of longing, resembling a giant puppy desperate for attention. Naoki chuckled at the sight. "All right, you too, big guy," he said, planting a kiss on Coraden's forehead. However, this act of affection backfired spectacularly. The other Pokémon quickly caught on, all clamoring for their share of Naoki's love. One by one, Naoki obliged, kissing each Pokémon on the forehead while laughing. "You're all such spoiled children, you know that," he said, shaking his head fondly. In response, the Evolutions squeaked in unison, insisting they would always be Naoki's babies, no matter how much they evolved. Dratini, lying curled up near Naoki's pillow, raised its head and let out a soft cry as if to say, "Me too. Don't forget about me." Naoki reached out to gently boop its nose with a finger, smiling. All right. Now go to sleep." One by one, the Pokémon settled down, their eyes closing peacefully as they drifted into slumber. Naoki, still smiling, pulled out his Rotom phone. He posted a picture he had taken earlier of the entire Eevee family, captioning it with a heartfelt expression of joy. Soon, the photo was flooded with likes and comments. "Iono, wow. All your EVs evolved? They're so adorable. Gita, looks like your dream of creating an EV paradise has come true. Alder, what a coincidence. My Volcarona recently had its second life moment. It's about to become a parent too. Looks like I'll be raising Pokémon alongside you soon." Naoki chuckled as he read through the comments, replying to each one. He hadn't had much time recently to catch up on Iono's streams, and a thought crossed his mind to check in on her. Opening the Pika TV app, he searched for her channel, but found that she wasn't live at the moment. Instead, he browsed her profile, scrolling through the content she had uploaded. Most of the videos were of Iono battling trainers who visited her gym. While interesting, the repetitive nature might explain why her follower count wasn't as high as expected. Just then, a message notification popped up from Iono herself. As soon as Naoki clicked on the video, he received a message from Iono greeting him. After chatting with her briefly, Naoki learned that the nightlife in Levincia City had just begun, and she had just got off work and was preparing to go back to rest. "Naoki, is being a gym leader really this hectic?" "Iono, absolutely. The influx of trainers from other regions has been overwhelming. It's not just me. All the other gym leaders in Paldea are swamped." Reading her reply, Naoki couldn't help but wonder, was this massive influx of trainers because of the Calyrex? He recalled reading online about trainers from Galar threatening to relocate to Paldea permanently. Gita must be thrilled, he thought, picturing the champion standing atop the Paldea League's headquarters with an uncharacteristic grin, murmuring, Talent. So much talent. Early the next morning, Kelly arrived at the ranch in a truck. Along with a team of Machamps, she transported load after load of goldenwood to the World Tree's base. Once the guild's location was finalized, Kelly and her construction team officially began their work. Hammers clanged and saws buzzed as the project moved forward. Around noon, Zapdos returned to the ranch, delivering the 3 Tricos to their new home. After fulfilling its duty, the legendary Pokémon immediately flew off, leaving the trio of Trico standing calmly before Naoki and the assembled Pokémon. "Welcome," Naoki greeted warmly, leading a group of Pokémon and hosting a small but heartfelt welcome ceremony for the newcomers. As the ceremony concluded, Naoki handed each Trico a piece of the World Tree candy he had prepared the day before. The green, jewel-like candies sparkled in the sunlight as they were passed out. The Trico looked at the candies curiously before taking tentative bites. Their reactions were almost instant, eyes wide with astonishment. "Trifu!" they exclaimed, glancing at each other in shock. "Can you feel it?" Naoki asked with a knowing smile. "Your grass-type energy has grown stronger, hasn't it?" The Trico nodded cautiously, still processing the strange yet invigorating sensation coursing through their bodies. Their curious gazes fixed on Naoki. "Come with me," Naoki said, gesturing for them to follow. He led the Trico across the shimmering lake and into the reverse world. The transition between the ranch and the ethereal landscape left the trio wide-eyed as they took in the surreal beauty of their surroundings. As they reached the base of the World Tree, the Trico froze in awe. The colossal tree, its trunk towering into the heavens, dwarfed anything they had ever seen before. "Treat!" they murmured in unison, unable to hide their amazement. The sheer size and majesty of the World Tree sparked vivid images in their minds, of climbing its dense foliage, building nests among its branches, and living peacefully within its embrace. Their eyes gleamed with longing and excitement. Naoki, noticing their captivated expressions, smiled. "I take it you like the World Tree." The Trico nodded eagerly. "Then let's head up and explore," Naoki suggested. He guided them through a path of floating sky, islands, and into the cavernous base of the World Tree. Using the bubble elevator, they ascended to a realm that could only be described as a paradise. Vibrant greenery stretched as far as the eye could see, while soft sunlight filtered through the dense canopy. The Trico inhaled deeply, their senses overwhelmed by the pure, natural energy filling the air. The lush surroundings and tranquil atmosphere resonated with their grass-type nature, instantly making them feel at home. In the distance, Kelly and her construction team were hard at work, hammering and assembling the foundation of the guild. Naoki pointed toward the bustling activity. "See, Mew and Teddiursa didn't lie to you when they said I'd build a bustling Pokémon guild here. We're just getting started, but in a few months, this place will be thriving." He turned back to the Trico and added, "Once it's complete, you can live here in peace and help run the guild with the other Pokémon." The trio of Trico exchanged glances before nodding in unison. It was the promise of such a guild that had convinced them to leave their old home and join the Hero Expedition team in the first place. So, Naoki asked, "Have you decided where you'd like to stay? Will you return to the ranch with me? Or would you prefer to settle here at the World Tree right away?" "Trek." Without a second thought, the Trico chose to stay at the World Tree. Naoki nodded with approval. "All right, sounds good." He glanced around the area. The World Tree, while magnificent, had not yet reached its full maturity. The orchards and farmlands were still undeveloped, leaving only a few edible berries scattered among the bushes. "But there isn't much to eat here right now," Naoki pointed out. "The orchards and farmlands haven't been cultivated yet." However, the Trico seemed entirely unconcerned. They cheerfully explained, in their own way, that they could easily satisfy their hunger by munching on the leaves. Naoki, as expected of grass-type Pokémon, their adaptability to natural conditions was impressive. Some grass types could even sustain themselves purely through photosynthesis. Even though the Trico didn't mind, Naoki couldn't bear the thought of them chewing on leaves just to survive. It felt far too pitiful to him. After a moment of thought, Naoki decided to take action. He asked the Trico to stay at the World Tree temporarily while he returned to the ranch. From there, he drove his pickup truck to the town and purchased a batch of berry tree saplings from the local Hue Seed store. Back at the World Tree, Naoki enlisted the help of Dugtrio and Calyrex. Together, they began reclaiming a designated planting area around the World Tree. Naoki and Dugtrio worked to dig holes and prepare the soil, and the berry tree saplings were carefully planted into the pits. Once all the saplings were in place, it was time for Calyrex to work its magic. With a graceful wave of its hand, the tiny, delicate saplings began to grow at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, a lush and vibrant orchard filled with berry trees appeared before their eyes. The trees were laden with plump, glistening fruits, their skins smooth and shiny, radiating an irresistible allure of ripeness. The Trico trio stood in awe, their eyes gleaming with amazement. "Treek!" they murmured in unison, marveling at the incredible sight. Naoki smiled warmly and said, "All right, that's settled. If you're hungry, feel free to pick fruit from the trees." "Trey!" The Trico trio nodded eagerly, their tails twitching with enthusiasm. Naoki glanced around the lush environment and added, "Oh, there's one more thing I need to tell you." "Trey!" The Trico looked up attentively. "The World Tree is enormous," Naoki explained. "Aside from this level, there are many other areas. However, I haven't explored those parts yet. It might be easy to get lost, so for now, please stay on this level." "Trey!" The Trico nodded in unison, understanding the caution. Naoki nodded back. The area on this floor was already expansive enough to satisfy their curiosity and provide plenty of room to explore and play. The World Tree was still in the process of growing. This particular level, located at the crown of the tree and shielded by its dense canopy, would likely remain unchanged even as the World Tree matured further. However, other areas were less stable and could shift as the tree expanded, particularly the hollow spaces within its massive trunk. Naoki decided it would be best to wait until the World Tree reached full maturity before venturing into those parts. Once the environment stabilized, he could better assess what kind of habitats were suitable for different types of Pokémon. Pokémon have a diverse range of attributes and habitats they prefer. Fire-type Pokémon thrive in volcanic regions with high temperatures. Grass types favor areas with dense foliage and rich greenery, while water types need environments with clear, clean water. Similarly, rock and ground types gravitate toward rugged mountainous terrain, ice types prefer frigid zones covered in snow and ice, and so on. With the orchard established, the Trico trio could now settle on the World Tree with peace of mind. However, the orchard also needed care and maintenance, which required Pokémon capable of handling the task. After some thought, Naoki decided to approach Arboliva, who often blended into the ranch disguised as a tree. Given her experience cultivating crops with Gagote, she was an ideal choice to oversee the orchard. Her expertise in utilizing grass-type energy to nurture plants made her an invaluable asset. When Naoki explained the situation, Arboliva readily agreed and moved to the World Tree to take charge of the orchard. Joining her was the Tropius. Thus, the World Tree officially welcomed its first residents. Naoki provided a brief introduction, and soon enough, Arboliva, Tropius, and the Trico trio became fast friends. The Trico spent half a day exploring the woods, familiarizing themselves with the terrain. Once comfortable, they returned to the orchard and eagerly began assisting Arboliva. As a grass-type Pokémon, the Trico could naturally contribute to caring for crops and trees. They gathered around Arboliva, learning to channel their grass-type energy into the plants, diligently following her guidance. Arboliva, with her nurturing personality, took her role as a mentor seriously, teaching the Trico with patience and dedication. She emphasized the importance of collaboration and mutual support, fostering a community where everyone contributed to building a harmonious home. Meanwhile, Tropius gravitated toward the serene lake near the guild. With its long neck, it often dipped down to drink the clear water. This lake served as the sole water source for the area. Whenever the Trico came to the lake to drink, Tropius enthusiastically shared the ripe bananas that grew around its neck. Thanks to Tropius's harvest ability and the nourishing effects of dishes like fried banana, the fruits it shared quickly replenished. At first, the Trico were shy about accepting Tropius's generous offerings. They were used to a communal life among their kind, but the concept of receiving gifts from Pokémon of a different species felt unfamiliar. However, the Trico decided to reciprocate by offering berries they had discovered in the bushes. Tropius accepted the berries with delight, happily munching them down. Seeing their gesture appreciated, the Trico smiled, their mutual kindness strengthening the bond between them. The atmosphere around the world tree grew warm and lively. Pokémon of different species found joy in each other's company, forging friendships through simple acts of sharing and cooperation. Kelly, observing this from a distance, was amazed. "These Pokémon are so harmonious with each other," she remarked. Naoki smiled at her comment and said, "Most Pokémon are naturally kind-hearted. They not only help each other, but often assist humans too. I've even seen wild Pokémon go out of their way to save people in danger. For example, Zarude from Pokémon the movie, Secrets of the Jungle, who saved a human baby named Coco and raised him in the forest." Kelly nodded in agreement. "It's wonderful to live in a world with Pokémon." Naoki gave a soft nod. "It truly is." March 7th, year 200 of the Alliance calendar, spring. This marked the day of the highly anticipated spring fishing competition in Kosagi Town. Naoki had received an invitation from Mayor Thomas 2 days ago. After finishing his tasks on the ranch, he prepared to ride Koraidon to the lake and join the fishing competition. At 7:30 in the morning, Kelly and her construction team arrived at the ranch. Seeing Naoki with Koraidon, Kelly paused and asked, "Are you heading to the fishing competition?" "Yeah," Naoki replied with a cheerful nod. "I missed it the past 2 years. I have some free time today, so I thought I'd check it out." "Then best of luck to you." Kelly smiled before gesturing to the truck. "Oh, by the way, the carrot house you requested the other day has been completed. What do you think?" Naoki turned to see two Machamps unloading a massive, sculpted carrot. They carried it carefully toward him, its vibrant orange sheen reflecting in the sunlight. The carrot was the oversized crop Naoki had sent to Kelly's workshop for processing. Now, it had been transformed into a whimsical structure. The carrot was split into 2 sections, with a sturdy base beneath. A small door and 2 circular windows were carved into the side, making it look exactly like a storybook bunny's home. Naoki was delighted by the result. He called the EV-Evolutions over to see their reaction, but before he could ask for their opinions, he realized something wasn't quite right. After their evolution, the EV-Evolutions had grown larger, and the carrot house could no longer fit all of them comfortably. At best, it could accommodate 2 or 3. As the EV-Evolutions gathered around the carrot house, Naoki observed the scene. His partner, Eevee, boldly entered first, claiming the space and sitting proudly inside. Flareon and Jolteon followed, squeezing into the small space. Sylveon trailed behind, barely fitting before the interior was packed to capacity. The remaining EV-Evolutions stood outside, pacing curiously around the carrot house, their noses twitching as they examined it. Naoki sighed. There's no way all of them can fit in here. After a moment of thought, he decided he would plant some giant pumpkins later. Perhaps he could craft a pumpkin carriage large enough to hold all the EVs comfortably. "All right, you all enjoy yourselves here," he said, addressing the playful group. "I'm heading out for a bit." But the EV-Evolutions, fully engrossed in their new carrot house, responded absent-mindedly, indicating they'd be fine without him. Naoki gave them an exasperated look, but Kelly chuckled softly at the scene. Resigned, Naoki turned to Kelly. "All right, I'm heading off. Thanks for all your hard work today." Kelly nodded warmly. "No problem. We'll get started on construction." With that, Kelly left for the World Tree to begin work on the Expedition Guild, while Naoki mounted Koraidon and rode towards the Casseroya Lake. With Kuraiden's incredible speed, the journey took only a few minutes. When Naoki arrived, he saw a lively crowd already gathered near the lake. Many participants were dressed in fishing vests and baseball caps, holding rods of various sizes and designs. Naoki and Kuraiden had just arrived at the competition grounds, and their appearance immediately drew a lot of attention. Even before Naoki dismounted, the majestic presence of Kuraiden made heads turn. Mayor Thomas, who had been speaking to a middle-aged man in a floral shirt, noticed Naoki's arrival. His face lit up as he greeted him with enthusiasm. "Ah, it's Naoki, the pride of Kosagi Town, our very own fishing expert." Naoki winced slightly at the proclamation, knowing it would only invite more stares. As expected, every angler nearby turned their gaze toward him, eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. "Naoki!" Mayor Thomas and the man in the floral shirt approached him. The mayor gestured toward the stranger and introduced him with a big smile. "This is Sato Takaru, a renowned fishing enthusiast. He's traveled all the way from Zapapico to compete with you." Sato Takaru extended his hand confidently. "Greetings, I'm Sato Takaru, the man who tamed a Gyarados. My friend, I'm eager to test my skills against yours." "Naoki, wasn't this a bit much?" Mayor Thomas chimed in with admiration. "Mr. Sato once caught a ferocious Gyarados while fishing at sea and managed to tame it with his incredible skill." Naoki, feeling obligated, shook Sato's hand. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Sato." Sato Takaru grinned. "Let's have a fair and exciting competition." "Naoki." Soon after, Mayor Thomas called out to the crowd, "Everyone, take your places. The competition is about to begin." The mayor explained the rules. The fishing competition will last 3 hours. The winner will be determined based on the quantity and rarity of the fish caught. The champion will receive the prestigious Fishing Celebrity Medal, awarded by the Fishing Association. The mention of the medal sent a wave of excitement through the crowd. Naoki could see anglers of all ages, men, women, and even teenagers, getting ready with determined expressions. And now, Mayor Thomas declared, "Let the spring fishing competition begin." At the sound of his announcement, the competitors hurried to the lakeside, each finding a suitable spot to cast their lines. The fishing rods, lines, and bait were all standardized and provided by the association, ensuring fairness. This meant that the outcome relied purely on luck, skill, and patience. Naoki settled on a small bench, while Sato Takaru chose a spot a few dozen meters away. Naoki prepared his rod, adjusted the line, attached the bait, and cast the hook into the water with practiced ease. Then, the waiting game began. As the minutes ticked by, the competitors maintained intense focus, silently holding their breath in anticipation. For an outsider, the scene might seem dull, and even Kuraiden, standing guard next to Naoki, grew bored. It let out a big yawn before curling up beside him and dozing off. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the surface of the water nearby. Naoki turned to see Sato Takaru's fishing rod bending sharply. Something had taken the bait. Sato reacted instantly, reeling in the line with expert precision. The hooked fish resisted fiercely, pulling in the opposite direction in an attempt to escape. But Sato Takaru, a seasoned angler, was ready. He braced himself, planting his feet firmly and keeping his balance. The struggle between man and fish continued, each testing the other's endurance. The tension in the fishing line eased momentarily, a sign that the fish was tiring. Recognizing the opportunity, Sato exerted a sharp pull. A large splash broke the lake's surface, and a shimmering quillfish was pulled from the water, its scales glistening in the sunlight. "It's a quillfish." The spectators recognized the Pokémon immediately and were all astonished. As expected of a fishing master, "That's incredible." He managed to catch one of the bullies of Casseroya Lake, the quillfish. Quillfish, a water and poison-type Pokémon, is known for its aggressive behavior. Often referred to as the lake bully, it indiscriminately attacks any creature entering its territory. However, the quillfish that was caught didn't submit easily. Its piercing gaze locked on his Sato Takaru, and in a sudden burst of motion, it launched itself toward him with the tackle move. But Sato Takaru had anticipated this. Just as the quillfish was about to strike, he deftly sidestepped and swung down with a practiced chop, shouting, "Ah!" The quillfish was struck hard and landed on the ground, writhing. Without hesitation, Sato pulled out a Pokeball and tossed it at the downed Pokémon. The ball wobbled violently at first, but after its earlier struggle with the line, the quillfish was too exhausted to resist further. Soon, the ball stopped moving. The capture was successful. Naoki, who had been watching the whole thing, stood there in shock. What did I just witness? Fighting a Pokémon physically? Could this be how he tamed that Gyarados too? As if sensing Naoki's disbelief, Sato turned toward him from a distance of about 10 meters, grinning proudly. As a true fishing celebrity, one doesn't just reel an ordinary fish. A true master conquers Pokémon as well. Only those who can tame both can be called legendary fishing masters. Naoki, conquer all fish. Does that include Kyogre, the god of the sea? Before Naoki could respond, Sato Takaru added enthusiastically, "Show me what you've got, my friend. Let's see how far you can go." Just as he finished speaking, Naoki's fishing float twitched twice. A bite. Everyone nearby turned their attention toward Naoki, curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. Naoki quickly reeled in his line, expecting a struggle similar to Sato's. He braced himself, only to realize that it barely required any effort to pull the fish in. As the transparent fishing line emerged from the water, a small Pokémon resembling a piece of sushi dangled at the end of the hook. Is that a Tatsujiri? Naoki gently held the orange Tatsujiri in both hands, staring at it in surprise. The little Tatsujiri squirmed slightly, its big eyes blinking curiously at Naoki. Normally, a Pokémon caught like this would panic and try to escape, but instead, Tatsujiri seemed calm, even intrigued by the human holding it. "It's a Tatsujiri." Someone in the crowd immediately identified it. Tatsujiri, a dragon and water-type Pokémon, is notoriously cunning and resourceful. It can inflate its throat pouch to mimic sushi and use this camouflage to outsmart predators and prey alike. Despite its small size, Tatsujiri is considered one of the most intelligent dragon Pokémon. It is known to live inside the mouths of Dondoso, guiding them in cooperative hunts. Dondoso, in turn, respects Tatsujiri as its leader. "What an incredible catch!" someone exclaimed. Catching a Tatsujiri is no small feat, given its elusive nature. Even if one were to catch 100 aggressive quillfish, there's no guarantee they'd land a single Tatsujiri. Even Sato Takaru, who had just been boasting about his skills, looked serious for the first time, as expected of the famed fishing expert of Kosaji Town. Sato said, his tone carrying newfound respect. "I'll need to give my all if I want to match you." Naoki. He could only offer a polite smile, unsure how to respond. As he glanced at the small Tatsujiri in his hands, Naoki's heart stirred with curiosity. Using his ability to sense dragon-type energy, he realized something surprising. This Tatsujiri had bitten the hook deliberately. It wanted to be caught. Naoki carefully placed the docile Tatsujiri into the small water bucket beside him and turned his attention back to the fishing line. Every now and then, he glanced at the Tatsujiri, who was peeking out just enough to watch its surroundings. Its curious, wide-eyed gaze made it undeniably adorable. Naoki chuckled softly before focusing on the competition. The fishing contest was lively, and the energy around the lake was palpable. A sudden splash of water nearby drew everyone's attention. A girl in a short skirt was wrestling with her fishing rod, which bent precariously as she fought to reel in her catch. From the water emerged a massive, whiskered Pokémon, a Whiskash. The crowd gasped in excitement. "Oh my! Another Pokémon catch after Takaru and Naoki. Go, Maeve!" a spectator cheered. The Whiskash thrashed violently, resisting Maeve's efforts to reel it in. Despite her determination, the sheer strength of the Pokémon proved too much. With one powerful tug, the Whiskash broke free, taking the hook and bait with it. The fishing rod nearly slipped from Maeve's hands as she stumbled back, breathless. "Oh no! So close!" the onlookers exclaimed. Takaru Sato, the composed fishing veteran, watched the scene with calm detachment. "Fishing is about patience and precision, not brute force," he remarked, resetting his line. As if on cue, the float on his line twitched. Takaru's sharp eyes zeroed in on the movement. With practiced hands, he reeled in his line, revealing a relatively common basculin. Undeterred by the less-than-rare catch, he placed it in his bucket and resumed fishing. Naoki, observing Takaru's calm demeanor, couldn't help but admire the man's skill and composure. But the subtle challenge in Takaru's actions ignited a competitive spark in Naoki. He resolved to take things more seriously. Moments later, Naoki's own float jerked violently. A heavy pull indicated that something sizable had taken a bait. His pulse quickened. Was it Dondoso? Thinking back to the immense strength displayed by Whiskash earlier, Naoki braced himself. Gripping the rod tightly, he leaned back and began reeling in the line with all his might. To his surprise, the line came up smoothly, without the fierce resistance he'd anticipated. "That's odd," he thought. Wasn't it a strong fish? When the catch surfaced, his confusion deepened. Hanging from the hook was a slowpoke, its mouth lazily clamped around the bait. Its big, round eyes were as vacant as ever, and its pink tail trailed in the water like a loose rope. "A slowpoke," Naoki muttered, incredulous. Spectators began to murmur. "What? A slowpoke? Is that even considered a fish Pokémon?" someone asked. "Not exactly," another chimed in, "but according to the competition rules, anything caught counts, whether it's a regular fish or a Pokémon. And if it's rare, it scores even more points." Naoki carefully removed the fishing hook from the slowpoke's mouth and placed it gently on the grass nearby. The Pokémon remained as still as ever, its dull eyes staring blankly into space. Naoki shook his head in mild amusement. The slowpoke lethargy and vacant expression lived up to its reputation. The slowpoke didn't move at all, simply sitting by Naoki's side and staring into the void. He sighed and decided to cast his line again, refocusing on the fishing competition. Time passed steadily, and other contestants began to haul in their catches, mostly common fish or Pokémon like Magikarp and Goldeen. Some lucky individuals reeled in Barboach, though every attempt at capturing one of the giant Whiskash ended in failure. The organizer called out over a loudspeaker, "Attention contestants! 10 minutes remain in the competition." Naoki calculated silently, enough time to catch one last fish. Nearby, a commotion drew his attention. Ripples spread across the water near Takaru Sato's fishing rod, and the line began to thrash violently. Whatever was hooked was enormous. A murmur spread through the crowd as Takaru gripped the rod with focused determination. "It's a big one," someone exclaimed. Takaru's expression grew intense. The strength of the pull threatened to snap the fishing rod in two, but his experience showed as he braced his stance and began reeling it in with steady, calculated movements. After a brief struggle, a massive Whiskash leapt from the water, its shadow momentarily eclipsing Takaru. "It's another Whiskash," a spectator cried. "This is the 8th one hooked today," said another. "But no one's managed to land one yet. Can Takaru Sato pull it off?" Excitement rippled through the onlookers. Known for his legendary fishing skills, Takaru was said to have once caught and tamed a wild Gyarados. The Whiskash crashed onto the shore, thrashing violently as it flung water and dirt everywhere. Its beady eyes locked onto Takaru with a flash of anger, and it immediately launched a water gun attack. Takaru anticipated the move and dodged nimbly, narrowly avoiding the high-pressure stream. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, grabbing the Whiskash's long whiskers and wrestling it to the ground. The massive Pokémon flailed wildly, its powerful tail creating shockwaves against the earth. However, being out of water was a significant disadvantage, and Takaru used the terrain to his advantage. Holding on tightly, he pinned the Whiskash to the ground. Naoki, watching from a distance, could hardly believe his eyes. Is this even fishing anymore? It looks like a wrestling match. Still, he couldn't deny the impressive display of skill and endurance. Takaru's athleticism was on full display, a testament to the extraordinary capabilities of humans in the Pokémon world. Gradually, the Whiskash's movement slowed. Its energy drained. It lay on the grass, panting heavily. Takaru finally released its whiskers and stood, his victory clear. He produced a Pokeball and tapped it against the Pokémon's side. The Whiskash entered the ball, which shook briefly before locking with a click. Applause erupted from the onlookers on the shore. Pa pa pa. As expected of Mr. Sato, Takaru. That was incredible. He actually subdued the Whiskash. Naoki was equally impressed. The idea of climbing onto a Pokémon's back and physically subduing it was beyond anything he could imagine doing himself. With just over a minute left in the competition, most contestants doubted they would catch anything worthwhile in such a short time. Many had already packed up their gear, conceding the competition after witnessing Sato Takaru's success. Naoki was about to do the same, but just as he reached for his fishing rod, the float on the water suddenly twitched. A bite. Startled, Naoki instinctively reeled in his line. With a dramatic splash, a long, elegant figure broke through the surface of the lake. Water droplets scattered into the air, shimmering like a rainbow in the sunlight. The Pokémon scales sparkled brilliantly, drawing gasps from the crowd. When the onlookers realized what Naoki had hooked, they collectively froze in awe. The Pokémon had a cream-colored, streamlined body adorned with shimmering blue and pink scales. Its ruby-like eyes glowed with a dreamy brilliance, and its beauty was almost otherworldly. Milotic, Sato Takaru whispered in disbelief. Milotic, the tender Pokémon, was known for its rare beauty and elegance. For anglers and trainers alike, encountering a Milotic was akin to a dream, a nearly unattainable goal. With a graceful cry, the Milotic broke free from the hook and dived back into the water. Naoki, tame it quickly, Sato Takaru shouted, snapping Naoki out of his daze. Tame it? How? Naoki stammered. The idea of physically subduing a Milotic, as Sato had done with the Whiskash, was laughable. Forget it. I'll just throw the Pokeball. Naoki muttered to himself, gripping the Pokeball in his hand. He took a deep breath, aimed carefully, and threw the Pokeball with all his strength. The ball arced gracefully through the air and struck the Milotic, enveloping it in a red light before pulling it inside. The Pokeball landed on the lake's surface, bobbing gently as it began to shake. Buzz! Buzz! The tension was palpable. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the ball. Naoki's heart raced. He didn't dare to hope. After all, capturing a Milotic, a Pokémon of such beauty and rarity, on the first throw seemed impossible. He wasn't some kind of legendary trainer with a one-throw guarantee, and there was no bond between him and the Milotic. It had no reason to stay. The Pokeball rocked once, twice, 3 times, and then fell still. The crowd erupted in cheers at the sight. Yes, he successfully caught it. Mr. Naoki is incredible. To catch such a rare Pokémon like Milotic is amazing. Sato Takaru, still slightly breathless from his earlier battle with the Whiskash, nodded with a smile. Compared to Milotic, the Whiskash he had caught were clearly inferior. It seems we already have our champion, Sato Takaru admitted, this time with genuine admiration. He was ready to concede defeat without complaint. Naoki, however, felt his head buzzing. Had he really caught a Milotic? And even more surprising, it seemed to acknowledge him. What has happened? The Pokeball containing Milotic drifted to the shore with the gentle waves of the lake. Naoki picked it up with a mix of awe and disbelief. With a press of the button, a flash of white light revealed the beautiful Milotic standing before him once more. Its elegant form glimmered in the sunlight as it gazed at Naoki with gentle, curious eyes. 3 metaphorical exclamation marks appeared in Naoki's mind. Does the Pokeball have some hidden brainwashing function? Milotic, Naoki called hesitantly. The tender Pokémon tilted its head slightly, observing him with a calm, almost curious demeanor. It didn't seem hostile, nor did it attempt to flee. It was almost approving. Milotic could sense something unique about the human before it. He exuded a natural, calming aura, one that resonated deeply with Milotic's connection to nature. In its mind, this aura marked him as someone inherently kind and trustworthy. Naoki, without his usual translator device, couldn't understand Milotic's unspoken thoughts, but its gentle behavior gave him a clue. He decided it was best to let things flow naturally and proceeded to bring the Pokémon he caught for the final evaluation. Around him, other contestants cast envious glances at Milotic, their admiration evident. "It seems everyone has done well today," Mayor Thomas announced warmly as he approached the gathered participants. "Now, let's see what everyone has caught." The fishing competition would be judged based on a point system. Ordinary fish were worth 1 point, Pokémon 2 points, and rare or special Pokémon carried bonus points. The combined score would determine the winner. Mayor Thomas and the panel of judges began inspecting each contestant's catches one by one. While waiting for his turn, Naoki reviewed his own haul for the day. His collection included 3 Tatsujiri, 2 Barboach, 1 Slowpoke, several Magikarp and Goldeen, and, of course, the star of the show, Milotic. He glanced over at Sato Takaru, who had also caught a fair number of Pokémon. 4 Quillfish, 5 Basculin, 1 Kingler, and a mix of common river fish. When it was Sato Takaru's turn, Mayor Thomas inspected his haul carefully and then announced, "Contestant Sato Takaru's final score is 42 points." The crowd applauded. Compared to most contestants, his score was already quite impressive. Naoki silently admired Sato Takaru's effort. Watching him subdue Pokémon with his sheer determination and physical skill earlier had been nothing short of awe-inspiring. Finally, it was Naoki's turn. Mayor Thomas carefully examined Naoki's collection, his eyes lighting up when he reached Milotic. After deliberating with the other judges, the mayor smiled broadly and declared, "Contestant Naoki's final score is 52 points. By the way, this is the first time in our competition's history that someone has caught a Milotic." The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Naoki's score was a full 10 points higher than Sato Takaru's, earning him the championship title of the fishing competition. Mayor Thomas handed him the gleaming gold medal awarded by the Fishing Association. Sato Takaru approached Naoki with a wide grin. "I accept my defeat wholeheartedly," Sato Takaru said with a sincere smile, his admiration for Naoki evident. Naoki, feeling slightly uncomfortable, shook his head. "No, I was just lucky." He couldn't help but think about the edge he had thanks to the effects of the world trees, aura, and the paella. Compared to the other competitors, his methods felt like cheating. But Sato Takaru chuckled and replied, "Sometimes, luck is part of one's skill. It was a pleasure competing with you in today's fishing contest. If the opportunity arises in the future, let's go fishing in the open ocean together." The vast, boundless ocean, home to an incredible variety of aquatic Pokémon, was every angler's dream destination. Naoki hesitated. Fishing in the ocean? With his luck, he might accidentally reel in something legendary, like a Kyogre. He thought of the miraculous effects of paella and sighed inwardly. Still, Naoki managed a polite smile. "Sure, why not?" Satisfied with his response, Sato Takaru grinned widely. "Then let's conquer the Pokémon of the sea together." With the fishing competition officially over, many participants opted to release the fish Pokémon they had caught, mindful of preserving the ecosystem. Naoki also turned his attention to his catches. 3 Tatsujiri popped their heads out from the bucket, their bright scales glistening under the sun. 2 Barboach stubbornly bit the rim of the bucket, refusing to let go, while Slowpoke continued lying on the grass, staring into space. As for Milotic, it stood nearby on the grass, its elegant form captivating all who looked at it. Naoki crouched down and spoke gently. "Thank you all for your help today. Because of you, I was able to win the competition. Now that it's over, if any of you wish to return to the lake, you're free to go." He placed the bucket by the river, allowing the Pokémon to make their choice. The 2 Barboach grumbled, but eventually let go and waddled toward the water, disappearing beneath its surface. The 3 Tatsujiri, however, remained in the bucket, chirping playfully. Slowpoke, unsurprisingly, stayed put, still lost in thought. As for Milotic, it didn't even glance at the water. Instead, it fixed its serene gaze on Naoki. Seeing that most of the Pokémon had no intention of leaving, Naoki made up his mind to bring them back to the ranch. However, he needed to confirm Milotic's intentions first. Taking out his Rotom phone, he activated the translation feature. Milotic, do you want to come with me? Naoki asked. Woo, Milotic nodded gracefully. Naoki blinked, genuinely surprised. Why choose me? Rotom quickly translated Milotic's response. Because you smell nice, Rotom. Smell nice. Naoki sniffed himself in confusion, but caught no discernible scent. What do you mean by that? He asked. Milotic tilted its head and tried to explain. Woo! It's like the wind and the scent of green leaves. I don't know how to describe it well. Naoki frowned, puzzled. But then a thought struck him. Could it be the aura of the world tree that Milotic sensed? Perhaps the natural energy from the dishes he had prepared using its leaves had left a trace on him. Thinking back to how even powerful Pokémon like Zapdos and Calyrex have been drawn to the world tree, the pieces started to fit. After considering for a moment, Naoki asked again, Then, would you like to live with me on the world tree? Milotic's ruby-like eyes sparkled as it nodded enthusiastically. With the competition wrapping up and the other participants dispersing, Naoki gathered his Pokémon. He returned Milotic to its Pokeball, carefully picked up the Slowpoke, and carried the bucket of Tatsujiri. Together, they made their way back to the ranch. Once they arrived, Naoki headed directly to the lake on the top level of the world tree. The peaceful waters shimmered under the sunlight, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Come out, Milotic! A flash of white light illuminated the area as Milotic gracefully slipped into the lake. Surrounded by the intense natural energy of the world tree, Milotic appeared captivated by its serene beauty. Naoki then released the 3 Tatsujiri and Slowpoke. The Pokémon emerged, each with its own unique demeanor. Milotic, elegant and peaceful, disliked conflict. Tatsujiri, timid but intelligent, avoided provoking others. And Slowpoke, ever unbothered, lounged by the lake's edge, lost in thought. Naoki observed the group with a warm smile. This is the interior of the world tree, he explained to them. I'm building an expedition guild here, a place where Pokémon can live in harmony, help each other, and explore new adventures. You're all welcome to be a part of it. The Tatsujiri poked their heads above the water, and Milotic blinked curiously. They seemed intrigued by the idea of the guild. Naoki turned to Arboliva, who had been tending the orchard nearby. Arboliva, these are our new companions. Can you show them around and introduce them to the area? Arboliva nodded gently, agreeing without hesitation. Satisfied, Naoki left to return to the ranch and tend to other tasks. Once he was gone, Arboliva began to guide the newcomers around the world tree, explaining its wonders. It shared stories about the Hero Expedition team, the Pokémon Guild under construction, the cozy restaurant, and the lush orchard and farmland nearby. The gentle Pokémon spoke in a soft, melodic tone, immediately putting the new arrivals at ease. Not long after, the Trico Trio, attracted by the commotion, joined the group. They observed the new arrivals with bright eyes, their curiosity evident. Arboliva smiled warmly. Olei, this place will soon become a paradise where we can all live and work together. The Trico have already decided to be waitstaff at the cafe. If you're interested, you can find something to help with too. The Tatsujiri began hopping in excitement, their eyes lighting up. Tats, we'd like to manage a sushi restaurant. Milotic's serene expression brightened at the thought. This peaceful haven seemed like a perfect place to call home. Woo, I'd love to help water the plants. Arboliva nodded in approval. Ollie, from now on, we're all companions. Let's work together to make this place truly special. Meanwhile, Slowpoke remained sprawled on the shore, gazing into the distance, completely lost in its own thoughts. As the world tree neared completion, its bustling activity hinted at the harmony of Pokémon working and living together. Naoki couldn't wait to see the looks of amazement on the faces of Mew and Teddiursa when they returned and saw the fully operational expedition base. Reflecting on how Milotic had been drawn to the World Tree, Naoki realized its immense appeal to Pokémon. To describe it in terms of fantastical literature, the World Tree was akin to a sacred site overflowing with spiritual energy. For Pokémon, the natural energy radiating from the tree was a dreamlike draw, a sanctuary perfectly suited to their needs. Understanding this, Naoki returned to the ranch. After enjoying a handful of translation seed crisps, he gathered all the Pokémon. They assembled with curiosity. He swept his eyes across the faces of the Pokémon in front of him and asked, "The World Tree is almost ready. Does anyone want to move there?" Alchemy raised its small paw almost immediately. "Mri, will you come live with us at the World Tree, Naoki?" Naoki smiled gently. "No, not for now. I built that place for all of you to enjoy. You can live there without worrying about me." The ranch was Naoki's life's work, constructed with his own hands and enriched by years of memories. Leaving it wasn't an option. This was home. Alchemy thought for a moment before cheerfully declaring, "Mri, then I won't go either if you're staying here." This set off a chain reaction. Oji, Ogerpond chimed in. Bamo, Palmot agreed. Rayo, Koraden rumbled enthusiastically. Gah, Cyclizer let out a low, melodic sound. The Pokémon unanimously decided they wouldn't leave either. Wherever Naoki was, that was their home too. Naoki couldn't help but chuckle at their earnest devotion. "I don't mean to send you away. I just thought the World Tree might suit you better. It's just a short walk from the ranch." Paymo, no. The Pokémon were resolute. They wanted to stay by his side forever. Naoki was deeply touched by the Pokémon's unwavering loyalty and affection. These Pokémon were more than companions. They were family. Deciding not to press the matter, Naoki left the idea of relocating them to the World Tree behind. With the Pokémon's decision settled, Naoki turned his attention to Dragonite Express. The delivery service had grown immensely, but new challenges were surfacing. For instance, a customer had left a message on the store's message board, asking if Dragonite Express offered cross-regional delivery services. At first, Naoki politely responded, "Sorry, we don't currently offer cross-regional delivery services." However, as the questions and demands grew louder, customers even organized a petition, pledging to pay higher fees if cross-regional shipping was made available. Despite the demand, Naoki hesitated. Pokémon poachers and villainous teams ran rampant in many regions, making it unsafe for Dragonite to travel across borders. Organizations like Team Rocket in Kanto and Johto, Team Aqua and Team Magma in Hoenn, and Team Galactic in Sinnoh were notorious for targeting rare Pokémon. Even though some regions, like Galar's Team Yell or Paldea's Team Star, posed little direct threat, the dangers in other regions were enough to keep Naoki wary of expanding Dragonite Express beyond its current reach. The members of Team Yell are passionate fans of Marnie and Pokémon trainers from Spikemouth. They often resort to antics like occupying hotels, commandeering transportation, and yelling during battles to support Marnie in her quest for the championship. However, even with their boisterous behavior, Team Yell never resorts to stealing Pokémon. As for Team Star, they weren't even on the radar at this point. It was due to security concerns in regions with such organizations that Naoki had long hesitated to introduce cross-regional delivery services. These areas posed risks that Naoki wasn't willing to take lightly. Now, however, the demand for cross-regional deliveries had skyrocketed. A flood of messages, primarily from people in other regions, filled the store's message board. Naoki was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of requests, which had reached thousands overnight. Curious about the sudden surge, Naoki decided to dig deeper and contacted one of the customers who had left a message. What he discovered shed light on the situation. As the saying goes, the hardest part is getting started. Initially, Dragonite Express and Naoki Ranch's online store operated in relative obscurity. However, it didn't take long for them to gain traction, thanks to one unique feature: the use of Dragonite for deliveries. The novelty of a delivery service employing Dragonite quickly spread online, first by word of mouth, and then through forums and social media. One particular post on a popular Pokémon forum captured widespread attention. Shocking. Forget standard courier birds like Pidgeot or Pelipper. This store uses Dragonite for deliveries. Have you ever seen anything like it? The post detailed the original poster's experience. I'm a homebody who rarely goes out. My Mimikyu and I enjoy a peaceful life at home. One day, I ran out of Moo Moo milk and decided to buy some online. While browsing, I stumbled across a store offering only one delivery option, Dragonite Express. At first, I thought it was a typo or a gimmick. But curiosity got the better of me, so I placed an order despite the slightly higher delivery fee. Within minutes of paying, the app notified me that my milk was already en route. To my astonishment, less than 10 minutes later, a Dragonite appeared at my door with a backpack, carefully unloading the 2 boxes of Moo Moo milk I had ordered. The whole experience was surreal. Not only was the delivery speed incredible, but I got to see a Dragonite up close. My Mimikyu and I were thrilled. The milk quality was exceptional, too. I highly recommend Dragonite Express. While many users were intrigued by the post, some skeptics dismissed it as an advertisement. The original poster quickly responded, urging them to try it themselves. Soon, other users chimed in with their experiences. It's legit. Dragonite Express is both efficient and reliable. But I can't help but wonder, who owns this service? How do they have so many Dragonite? Could this be a venture by the Dragon Tamer family? Maybe they're stepping into the modern era. When Hassel, the Dragon-type Elite Four member of the Paldea region, saw this comment, he initially assumed that the elders in the Dragon Tamer community were starting to embrace modern advancements like online shopping and internet delivery. However, it didn't take long for him to realize something awkward. There simply weren't enough Dragonites in their Dragon Tamer circle to account for such a large-scale delivery service. He read through the post carefully until he noticed a reply from the original poster to another curious user. The netizen had asked about the name of the store offering such unique delivery services. The original poster responded, "The name of the store is Naoki Ranch." Hassel immediately connected the dots. Oh, it's him. That explains everything. The name Dragon Express quickly became a trending topic on Pokémon forums, drawing widespread attention. Meanwhile, at Naranja Academy in the student dormitory, Arvin, who had recently started his semester, casually scrolled through the Pokémon forum. He couldn't help but chuckle at all the excitement surrounding Dragon Express. What's all the fuss about? Arvin muttered. He had been a regular customer of Naoki Ranch since it opened. Over a month ago, he'd stumbled across a post about Dragon Express on the Academy's campus forum. Intrigued, he looked it up and realized it was connected to Mr. Naoki. Knowing firsthand the quality of Naoki Ranch's products, especially the fresh Moo Moo milk, Arvin had started ordering regularly. Even his Mabostiff had taken a liking to it. Arvin wasn't the only one using Dragon Express. Grusha, the gym leader of Glacido Mountain, and Larry, a dedicated worker for the Pokémon League, were also loyal customers. Grusha first heard about Naoki's store during a live stream by Iono. In one casual moment, Iono sipped from a bottle of milk on stream and exclaimed how incredible it was. She added, "By the way, they use Dragonite for deliveries. Can you believe that?" Curious, Grusha looked it up and became a regular customer. Larry, on the other hand, valued efficiency above all else. With his demanding work schedule, time was a precious commodity. "Time is money," he often said. Dragon Express's speed outperformed traditional services like Squawkbilly by miles. Sometimes, even on work trips, Dragonite would find him and deliver his goods with pinpoint accuracy. For Aoki, this level of convenience made Naoki Ranch an indispensable part of his routine. As more people discovered Dragonite Express, word spread rapidly. Initially, most were captivated by the novelty of Dragonite making deliveries. However, soon enough, attention shifted to a specialty product sold in Naoki's store, Life Goat Milk. According to the product description, this goat milk could instantly heal Pokémon injuries and even provide humans with significant energy and health benefits. The catch? It was sold in extremely limited quantities, only 50 bottles per week. Naturally, curiosity about life goat milk skyrocketed, and enthusiastic netizens began sharing their purchasing experiences. That's right. Everything described above is absolutely true, a netizen wrote with excitement. Let me tell you, even though life goat milk is pricey, its effects are worth every poke dollar. Honestly, I think the shop owner is underselling it. The post continued with an astonishing claim. The effects of life goat milk are incredible. Even if a Pokémon is on the brink of collapse, just one sip restores its full strength instantly. Isn't that amazing? One time, I encountered a wild Pokémon far beyond my skill level while exploring. Thanks to this milk, I survived to tell the tale. Another user chimed in. Haha, let me add, this goat milk isn't just for Pokémon. Humans can drink it too. After just one bottle, you'll feel like you've got unlimited energy. Trust me, I've experienced it firsthand. People unfamiliar with such an item were stunned. How can something like this exist? They wondered. For many in the Johto region, this revelation was especially striking. If the claims about life goat milk were true, it seemed eerily similar to the legendary sacred ash of Ho-Oh. The sacred ash, a rare and revered artifact, was said to have been created by the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh. It possessed miraculous restorative powers, capable of reviving the near-dead, human or Pokémon alike, as long as even a sliver of life remained. However, only a handful of sacred ashes were left in Johto, carefully guarded by ancient families who believed in Ho-Oh's benevolence. And now, a small online shop seemed to be selling an equivalent of this sacred item in bulk. This revelation sent shockwaves through Ho-Oh's followers and the ancient families of Johto. Could the goat milk come from a legendary Pokémon? Like Ho-Oh, they speculated in disbelief. For those devoted to the rainbow Pokémon, this notion was almost sacrilegious. If that goat milk truly comes from a legendary Pokémon, how could the shop owner so casually sell it online? They questioned angrily. Such divine blessings should be preserved, not turned into a commercial product. At the same time, curiosity grew within these ancient families. If this milk really compares to sacred ash, we need to see it for ourselves. Many resolved to investigate the store further. The Pokémon shopping app saw an unprecedented surge in activity. Thousands of netizens flocked to search for Naoki Ranch, eager to learn more about Dragonite Express and the famed life goat milk. Many tried to place an order, but they were soon disappointed. The store's message read, "Cross-regional delivery is currently unavailable." Frustrated, more and more people began leaving messages on the shop's message board, petitioning the owner to enable cross-regional delivery services. Please, I'll pay extra for the postage. I don't care how much it costs. Just let us buy it. The message board was soon flooded with thousands of such comments. Naoki reads the messages. Naoki, holding his Rotom phone, browsed the post and scrolled through the overwhelming number of... Naoki, after careful consideration, decided not to rush into offering cross-regional delivery. As the popularity of Dragonite Express continued to grow, he realized it would inevitably attract the attention of Pokémon hunters from other regions. These hunters might place fraudulent orders to lure Dragonite out, and then ambush and capture them in one fell swoop. Compared to humans, Pokémon are still innocent and trusting. This holds true even for legendary Pokémon. The Pokémon world has seen countless examples where advanced technology and cunning strategies were used to capture these mighty beings. Lugia, the guardian of the seas, Celebi, the time traveler, Latios, the three lake guardians, Meloetta, Suicune, even Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space. Each has been manipulated or captured in some way. With this in mind, Naoki replied to the many customers requesting cross-regional delivery. Naoki Ranch. Merchant, I'm sorry, but at the moment, our delivery service is limited to the Paldea region. Other regions are simply too far, and I'm worried about the safety of the Dragonite delivery team. As soon as this response was posted, it quickly went viral on Pokémon forums, shared widely by netizens. Many immediately understood Naoki's concern, the risk of Pokémon hunters. Dragonite, being rare and powerful, would naturally be a prime target for such individuals. The internet was abuzz with discussions. One user commented, "Every region has black markets dealing in rare Pokémon." Naoki's caution makes perfect sense. Another, more skeptical user asked, "But doesn't the Paldea region have Pokémon hunters too?" Before Naoki could reply, an unexpected defender spoke up. "Paldea, Chief Champion Gita, that's right. Security in Paldea is exceptional, thanks to the hard work of the Paldea Pokémon League staff. We're committed to maintaining peace in the region. Everyone is welcome to travel and settle here." Gita's response was promptly shared, further boosting Paldea's reputation for safety. Naoki, she wasn't wrong. The Pokémon League's tireless efforts kept Paldea remarkably secure. From gym leaders to league champions, everyone worked overtime to ensure the region's safety. Even Gita herself was often seen diving headfirst into emergency situations, whether it was resolving city crises or handling rogue Pokémon like the giant Dragonite that entered Paldea's waters a few years ago. Still, Naoki knew the importance of vigilance. While Paldea might be safer than most regions, he reminded himself of the old adage, "Trust, but verify." March 10th, year 200 of the Pokémon Alliance calendar, 6:25 a.m. Naoki gathered all the Dragonites on the grassy field. In total, there were 11 Dragonites employed for deliveries, plus Naoki's own personal Dragonite, bringing the count to 12 majestic Dragonites on the ranch and a newly hatched Dragonite. Naoki's Dragonite stood beside him, with its arms folded, observing the group of hardworking Dragonites and their Rotom partners assembled in front of them. Naoki cleared his throat and asked, "Ahem, has your work been going smoothly these days?" The Dragonites nodded enthusiastically, happily exclaiming, "Awooh!" For them, the tasks were simple and enjoyable. Their cheerful smiles made them look even more endearing. Naoki chuckled, reaching out to pat their heads. "That's good to hear," he said warmly. "But today, I want to talk about something a little more serious." The Dragonites blinked curiously, tilting their heads as if to say, "Owo." "What is it?" Naoki's expression grew serious. "I want to warn you about the dangers you might face while delivering goods. Humans, like Pokémon, have different personalities. Some are kind-hearted, like Mrs. Dante's in town, who bake cookies for you. But," he continued, his tone darkening, "some humans have malicious intentions. They might try to hurt you by using stronger Pokémon to overpower you, trap you in nets or cages, and sell you for a high price." The Dragonites collectively frowned, their expressions filled with distaste for such people. But their frowns soon turned into determined scowls. The big brother Dragonite, flanked by its brothers, roared confidently, "Roar! If we meet those people, we'll teach them a lesson." Naoki shook his head. "Don't underestimate your enemies." "Awooh!" The big brother Dragonite tilted its head in confusion. Naoki turned to his own Dragonite, using it as an example. "Think about this. If you only saw Dragonite before it trained, you might think it's just the same old silly Dragonite. But now its strength has grown far beyond what it used to be. If you fought it now without knowing its true power, what do you think would happen?" Dragonite cheerfully chimed in, with a playful awoo, raising its chubby paw. Naoki chuckled, squeezing it gently. The big brother Dragonite furrowed its brow, its expression shifting to one of deep thought. After a moment, its face hardened with resolve. "Do you understand now?" Naoki asked. "Awoo." The Dragonites nodded earnestly, signifying that they understood the gravity of the situation. Next, Naoki addressed the Rotoms. "I'm counting on you to watch over the Dragonites. If anyone tries to harm or capture them, contact me immediately. If you can't reach me, contact Calyrex or Giratina." The Rotoms buzzed in unison, pledging to do their part diligently. Naoki gave a satisfied nod. He had already secured promises from 2 legendary Pokémon. Both Calyrex and Giratina had assured him that they would intervene swiftly if alerted. Among them, Giratina was particularly resolute. Giratina had assured Naoki, with its usual confidence, that the Dragonites were now its little brothers and that it would take great care of them. If anyone dares to bully them, Giratina declared boldly. I'll follow the network's signal straight to their hideout, take them down, and rescue the Dragonites myself. Naoki was left completely dumbfounded by Giratina's peculiar statement. It wasn't until Rotom on his phone piped up that he learned the truth. Giratina had been watching a Hollywood Pokémon gangster movie. According to Rotom, the movie followed the story of a loyal and fearless human who led his gang to confront rivals, eventually becoming the undisputed king of all gangs worldwide. Giratina had been deeply inspired, convinced that the protagonist's sense of loyalty and commanding presence mirrored its own personality. It began imagining itself as the boss of Pokémon, leading a loyal band of followers. So, when Naoki asked for its help, Giratina didn't hesitate for a second. Though it could be hot-tempered at times, Giratina was dependable when it came to keeping its promises. With both Giratina and Calyrex as safeguards, Naoki felt reassured. Should anyone dare to target Dragonite, Giratina would run along the network cable, as it so dramatically put it, and make them pay. With the day off to a solid start, the Dragonites began their deliveries, carrying goods to customers under the precise guidance of Rotom's navigation systems. Meanwhile, Naoki turned his attention to cleaning the house, joined by the NDD siblings. The ranch, bustling with Pokémon, often left Naoki's home in a state of disarray. Toys were scattered everywhere, and muddy paw prints from the Pokémon returning from outdoor play often left the freshly cleaned floors a mess. As Naoki swept and mopped, the EV-Evolutions darted around him, playing a game of tag. When he turned around to admire his progress, his jaw dropped. A trail of muddy footprints crisscrossed the pristine floor he'd just cleaned. You little troublemakers. Look at this mess. Outside, all of you, go play in the pasture. Naoki took a deep breath to calm himself before ushering the mischievous EV-Evolutions out of the house. The EV-Evolutions scampered off with playful giggles, clearly unbothered by Naoki's scolding. Meanwhile, Fluttermane, who had been rummaging in the fridge, glanced back at Naoki in confusion. Fluttermane, Naoki called out quickly, not you. You don't mess up the floor. You can stay. Fluttermane rarely touched the ground, always floating gracefully in the air. It gave a soft, understanding hum and drifted back to its spot. Fluttermane murmured, as serene as ever. Seeing Fluttermane staying put, Koraidon, who had been preparing to head outside, decided to remain indoors as well. Naoki raised an eyebrow at the big Pokémon, torn between saying something and staying silent. Rayo. Koraidon tilted its head, feigning innocence. Naoki sighed in defeat. Oh, forget it. Where's the Cyclizer? Koraidon turned its head and looked outside. Rayo. It had just spotted Cyclizer and Ogerpon dashing off towards Snorlax Park to play. Seeing this, Naoki sighed knowingly. Go fetch them all for me, he said, addressing Koraidon. It's bath day, and I'm not letting anyone skip it. Rayo. Koraidon chirped in agreement before turning and bolting off to gather the others. By the time Naoki and the NDD siblings finished tidying up the house, Koraidon returned, accompanied by a parade of Pokémon. Naoki headed to the bathroom, filling several basins with water. With so many Pokémon to clean, he had to wash them one at a time. He started with the hairless Pokémon, as their cleaning process was quick, a simple rinse followed by a fragrant shampoo. Koraidon, Cyclizer, Goldingo, and Ogerpon were all squeaky clean within 5 minutes. The furry Pokémon, however, required more attention. Their fur needed to be thoroughly washed and then dried to prevent colds. But with Slugma in the house, this was no problem at all. After each EV-Evolution's bath, Naoki sent them to the fireplace, where Slugma waited. The warmth radiating from its body served as a natural dryer, efficiently evaporating the moisture from their fluffy coats. As the EV-Evolutions gathered by the fireplace, the cozy warmth made them visibly relaxed. Some wagged their tails lazily, and a few were already dozing off, their eyes half closed. One EV-Evolution sprawled on its back, its partially dried belly exposed. When Naoki stepped out of the bathroom and saw the scene, he couldn't help but grin. A symphony of playful cries of "Booey! Booey!" soon echoed through the room as Naoki joined in the fun, affectionately playing with the fluffy group. In the afternoon, after a hearty lunch, Naoki felt thoroughly worn out from the morning's work. The weather was good, with the sun casting a warm, golden glow. Taking advantage of the peaceful atmosphere, Naoki made his way to the Wooloo pen and stretched out on a grassy hill. The gentle breeze and soothing sunlight enveloped him like a cozy blanket. Lying there, Naoki let himself relax completely. Time seemed to slow as he gazed at the endless blue sky above. Fluffy, cotton-like clouds drifted lazily across the heavens, carried by the soft breeze. In that moment, surrounded by nature's tranquility, Naoki felt an unparalleled sense of peace. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, with no endless overtime or heavy traffic to endure, Naoki's life now consisted of fertile farmlands, abundant orchards, soft grassy fields, and the companionship of adorable Pokémon. It felt like a dream. From the warm afternoon to the glowing sunset, Naoki reclined peacefully, resting against the fluffy wool of a Wooloo, enjoying the breeze and the sunlight. During this tranquil time, he occasionally noticed the Dragonites returning from their deliveries, only to set off again. When the day's tasks were finally completed and the store closed, the Dragonites received their daily treats from NDD before preparing to return to Dragonite Island with content expressions. Watching them, Naoki suddenly felt a pang of concern. Traveling back and forth between Dragonite Island and the ranch every day seemed exhausting for these diligent Pokémon. After pondering for a moment, Naoki stood up and called out to the departing Dragonites. A large group of Dragonites paused mid-flight and turned to him with curious expressions. "Oh," Naoki smiled and said, "Oh, I almost forgot something. The World Tree has fully grown now, and there's plenty of space inside for you all to live. Would you like to stay here instead? It'll make things much easier. You won't have to travel back and forth all the time." The Dragonites exchanged glances, their interest piqued. Oh, they had heard of the World Tree, but it had been a long time since they'd last visited it. Sensing their curiosity, Naoki decided to show them. He led them through the reverse world to the World Tree, allowing the Dragonites to see its splendor firsthand. The moment they arrived, the Dragonites were visibly awestruck by the tranquil and lush surroundings. The tree's natural energy resonated with them deeply. "How about it?" Naoki asked, gesturing around. "Would you like to stay here? It's close to the ranch, and you'll have all this space to enjoy." 4 of the Dragonites immediately nodded in excitement. They were the younger Dratini and Dragonair who often visited the ranch to play, already deeply fond of the area. 3 additional Dragonites quickly nodded in agreement, their enthusiasm clear. The prospect of living closer to the ranch, with its comforting environment and abundant resources, was far more appealing than making the long journey back to Dragonite Island each day. However, the Big Brother Dragonite group, led by their eldest brother with the scarred face, hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, the eldest brother stepped forward and rumbled, "Whoa, I think I'll return to Dragonite Island." Naoki nodded understandingly. "That's fine. Take your time to think about it. Whatever decision you make, I'll respect it." The eldest Dragonite was moved by Naoki's words. Over time, it had come to see why the others admired this human. Naoki wasn't just a skilled trainer. He genuinely cared for the Pokémon. Not only could he teach them advanced fighting techniques, but he also possessed the ability to harness the power of dragons to aid in their growth. Furthermore, he demonstrated genuine respect for their choices and took the time to consider their feelings, something that deeply resonated with the Dragonite. The Big Brother Dragonite glanced at Naoki with a newfound seriousness. But before it could speak, it caught a sharp glare from the stupid Dragonite standing nearby. Naoki's Dragonite puffed up its chest and growled protectively, "Oh, whoa. Naoki is my trainer. You can stay here, but don't even think about making him your trainer." That night, the Dragonites who worked at Naoki's ranch returned to Dragonite Island. Since they had decided to move to the World Tree, this was their chance to say goodbye to their companions on Dragonite Island. Dragonite Island lay peacefully in the vast ocean, its silhouette resembling a crescent moon against the night sky. Nourished by the power of dragons, the island's vegetation flourished, with clusters of berries hanging heavily from the trees that thrived in the fertile soil. Rustle. The leaves of the forest trembled as a dragonite's head popped out from the foliage. Its chubby claws reached for a bunch of berries, which it happily stuffed into its mouth. The burst of juicy flavor made the dragonite hum in satisfaction as it munched. Not far from this scene was a circular lake where Dratini and Dragonair were playing near the clear water. Woo! A series of cheerful calls echoed from the sky, catching the attention of the dragonites on the island. They looked up and saw their friends returning from the ranch, laden with their delivery boxes. The young Dratini and Dragonair playing near the lake perked up, their eyes lighting up with curiosity and excitement as the returning dragonites landed. Eagerly, the young Pokémon crowded around the delivery dragonites, their gazes fixed on the boxes they carried. The big brother Dragonite, as usual, distributed some poffins to the eager Dratini and Dragonair. The sweet aroma of the treats wafted through the air, and the younger Pokémon eagerly nibbled at their portions. More dragonites on the island were drawn to the commotion. Their curious eyes darted toward the poffin boxes, their expressions asking, "What does that taste like?" Typically, the working dragonites would share only a small portion of their poffins. But tonight was special. Since they were leaving the island and would have plenty of delicious treats at the ranch, they decided to share everything as a parting gift. Oh, the working dragonites opened their poffin boxes and generously distributed their contents to their companions. Soon, a growing crowd of dragonites gathered, happily munching on the poffins while wondering why the delivery team was being so generous. Well, the working dragonites cheerfully explained, "Oh, well, because starting tomorrow, we'll be moving in with Naoki." This announcement left the other dragonites stunned. Oh, whoa. Some dragonites looked shocked, while others seemed worried about the implications of this move. If they're leaving, does that mean we won't get to eat poffins anymore? Word of the decision quickly reached one of the older dragonites, who approached the gathering with a calm but curious demeanor. The elder dragonite asked, "Whoa, are you certain about this decision?" The working dragonites nodded enthusiastically, sharing stories of their life at the ranch. "Oh, whoa, Naoki is a wonderful human. He's so kind. Oh, whoa, thanks to him, I was able to evolve into a dragonite. Oh, whoa, whoa, I love working there. Every day, I deliver milk with Rotom, and I even get paid. Rotom said I can use the money to buy more poffins. Ah, well, and when we do well, Naoki uses his magical power to help us grow stronger." The stories captivated the other dragonites, sparking curiosity in even those who had previously shown no interest in humans or the ranch. However, some dragonites remained unconvinced. One hesitantly asked, "Oh, but if you leave, how will we get more poffins?" One of the working dragonites thought for a moment before replying confidently, "Oh, woo, you can work part-time too." Another working dragonite chimed in, "Oh, woo, that's right. If you work part-time, Naoki will give you all the poffins you want." The hesitant dragonite's eyes lit up with realization. "Oh, that's a great idea." Soon, the other dragonites, previously worried about losing access to poffins, reached the same conclusion. If they also worked at the ranch, they could enjoy delicious poffins every day. The following morning, a large group of dragonites departed from Dragonite Island, soaring across the vast Paldea Sea toward the Paldea region. As they flew, their presence was detected by an ocean ferry traversing the sea. The captain and first mate stood on the deck with their binoculars, stunned by the sight. Passengers on board quickly gathered on the deck, their faces painted with astonishment. "So many dragonites. Are they migrating?" Someone murmured in awe. Dragonite migrations were an exceedingly rare phenomenon, often considered a sign of good fortune. Many of the tourists clasped their hands together and began making wishes to the majestic Pokémon. 6:35 a.m. Paldea time. Naoki was busy feeding the Pokémon at the ranch when a sudden shadow passed overhead. Looking up, he froze in surprise. A massive group of dragonites was descending into the pasture, their wings creating a flurry of movement in the air. "Naoki, While it wasn't unusual for the Dragonites to arrive for work, this was an entirely different scenario. Why are there so many Dragonites? Naoki exclaimed, barely concealing his shock. Spotting the big brother Dragonite among the group, Naoki approached it hurriedly and asked, "What's going on?" The big brother Dragonite replied calmly, "Oh, they want to work here too." Another Dragonite chimed in eagerly, "Oh, woo, woo. That's right, Naoki. As long as you give them poffins, they're willing to work like us." Naoki listened to their responses, and it all began to make sense. Apparently, after his Dragonite employees returned to the island the previous evening, they had shared stories about life on the ranch and the delicious poffins. The news had spread, inspiring these Dragonites to migrate en masse. However, Naoki suspected the real motivation was their desire for the poffins. Looking at the eager faces of the newly arrived Dragonites, Naoki found himself at a loss for words. If Professor Oak were to study Dragonite behavior here, he thought, he'd probably discover that working at Naoki Ranch has become a trend among young Dragonites. Finally, Naoki smiled and welcomed them warmly. "All right, everyone, welcome to the ranch. I'm Naoki, the owner of this place." The Dragonites blinked curiously, clearly recognizing Naoki from his previous visits to Dragonite Island, where he had treated them to plenty of food. "From today onward, we'll be working together," Naoki continued. "You'll help me deliver goods, and in return, I'll make you all the poffins you could ever want." He then instructed Karaden to fetch several spare Rotom phones and called his own Dragonite over. "Teach them everything," Naoki said to Dragonite, "from how to use the Rotom phone to the delivery routes." Dragonite puffed out its chest proudly and stepped forward to take charge. It began instructing the new Dragonites with an air of authority, demonstrating the delivery process with the help of the veteran Dragonites. Meanwhile, Naoki took a head count of the new arrivals. 1, 2, 3, 13, he muttered. There are 13 new Dragonites, added to the 12 already working here. That makes 25 Dragonites and 1 Dratini at the ranch. Naoki, this is getting out of hand. The sheer number of Dragonites at the ranch was astonishing. If I recall correctly, Naoki murmured to himself, there were only about 30 Dragonites on Dragonite Island. How many are even left there now? Including the Dratini and Dragonairs that hadn't yet evolved, the total number of Dragonites on Dragonite Island was likely no more than 50. And now, nearly half of them had come to Naoki's ranch. Even Naoki couldn't believe the sheer number. He recalled that the giant Dragonite, known for its immense size and strength, also lived on Dragonite Island. Originally, this Dragonite had journeyed to the Paldea region in search of companionship and eventually found a tribe on the island. But now, with so many Dragonites migrating to Naoki's ranch, it would be left with fewer friends. Naoki felt momentarily speechless. Should I invite the remaining Dragonites to settle at the World Tree? He wondered. It would certainly be a way to reunite the tribe, even if they didn't work for him. However, Naoki quickly realized this plan had a major flaw. Those who had stayed behind likely had no intention of leaving their island home. If they wanted to come, they would have joined this morning's migration. Naoki wasn't about to force them. After careful thought, he decided to abandon the idea. However, while Naoki gave up the notion, the Dragonites themselves seemed to have other plans. That evening, after a long day of work, Naoki brought the Dragonites to the World Tree. For the time being, he settled them near the lake where Milotic resided. Once the arrangements were complete, Naoki returned to the ranch, leaving the Dragonites to explore their new surroundings. Curious about their environment, the Dragonites began to fly around, getting a feel for the vast and vibrant World Tree. Meanwhile, Pokémon who had already made the World Tree their home, like Milotic, Tropius, and the Trico Trio, noticed the newcomers. To make them feel welcome, Arboliva prepared a warm welcome by offering fruits from the tree's storage. Tropius even shared its own banana-like fruit with everyone. After discussing with everyone, Arboliva and Milotic held a bonfire party for the Dragonites. The atmosphere was lively. Arboliva used large leaves to serve fruit, while the warm flames illuminated the gathering. As they sat around the fire, The three Tricos were particularly curious about their new companions. "Trek," they asked, tilting their heads. "Where are you from?" One of the Dragonites answered cheerfully, "We're from Dragonite Island, where many Dragonites live." Another Dragonite eagerly nodded in agreement, but soon lowered its head, its tone becoming melancholic. But we'll never see them again." The Trico sitting nearby tilted its head, clearly puzzled. "Trek, why not?" The Dragonite sighed, replying, because they stayed behind on Dragonite Island." This particular Dragonite was one of the newer arrivals. Having spent its entire life on Dragonite Island, the transition to the World Tree was a little overwhelming. It missed the familiar surroundings of the island and the companions it had left behind. Unlike the Dragonites, the Trico Trio seemed completely at ease. Their excitement about the future and the Pokémon Guild they were helping to establish overshadowed any homesickness. They were already envisioning their role in running a cozy cafe at the World Tree. The flickering light of the bonfire cast soft shadows across the faces of the gathered Dragonites. A lingering sadness hung in the air as the reality of parting from their companions on Dragonite Island settled in. Even Milotic and the Trico Trio couldn't help but feel the weight of the Dragonite's sorrow. Arboliva, observing the scene with gentle eyes, quietly pondered the situation. Having been with Naoki since childhood, it had learned to silently pay attention to his actions and decisions. Naoki always chose togetherness, no matter the circumstances. He believed in the power of companionship. Inspired by this thought, Arboliva suddenly had an idea. If the Dragonites are upset about leaving their friends, wouldn't it be better to live together? Arboliva perked up and addressed the Dragonites. Olive, if you miss your friends so much, why not invite them to live on the World Tree with you?" The Dragonites blinked in surprise, their heads tilting in unison. Arboliva continued, "Arboli, as you can see, the World Tree is vast and has plenty of room for everyone. If they come here, you'll never have to be apart again. It'll be just like the ranch, a place for everyone to live together happily." Hearing this, the Dragonites' eyes sparkled with renewed hope. What a brilliant idea. The World Tree was beautiful, peaceful, and perfect for their tribe. Their friends on Dragonite Island would surely love it. Excited by the thought, the Dragonites began to chatter animatedly, making plans to visit Dragonite Island first thing in the morning to extend their invitation. Their spirits lifted, and the atmosphere around the bonfire became warm and cheerful again. That night, under World Tree, the Dragonites slept soundly, their hearts filled with anticipation. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the ranch, the Dragonites approached Naoki to share their plan. They explained their idea with earnest expressions, their large eyes filled with hope. We want to invite everyone from Dragonite Island to live on the World Tree. Is that okay?" Naoki stared at the group in disbelief, needing a moment to process what they were asking. "Wait, you're saying you want all the Dragonites on the island to move here?" The Dragonites nodded enthusiastically, their tails swishing with excitement. "But what if they don't want to leave?" Naoki asked, his brow furrowed with concern. The Dragonites were quick to reassure him, puffing out their chests with confidence. They explained that everyone on Dragonite Island had grown up together, sharing countless memories, catching fish in the sea, gathering berries in the forest, and watching the stars and sunrises. If they missed their friends, surely their friends felt the same way. "All right then," Naoki said with a smile, touched by their determination. "Let's go together." After quickly closing the ranch for the day, Naoki mounted Karaden with his own Dragonite by his side. Along with the group of working Dragonites, they set off across the glistening waters of the Paldea Sea. After nearly a year, Naoki found himself returning to Dragonite Island. The secluded haven stood tranquil in the middle of the vast ocean, surrounded by lush greenery and vibrant wildlife. As they approached, the group could hear the familiar calls of wild Dragonites echoing through the island's forest. The scent of ripe berries filled the air, carried by a gentle breeze. The working Dragonites led the way, excited to share their stories and their invitation. Naoki dismounted Koraden, taking in the serene beauty of the island. Memories of his previous visits flooded back, along with a realization Dragonite Island had a unique charm, one that felt like home even to him. His Dragonite, too, seemed nostalgic. Its gaze swept across the landscape, remembering the days it had spent here with its kin. Dragonite reflected on its past. Back then, it felt like the fool of the group, clumsy and unsure of itself. But the other Dragonites never laughed at or bullied it. Instead, they always treated it with kindness. Despite their support, it couldn't shake the feeling of being inadequate, always seeing itself as just a stupid Dragonite. Looking back now, Dragonite felt a wave of nostalgia for those simpler times. Life had been carefree, filled with days spent playing in the lake and dreaming of growing stronger. Dragonite glanced at the group of island Dragonites, who were now vying for Naoki's attention. It made a decision then and there. It wouldn't stop Naoki from teaching them new moves. After all, they were its family, and learning from Naoki could only make them stronger. The working Dragonites began negotiating with the island Dragonites, enthusiastically sharing tales of life at the ranch and the World Tree. Naoki, observing the lively discussion, turned to his Dragonite with curiosity. "Did you play with them when you were little?" he asked. Dragonite nodded with a soft "oh," recalling the memories fondly. Back then, it was just a tiny Dratini, surrounded by others as weak as itself. They had spent their days swimming in the lake, eagerly waiting for the day they would evolve. Older Dragonites would bring blackberries and fish to feed them, watching over the younger generation with care. Naoki smiled warmly at Dragonite. "You've grown so much since the first time I met you," he said, his voice filled with pride. Dragonite, caught off guard by the compliment, scratched its head shyly and let out a soft whoop. But then, a playful gleam entered Naoki's eyes. He leaned closer and whispered, "By the way, that Dragonite you had a crush on, is it among them?" Dragonite froze, its eyes widening in shock. It looked as though Naoki had struck a nerve. Naoki couldn't help but chuckle at its reaction. "What's the matter? Don't you like her anymore?" Dragonite's wings twitched nervously, unsure how to respond. "Come on," Naoki said with an encouraging smile. "You're a strong Dragonite now. You should have confidence in yourself." Dragonite sighed, a little flustered. It let out a reluctant "oh" before turning its gaze toward the other Dragonites, clearly still shy about the topic. Meanwhile, the negotiations between the working Dragonites and the island Dragonites seemed to have reached a conclusion. The Dragonites all turned to Naoki, their expressions bright with excitement. One of the working Dragonites stepped forward eagerly, letting out a cheerful "awoo." "Did they agree?" Naoki asked, hopeful. The Dragonite nodded enthusiastically, its tail wagging with joy. Naoki let out a relieved breath, a smile spreading across his face. "That's great." As he scanned the gathered Dragonites, his eyes landed on a familiar figure, the giant Dragonite. Once towering over its peers, it had eaten a special pumpkin dish Naoki had prepared during a previous visit. Now its size had adjusted to match that of a normal Dragonite. "Long time no see, Dragonite." Naoki greeted warmly, his voice carrying a note of nostalgia. The giant Dragonite responded happily with a deep, resonant roar. "A woof!" It clearly remembered Naoki, the person who had helped it find this haven in the first place. Gratitude filled its heart, and the bond between them felt stronger than ever. Now that the Dragonites had agreed to live within the World Tree, Naoki turned his attention to the logistics of their new home. If all the Dragonites were housed on the Expedition Guild floor, it would undoubtedly become overcrowded. Furthermore, feeding this many Dragonites with the output from the orchard he had cultivated would be nearly impossible. He needed to expand the orchards, and fast. Naoki fell into deep thought, his eyes scanning the lush Dragonite Island. His mind wandered to the interior of the World Tree, considering its many levels and vast spaces. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Could Calyrex use its psychic powers to relocate the entirety of Dragonite Island into the World Tree? Naoki's mind raced as he pieced together the logistics. He recalled that the World Tree's lower levels housed a massive valley with an expansive open space. With some minor modifications, it could be transformed into a perfect Dragonite sanctuary. If they transferred the island along with some seawater and stocked it with fish, the environment would replicate the Dragonite's current habitat. They could hunt fish as they pleased and, when in the mood for something sweet, visit the orchard for fruit. He knew of Calyrex's immense power. It had once saved an entire forest and its Pokémon by relocating the entire ecosystem. Surely it could manage this task. Excited, Naoki whipped out his Rotom phone and called Calyrex. After hearing Naoki's idea, Calyrex affirmed it was feasible. "Where are you now?" Calyrex asked. Naoki shared his location, and Calyrex used the phone's navigation to teleport directly to Dragonite Island. "Should we evacuate the island first?" Naoki inquired. Calyrex took a moment to scan the surroundings, its gaze calm and analytical. Finally, it shook its head. "No need. You can stay where you are." The next moment, Calyrex's eyes glowed with radiant energy as it activated its psychic powers. A surge of pressure emanated from its form, sending ripples through the air. The immense psychic energy manifested as a soft blue aura that enveloped Dragonite Island and a significant portion of the surrounding seawater. The power was so intense that it distorted the space around them, warping the sky and horizon into a surreal swirl of colors. Then, in a flash of dazzling white light, the entire island, along with its inhabitants and the surrounding waters, vanished from the ocean. Before Naoki or the Dragonites could fully comprehend what had happened, the scenery around them shifted dramatically. Gone was the endless ocean. In its place was a mysterious, otherworldly environment, the inside of the World Tree. Calyrex had not only transported Dragonite Island, but had also brought a vast expanse of seawater along with it. The transplanted waters flooded the valley, filling the area with a shimmering blue sea that perfectly mirrored the original habitat. Dragonite Island now floated peacefully on the surface of this newly created ocean. As the waves settled, the once turbulent waters became calm and serene, reflecting the soft light from above. The Dragonites were utterly dumbfounded. They gazed around in disbelief, taking in the uncanny resemblance to their former home. The gentle waves lapped against the shore, and the familiar trees and berry bushes swayed in the breeze. Naoki discovered that the World Tree, which had mutated from the grass-type energy of his Gagote, was incredibly unique. Unlike the legendary World Tree in the Kanto region, this one had an extraordinary ability to perform photosynthesis and provide sunlight to its internal areas. Its interior was a self-contained space, an intricate Pokémon ecosystem simulator. The World Tree could replicate external environments within itself and infuse them with vitality and energy. For instance, the sea that Calyrex had transferred to the World Tree was now flowing with life as the tree injected natural energy into it, making it vibrant and dynamic. Standing on Dragonite Island, Naoki surveyed the surrounding waters. This otherworldly space sparked a cascade of ideas for his next steps. With the abundance of water resources, Naoki envisioned turning this area into a haven not just for Dragonites, but also for water-type Pokémon like Corsola, Lovedisc, and Starmie. He could create a thriving aquatic ecological zone. "If only I could get in touch with Groudon and Kyogre," Naoki mused wistfully. He imagined the possibilities. Kyogre, the legendary ruler of the seas, could bring endless vitality to the waters by creating new ocean currents. Partnered with the World Tree's life-giving energy, it could make the sea an even more vibrant ecosystem. Meanwhile, Groudon, the legendary master of land and magma, could shape a fiery ecosystem. Its presence could create a haven for fire, rock, and ground-type Pokémon, centered around lava flows and rugged terrain. But Naoki knew the odds of contacting those two were slim. Moreover, Groudon and Kyogre's legendary rivalry was infamous. If both were to inhabit the same space, chaos would surely ensue. Shaking off the ambitious thought, Naoki refocused on his immediate priorities. With Dragonite Island successfully relocated, the next step was stocking the waters with fish to sustain the Dragonites. The ranch hadn't ventured into aquaculture yet, so it couldn't supply fish directly. Naoki decided to head to town and consult Zack. It was March, a time when the world tree needed ripening. After bidding farewell to the Dragonites, Naoki took the world tree elevator to leave the realm. Driving his pickup truck, he made his way to the bustling marketplace in Kosagi Town, where he found Zack. When Naoki explained his plan, Zack raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Fish? Are you starting a fish farm?" he asked. Naoki nodded. "Sort of, but it's not for commercial farming. The fish are meant to feed the Dragonites, so I don't need aquatic Pokémon, just plain fish." "Got it." Zack chuckled knowingly. He was familiar with the Dragonite delivery team for Naoki's ranch. "Leave it to me. I'll contact the nearby fish hatchery this afternoon." Naoki handed Zack 2 cans of rock salt harvested from the ranch as a token of appreciation. "Thanks for helping out. I didn't want to trouble you for nothing." Zack grinned and handed Naoki a bag of ripe cherries in return. "Here, these cherries are fresh from the Elif cherry orchard. Big, sweet, and perfect for the cyclizer to snack on." Spring was in full bloom, and the cherries from Elif orchard were renowned for their size and sweetness, a delicacy of Kosagi Town. Naoki thanked Zack and headed back to the ranch. Upon arrival, he found Calyrex and Coraden waiting for him by the lake at the heart of the ranch. Together, they ventured into the reverse world, where Calyrex used its immense power to help the world tree grow. The next moment, the colossal world tree in front of Naoki began to radiate a brilliant green light. The leaves on its crown swayed gently in the breeze, creating a soothing, rustling sound that echoed through the surroundings. At the same time, within the world tree itself, Kelly and the Pokémon working at the construction site paused as they noticed the change. They gazed upward in amazement at the leaves glowing softly above their heads. The light seemed to resonate through the surrounding vegetation, which began to grow even more lush and vibrant. In the orchard, the Trico trio had just harvested a batch of fruit and were preparing to transport it to the storage areas with Tropius. Before they could leave, a shimmering green light enveloped the entire orchard. To their astonishment, the fruit trees began producing new fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. In mere moments, the once empty branches were heavy again with ripe, sweet fruit. "Triek!" one of the Tricos exclaimed, startled by the miraculous sight. In its surprise, the leaf it had been using to carry fruit slipped from its grasp, sending a cascade of berries rolling to the ground. Another Trico stared at the orchard in disbelief, murmuring, "Triek, there's too much fruit. We can't eat it, eh?" LL. Arboliva, who was nearby, observed the scene calmly. Unlike the shocked Tricos, it was used to such wonders. Turning to the others, Arboliva suggested gently, Olive, if there's too much, why don't we share it with the Dragonites?" Tropius and Milotic immediately agreed with the idea, nodding their approval. Meanwhile, the Dragonites that Arboliva mentioned were also witnessing the changes brought about by the World Tree. On Dragonite Island, the gathered Dragonites gazed up at the sky, watching as the green light bathed their surroundings. Some looked around in confusion, sensing that something was subtly changing. Curious to investigate, a particularly bold Dragonite dove into the glowing waters with a loud splash, disappearing beneath the surface. As it swam deeper, it noticed the seabed undergoing an incredible transformation. The barren underwater terrain had been replaced by patches of vibrant seaweed, lush kelp forests, and stunning coral reefs. "Whoa!" the Dragonite exclaimed in amazement. It grabbed a strand of kelp with its chubby claws and surfaced to show its companions. The other Dragonites quickly gathered to examine the kelp, their excitement growing as they realized the profound changes taking place in their aquatic home. Outside the World Tree, the glowing leaves began to dim, signaling the end of the process. Naoki turned his gaze back to the World Tree. Information about the tree appeared in his mind. World Tree. Mature stage. The World Tree is thriving and nearing the end of its growth phase. It is transitioning into a new life form, capable of sustaining an entire ecosystem and nourishing all life within it using natural energy. Estimated time to full maturity, 27,198 years. Naoki let out a low whistle, shortened by another 10,000 years. At this rate, it'll be fully matured in another 3 months. It was March now, which meant by June, the world tree would reach its final growth stage. Turning to Calyrex, Naoki smiled gratefully. Thank you for all your hard work. Calyrex offered a warm smile in return and looked up at the towering tree. I sensed something unusual inside the world tree during the ripening. You should investigate. It feels different from before. Different? Naoki asked, intrigued. What kind of change? Calyrex shook its head. I can't be certain, but the energy inside has definitely shifted. Nodding thoughtfully, Naoki decided to take a closer look. Accompanied by a group of Pokémon, Naoki entered the world tree and took the elevator to Dragonite Island. Naoki was greeted by an unexpected sight. On the beaches surrounding the island, groups of Dragonites were playing with seaweed, corals, and kelp. Some clumsily tangled themselves in the strands, while others proudly showed off their findings to their friends. Naoki blinked in confusion. Where did they get seaweed and coral? There wasn't anything like that here before. He glanced at Calyrex, who followed close behind. Calyrex tilted its head and responded, I didn't move these. They must have appeared naturally. Naoki's curiosity deepened. In that case, I need to see for myself. Without hesitation, he set his jacket aside and dove into the water. Seeing Naoki plunge into the sea, the Dragonites panicked. They immediately assumed that Naoki had fallen in and sprang into action. With splashes and roars of determination, several Dragonites dove in after him. Before Naoki could figure out what was happening, several Dragonites came up behind him. One of them grabbed him with its 2 chubby claws and tried to drag him out of the sea. Naoki, through his dragon power, he quickly sensed the thoughts in the Dragonite's mind. Naoki sighed internally, finding himself once again surprised by the Dragonite's instincts. Wild Dragonites, known for their kind hearts, often rescued humans who fell into the sea. It was no wonder ships crossing the ocean often used Dragonite imagery as a symbol of good fortune and protection. He gently patted the Dragonite's arm, using his dragon power to convey his thoughts. I didn't fall into the water. I came down on purpose to see what's changed beneath the surface. The Dragonite tilted its head in confusion and examined Naoki closely. Seeing that he was indeed uninjured and not struggling, the Dragonite loosened its grip with a soft grunt of understanding. Do you know what happened down here? Naoki asked, hoping the Dragonite could provide some insight. Since his own Dragonite and the other delivery team members were out working, Naoki decided to seek answers from the Dragonites currently living in the World Tree. Hearing Naoki's question, the Dragonite perked up, happy to help. It grasped Naoki firmly yet gently and swam with him to the seabed, where other Dragonites followed closely. Pointing at the lush seaweed and vibrant algae swaying with the ocean currents, the Dragonite exclaimed, "Oh, whoa, these just started growing." Naoki's eyes widened in amazement. The seabed, once barren, was now teeming with life. Long strands of green seaweed danced with the water's rhythm, and a vibrant coral reef glimmered in the distance. What in the world? Naoki muttered, his voice muffled underwater. Could it be that when Calyrex ripened the world tree, its powers had merged with the seawater, creating a self-sustaining underwater ecosystem? The timing and transformation seemed too perfect to be a coincidence. That must be it, Naoki thought. His mind raced with wonder at the sheer capability of the world tree. The realization filled him with awe. This was more than he had ever anticipated. The world tree wasn't just an ecosystem. It was alive and evolving in ways that defied logic. However, Naoki's lungs burned from the effort of holding his breath. Reluctantly, he gestured for the Dragonite to take him back to the surface. Breaking through the water's surface, Naoki inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. Exhausted, he flopped onto the sandy shore of Dragonite Island. allowing himself a moment to recover. A group of curious Dragonites gathered around him, their large, expressive eyes peering down with concern. "I'm fine," Naoki assured them with a chuckle, brushing off their worries. "I just held my breath too long." One of the Dragonites lowered its head, nuzzling him affectionately. Naoki smiled and stroked its smooth forehead, earning a happy cry of a woof. After resting a bit, Naoki stood up and approached Calyrex and Coraden, who had been patiently observing from the shore. Turning to the Dragonites, he spoke with a warm smile. "The sea has fully merged with the World Tree. From now on, you can live here peacefully without worry." The Dragonites erupted into joyous cries of a woof. Naoki looked around Dragonite Island, searching for open spaces that could be cultivated into farmland. He envisioned creating a fruit orchard there, allowing the Dragonites to become more self-sufficient. By summoning rain to water the crops and using dragon energy to nourish them, Naoki believed Dragonite Island could quickly transform into a paradise for its inhabitants. It didn't take long for Naoki to find a suitable piece of land. He decided that once Zack delivered the fish, he would bring saplings and enlist Dugtrio to help establish the orchard for the Dragonites. Having sorted out the changes with the Dragonite Island, Naoki turned his attention to the Expedition Guild. Waving goodbye to the Dragonites, he stepped into the World Tree elevator and ascended to the top floor. Upon arriving, Naoki was greeted by the sight of Trico carrying large piles of berries, clearly on a mission. Surprised, he stopped them and asked, "Where are you going?" "Treyek," one of the Trico chirped. The nearby Calyrex, standing serenely, translated for Naoki. They said the orchard has produced so much fruit that they couldn't possibly eat it all. Even the tree holes are full. They want to share these fruits with the Dragonites. Naoki blinked in surprise. While he knew the fruit trees in the orchard had an unusually high yield, this level of abundance was unexpected. "Well, go ahead. The Dragonites are on the island now," he encouraged. Treyek, the Trico, responded happily and waddled off with their fruits, taking the World Tree elevator to the next floor. Naoki, curious about the changes in this area, decided to take a closer look. As he wandered, he observed that while the vegetation had become more vibrant and lush, the changes weren't as dramatic as those on Dragonite Island. Nonetheless, the enhanced natural atmosphere gave the area a soothing and lively vibe. He paused to greet Ma Camp, who was busy with construction work. From their conversation, Naoki learned about the extraordinary phenomena that had occurred earlier. "Champ," the trees above emitted a brilliant glow, and the grass began growing rapidly, Ma Camp explained. "Champ, even the fruit trees in the orchard were producing fruit at an incredible rate." Hearing this, Naoki raised an eyebrow. Fruit trees bearing fruit like crazy? Intrigued, he continued his exploration, heading toward the orchard with his Pokémon. When he arrived, the sight before him left him speechless. The orchard was bursting with fruit, trees laden with plump, juicy berries, their branches sagging under the weight. Nearby, Arboliva was tending to the fruit trees, its grassy energy flowing gently into the soil. Upon noticing Naoki, it stopped and greeted him warmly. "Arboliva, are these fruits freshly harvested?" Naoki asked, still stunned. Arboliva nodded and began explaining the recent events. When Calyrex had enhanced the World Tree, the orchard had been affected as well. The trees had produced fruit so rapidly that the Trico couldn't keep up with the harvest. "Olive, every time they picked a batch," Arboliva explained, "another batch would immediately grow to replace it." This went on for several rounds before the trees finally stopped. The poor Trico were exhausted. Arboliva led Naoki to see where the harvested fruits were stored. They arrived at a massive tree with hollowed-out sections acting as makeshift storage spaces. The sight was astonishing. The tree holes were filled to the brim with fruit, with some even spilling onto the grass below. Naoki finally understood why the Trico had been giving fruit to the Dragonites. There was simply too much to eat. "Don't worry. The warehouse will be completed soon. Once it's ready, we won't have to worry about running out of storage space." Construction was progressing rapidly. With Ma Camp and other Pokémon lending their strength, the warehouse was nearing completion. Once it was finished, the team would move on to building the guild headquarters and additional facilities for Pokémon. Olive, Arboliva nodded gently, pleased with the progress. Having finally figured out the changes happening within the World Tree, Naoki sighed with relief. Everything was heading in a positive direction. Before leaving, Naoki decided to visit the lake where Milotic and other water-type Pokémon resided. When he arrived, Milotic was gracefully swimming across the serene lake, its movements as fluid as the water itself. On the shore, 3 Tatsujiri basked lazily in the sunlight, enjoying the safety and tranquility of the World Tree, free from worries of being captured or threatened. Meanwhile, Slowpoke lay on the shoreline, gazing blankly at the water, completely lost in thought. Seeing the relaxed atmosphere, Naoki couldn't help but chuckle. He approached Slowpoke and gently lifted it under its arms, holding it up. Slowpoke didn't react at all. Naoki shook his head in amusement, then turned to greet Milotic and the others. "How are things? Are you getting used to living here?" "Woo," Milotic trilled melodiously, its tone brimming with contentment. It loved the idyllic and peaceful environment of the World Tree. Naoki smiled, happy to hear that. Nearby, the tiny Tatsujiri were bouncing playfully, trying their best to catch Naoki's attention. "Tats," they chirped enthusiastically. Naoki crouched down and asked with a smile, "And how about you 3? Are you enjoying it here?" "Tatsu Tats." The Tatsujiri jumped with even more energy, their excitement clear. Calyrex, observing the interaction, translated casually, they're saying they want to become the managers of a sushi restaurant and work hard to run it. Naoki blinked in disbelief. "What? You want to manage a sushi restaurant?" "Tats." The Tatsujiri nodded eagerly, their enthusiasm unwavering. Naoki stared at them for a moment before joking. "Well, you'd better be careful not to stand too close to the sushi. Someone might mistake you for actual sushi and eat you." The Tatsujiri, particularly the orange-yellow one resembling a piece of salmon nigiri, shook their heads vigorously. "Tatsu Tats," they cried, clearly alarmed by the idea. Naoki laughed. "All right, we'll sort out the details when the sushi restaurant opens. For now, enjoy yourselves." Turning his attention back to Slowpoke, Naoki noticed that the Pokémon still hadn't reacted to being picked up earlier. After what felt like an eternity, Slowpoke finally turned its head toward Naoki, but did so at an agonizingly slow pace. Its dull eyes seemed to stare straight through him. "Stupid," Slowpoke muttered. Naoki repeated the sound, "Stay." Slowpoke said nothing further, simply maintaining its blank stare. Naoki sighed. He had the distinct impression that if he remained still, Slowpoke would continue staring at him for days on end. He reached out and gave its curly ear a light rub, earning no reaction. When thinking about Slowpoke, Naoki couldn't help but ponder its 2 unique evolutionary paths, Slowbro and Slowking. Unlike most Pokémon, Slowpoke required a partner Pokémon, Shelder, to evolve. When a Shelder bites Slowpoke's tail, the 2 Pokémon form a symbiotic relationship, resulting in Slowpoke evolving into Slowbro. However, if the Shelder bites Slowpoke's head instead, and a special item called the King's Rock is involved, Slowpoke evolves into Slowking. As its name suggests, Slowking is considered the king of the Slowpoke evolutionary line. Research conducted by Pokémon scholars has revealed that Slowking possesses an incredibly high level of intelligence, comparable to the world's most brilliant scientists. Thinking of this, Naoki felt a flicker of inspiration. He had always wanted to hire a highly intelligent Pokémon to help manage a shop at the World Tree. He'd even issued a request to the Hero Expedition team to find a suitable Pokémon for the task. However, there has been no success in locating one so far. That brought him to Slowpoke. Could he assist this Slowpoke in evolving into a Slowking and let it take on the role he had envisioned? However, evolving Slowpoke into Slowking required 2 key elements, Shelder and the King's Rock. Neither of these was currently available at the ranch. After some thought, Naoki decided he would search online to see if anyone was selling King's Rock. As for Shelder, it would be much simpler. He just needed to take Slowpoke to the coast, where Shelder naturally lived. One would surely come along and complete the evolution process. That afternoon, Zach called with good news. He had secured a deal with a fish breeding base. After hanging up, Naoki met Zach at the base, located south of Kosagi Town. There, he purchased several types of fishes, including sea bass, yellow croaker, and sori, investing in a sustainable food source for Dragonite Island. Next, Naoki visited the local seed store, where he bought a variety of fruit tree saplings. With his supplies ready, Naoki returned to the ranch, gathered the Doug Trio and Calyrex, and made his way to Dragonite Island. The tasks ahead felt manageable thanks to the Doug Trio's expertise. It had worked with Naoki on similar projects before, and after he marked the designated area, the Doug Trio immediately got to work. Using its remarkable digging abilities, it transformed the empty plot into fertile farmland. As the Doug Trio dug, several Dragonites gathered nearby, curiously watching their progress. Meanwhile, Naoki mounted his own Dragonite and began releasing the fish into the sea, ensuring they were evenly distributed throughout the water. Once that was done, Naoki approached the Elder Dragonite and the Giant Dragonite, who had taken on leadership roles within the group. "I've just released fish fry into the sea," Naoki explained. "It won't be long before they grow, and you'll have plenty of fish to eat here." The Elder Dragonite let out a pleased rumble, and the Giant Dragonite nodded its gratitude. Naoki smiled, but added a word of caution. "However, you must be patient. Don't eat the fish before they've had time to grow. If you deplete the population too soon, there won't be enough fish to sustain the ecosystem." The Elder Dragonite, with its wisdom and experience, nodded solemnly. It understood the importance of maintaining balance, as even in the wild, Dragonites avoided catching small, juvenile fish to ensure future abundance. "I'll leave it to you to explain this to the others, and keep an eye on things," Naoki said. "Oh." The Elder Dragonite nodded firmly, agreeing to the responsibility. With the aquatic part of the ecosystem set up, Naoki turned his focus to the orchard. By the time he returned to the cleared farmland, the Doug Trio had already finished its work. They squeaked excitedly, clearly proud of their efforts, while the gathered Dragonites observed with wide-eyed fascination. Without wasting time, Naoki teamed up with Cyclizer and Karaden to plant the fruit tree saplings in the freshly dug plots. The Dragonites, inspired by Naoki's dedication, even began to help by gently patting the soil around the saplings with their claws. The final step in the process belonged to Calyrex. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered Dragonites, Calyrex gracefully floated forward. As Calyrex raised its right hand, a brilliant light spread across the orchard. The fruit saplings began to grow at a rapid pace, their transformation visible to all. Within moments, the barren plot had become a lush orchard filled with fruit-laden trees. The Dragonites stood in stunned silence, their wide eyes reflecting admiration for Calyrex. "This Pokémon is incredible," their expressions seemed to say. Calyrex, accustomed to such reactions, simply smiled modestly and stepped back to stand beside Naoki. "All right," Naoki said with a warm smile. "Now you can pick fruits from these trees whenever you like." "Oh," the Dragonites chorused joyfully. They hadn't imagined fruit trees could grow so quickly. To them, this was nothing short of a miracle. Naoki stayed on Dragonite Island for a while longer, watching as the Dragonites adapted to their new orchard. They flitted from tree to tree, picking fruits and sharing them with the younger Dragonaires in Dratini. The sight warmed Naoki's heart. It was part of Dragonite's nature to care for their young, a habit that persisted even after they reached adulthood. The harmony and affection within their tribe made Dragonite seem even more endearing to Naoki. Compared to the intimidating Hydreigon clan from a neighboring region, the Dragonite family was the epitome of warmth and friendliness. Their chubby paws, round bodies, and big, soulful eyes made them look like living embodiments of joy. Before leaving the World Tree, Naoki asked the Dragonites to bring some berries to Giratina outside. Though puzzled, the Dragonites complied. Each one carried a bundle of berries in its arms and flew to the Flower Sky Island, where Giratina resided. Giratina greeted them with a satisfied growl, clearly pleased by their thoughtfulness. Good, my little brothers, Giratina rumbled, its tone brimming with pride. From now on, you'll be under my protection. Watching from below, Naoki smiled. With Giratina watching over them, he no longer needed to worry about his Dragonite employees encountering danger during deliveries. March 15th, Alliance Calendar Year 200. That morning, Naoki sat at his desk, browsing the internet for information about the King's Rock, the rare item needed to evolve Slowpoke into Slowking. According to online sources, the King's Rock was a symbolic item of great power, frequently in high demand. It was said to be crucial not only for evolving Slowpoke into Slowking, but also for evolving Poliwhirl into Politoed. Despite its popularity, the King's Rock was rarely available for sale and was often snapped up as soon as it appeared on the market. Naoki sighed as his search yielded no results. Undeterred, he opened his Rotom phone and typed King's Rock into the search bar of an online shopping app. Unfortunately, no listings appeared. Just then, a video call notification popped up. The caller ID read Gita. Naoki blinked in surprise. "Why is Gita calling me?" he muttered before pressing the answer button. Gita's smiling face appeared on the screen. "Long time no see, Naoki. How have you been?" "Pretty good," Naoki replied, though he couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't a casual call. "What's going on?" Gita chuckled. "You know me too well. I do have something to ask." Naoki groaned internally. Of course, he thought. "Here it comes." Gita continued. "In recent months, several champion-level trainers have joined the Paldea League. As you know, it's challenging to make significant progress once you've reached this level." Naoki raised an eyebrow. "And so," Gita said with a grin, "I've recommended your ranch as a training ground for them. They might come to challenge you soon. Take good care of them, will you?" Naoki couldn't help but grumble. "I feel like I'm working for the Paldea Alliance in some indirect way and without any salary to boot." "Oh, don't say that," Gita replied with a laugh. "If you ever need anything, you can always ask the Paldea Alliance." She continued, her tone lighthearted but sincere. "Even though you're not officially part of the Paldea Alliance, everyone here already considers you one of us. You've earned the nickname the Extraordinary Champion among the members." Having grown familiar with Gita's ways, Naoki decided to skip the pleasantries. "All right then, help me find a King's Rock, and I'll gladly welcome those champion-level trainers," he declared confidently. Gita raised an eyebrow in surprise. "A King's Rock? Isn't that the item used to evolve Poliwhirl into Politoed?" Naoki nodded. "Yes, but I'm looking for it to evolve a Slowpoke on my ranch into a Slowking." "Ah, I see," Gita responded thoughtfully. "All right, it's a deal. I'll track down a King's Rock for you, and you'll handle those trainers." "Deal," Naoki replied, already thinking ahead. Champion-level trainers, huh? The trials on his ranch had gained some popularity recently. For those interested, it wasn't hard to find strategies online detailing how to clear them. For example, to beat the green grass trial, you just needed to send out a Pokémon with a type advantage against Gagote, let it build up its power, and deliver a decisive blow to secure victory. For champion-level trainers, this wouldn't be much of a challenge. After all, every champion had earned their rank through countless battles, mastering the ability to adapt and devise strategies. They only needed one attempt to figure out the mechanics of the trial and overcome it. But Naoki wasn't worried. Even if someone managed to clear the green grass trial, they would still have to face the ancient double trail with Koraidon and Fluttermane that awaited them in the later challenges. After the call ended, Gita wasted no time and contacted Larry. It didn't take long for the call to connect. With a cheerful tone, Gita greeted him. "Larry, I've got a new assignment for you. Complete this task, and I'll grant you 3 days of paid vacation." Meanwhile, in Mesagoza, just outside the gates of Paldea Academy, a teenager, no older than 15 or 16, was staring intently at a special mission issued by the chief champion. Mission: travel to Naoki's ranch in Kosaji Town and complete at least one trial. Rewards will be issued by the Paldea Alliance based on your performance. The boy's name was Miguel, and he had only been promoted to champion-level trainer in the Paldea League a week ago. Since his promotion, he hadn't been assigned any special tasks until now. Looking at the mission, Miguel's brow furrowed in confusion. Naoki's ranch? What kind of place is that? He muttered to himself. A trial at some ranch in the countryside? The young trainer, who had achieved the prestigious rank of champion at just 16, couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Despite his initial doubts, Miguel decided to accept the mission and set off for Naoki's ranch. At that moment, Miguel's Rotom phone buzzed again. When he opened it, he saw it was a message from a friend asking what he was up to. Miguel didn't hesitate and replied honestly, explaining that he'd received a mission to participate in a trial at a ranch. Almost immediately, he received a string of exclamation marks in response. Jasper, Naoki's ranch? Miguel, yes, do you know about it? You've been traveling, so you probably haven't been keeping up with the school forums. That place is super famous. Along with the message, Jasper sent a forum link. Curious, Miguel clicked on it, and bold text immediately caught his attention. The hidden boss of campus legend. Hidden boss. Miguel frowned and continued reading. Every trainer in the Paldea region must know this. Challenging all gyms, earning every badge, and even becoming the Paldea League champion doesn't necessarily mark the end of your journey. Legend has it that somewhere in Paldea, there exists a mysterious and powerful trainer. Only by challenging and defeating this individual can you truly claim the title of the strongest trainer in the region. The article revealed that the so-called hidden boss of Paldea was none other than Naoki, the ranch owner of Naoki's ranch. According to the post, Naoki was a mysterious and formidable champion-level trainer with over 20 years of travel experience. His extensive battle expertise and incredible strength were the stuff of legend. After retiring from competitive battling, Naoki returned to his hometown of Kosagi, where he started a ranch and created trials for passing trainers to challenge. These trials were designed to hone their battle skills and provide invaluable experience. The trials included the Green Grass trial featuring Gagot, the Lightning trial featuring Palmot, the Storm trial featuring Dragonite. Additionally, there was even a Metronome trial to test the luck of the challengers. The more Miguel read, the more serious his expression became. This rancher was clearly no ordinary rancher. The post detailed some of the trials. The Green Grass trial featured a Gagot that could manipulate grassy terrain to heal itself while simultaneously preventing the opponent from utilizing the field's benefits. Its powerful vine whip technique resembled a massive python constricting its prey, and its sacred sword attack was described as devastating. The Lightning trial showcased a Palmot that not only wielded electrical power, but also had a surprising ability. It could fly. Using a hammer-like tool charged with electricity, it could strike opponents from unexpected angles or even send currents through the hammer for devastating rear attacks. The Storm trial involved a Dragonite capable of summoning massive typhoons. Trainers faced this challenge under extreme, stormy weather conditions, while Dragonite unleashed a barrage of thunderous attacks. The Storm enhanced the accuracy of its thunder move, making it almost impossible to avoid. Even Pokémon with high-level durability risked being overwhelmed. Miguel's face grew more serious as he continued reading. He immediately decided to avoid the Storm trial. It was a clear mismatch for his team. His strongest Pokémon, a Venusaur, was grass/poison, making it particularly vulnerable to Dragonite's powerful thunder and flying moves. That left the Green Grass trial and the Lightning trial. After weighing his options, Miguel felt both seemed manageable. Venusaur's poison typing gave it an advantage over the pure grass-type Gagot, while its natural resistance to electric moves made it a good counter for Palmot. Additionally, Venusaur's ability to channel lightning into the ground through its vines gave it an edge against electric-type opponents. After some deliberation, Miguel made his choice. "I'll take on the Lightning trial," he thought confidently. "I've trained Venusaur specifically to handle electric types, so I'm 70% sure we can win." The stakes were high. Gita herself had stated that any trainer who successfully completed a trial would receive a generous reward from the Paldea Alliance. Being rewarded by the chief champion, the most respected figure in the Paldea region, was an honor Miguel could not ignore. After receiving the assignment from the chief champion, Miguel left Mesagoza and set off for Kosagi town. However, upon arriving in the area, he found himself lost and unable to locate Naoki's ranch. At this moment, Miguel recalled a tip he had read in the strategy post on the campus forum. Naoki's ranch is located in the outskirts, some distance from town. If you can't find it, ask the locals. The ranch is quite famous in the area. Determined to complete his mission, Miguel flagged down a man driving a small truck. The man, dressed in a blue work uniform with a towel draped around his neck, leaned out the window with a friendly smile. His bald head gleamed under the sunlight as he asked, "Looking for something, young man?" "Yes, sir. Could you tell me how to get to Naoki's ranch?" Miguel asked politely. "Oh, Naoki's ranch? You're going the wrong way," the man said with a hearty laugh. "The ranch is on the eastern side of town, but you've wandered off to the south." Pointing back toward the town, the man continued, "Head back to Kosagi Market and take the east road out of town. You'll see a small path leading into the countryside. Follow it to the very end, and you'll find Naoki's ranch." "Thank you so much for your help, sir," Miguel replied with a respectful bow. "Ah, it's nothing," the man said, waving off the thanks. "Plenty of folks like you come looking for Naoki's ranch. It's quite the popular place these days." Miguel, who had already started to turn away, paused at the man's words. Popular? He knew from a forum post that Naoki's ranch was well known, but hearing it firsthand sparked his curiosity. "Excuse me," Miguel said, turning back. "It sounds like you know a lot about Naoki. Could you tell me more about him?" The man's eyes lit up at the question. Clearly, he was more than happy to talk about the local legend. "Naoki? Of course I know him. He's the most famous rancher in all of Kosagi," the man said proudly. "He hasn't been here long, just over a year, but he's already transformed what was once a barren plot of land into a thriving ranch." He leaned closer as if sharing a secret. He even introduced the townsfolk to Calyrex. Thanks to Naoki, farmers here now receive blessings from a Calyrex, and every harvest since has been bountiful. The man's enthusiasm grew as he continued. "And you know about the forest fire from last year, right? Naoki and his Dragonite were the ones who put out. They saved countless Pokémon from harm. The Paldea League even awarded him a medal for his bravery." Miguel listened intently, his eyebrows rising with every new detail. "That's not all," the man exclaimed. "Naoki also founded Dragon Express, the delivery service. His milk from go-goats and Miltanks is top-notch. People come from all over by it. Since he came to town, Kosagi has become a hotspot for tourists and trainers alike. This place used to be just a quiet fishing town, but now it's bustling with life." The man's face was alight with pride as he concluded, "Naoki is the best thing to ever happen to our town. He's our lucky star." Miguel stood there, processing everything he'd just heard. The man's words painted Naoki as a larger-than-life figure, someone who is not only a skilled Pokémon trainer, but also a community hero. Could all of this really be true? If so, what kind of extraordinary person was Naoki? Miguel bid farewell to the kind local man and set off for Naoki's ranch. Eager to reach the ranch as quickly as possible, he retrieved a Pokeball from his belt. "Come on out, Farigiraf," he called. In a flash of light, a tall Pokémon with a long neck, resembling a giraffe with a mysterious mask-like marking on its head, materialized. It stood over 3 meters tall, towering above the countryside road. Miguel quickly mounted the Pokémon, gripping its neck lightly for balance. "Let's go," he urged, and Farigiraf took off, galloping swiftly toward the destination. As they neared the end of the road, a sprawling ranch came into view. From a distance, Miguel could see that a fierce battle was underway. Above the ranch, dark storm clouds gathered ominously. Powerful winds howled, and heavy rain lashed down in torrents. Within the tempest, lightning crackled, illuminating the scene with flashes of blinding yellow. Miguel could feel the intensity of the battle, even from afar. The storm was oppressive, the electric energy palpable. This is terrifying," he muttered, his voice barely audible over the distant roar of thunder. "So this is the power of a real champion-level trainer?" Although Miguel had recently ascended to the rank of champion-level trainer within the Paldea League, he knew there was a stark difference between his level and that of a true champion like Gita. Champion-level trainers like himself were still considered a step below the elite. Farigiraf, pick up the pace, Miguel commanded, urging his Pokémon to accelerate. With a burst of speed, Farigiraf carried Miguel straight to the ranch. When they arrived, Miguel was greeted by the sight of a battle reaching its climax. A young woman stood in the middle of the field, commanding her Meowscarada against a powerful Dragonite. On the opposite side of the battlefield stood a calm and composed man. His steady demeanor exuded confidence and control. That must be Naoki, Miguel murmured to himself. The storm that engulfed the battlefield was relentless. The swirling winds and rain were amplified by flying-type energy, creating a hurricane-like vortex. Within the chaos, Naoki's Dragonite unleashed its final attack. The storm energy enveloped Meowscarada, forcing the already weakened Pokémon to collapse. As the battle concluded, the storm began to subside. The skies slowly cleared, leaving the battlefield drenched but calm. NDD approached with a bottle of fresh milk. She gently fed the milk to Meowscarada, and its injuries began to heal almost instantly. "I'm afraid you've failed the storm trial," Naoki said, addressing the young woman with a kind but firm tone. The woman nodded, still dazed from the intensity of the battle. "So strong," she murmured, clearly overwhelmed. It was at that moment that Miguel recognized the trainer. His eyes widened in surprise. "Nina? What are you doing here?" The young woman, now identified as Nina, turned at the sound of Miguel's voice. She didn't seem startled to see him and replied casually, "Oh, Miguel, I happened to be in Kosagi town, so I decided to challenge the trials. Are you here for the same reason?" Miguel nodded, his eyes darting to Meowscarada. Judging by its condition, it was clear that Nina hadn't been successful. Naoki observed the exchange with interest. "It seems you two know each other," he remarked with a curious smile. "Colleagues from the Paldea League, perhaps?" Nina, unfazed by her earlier defeat, turned back to Naoki. She checked Meowscarada's condition before raising her hand and asking, "Mr. Naoki, can I try a different trial?" "Of course," Naoki replied warmly. "Which one would you like to attempt?" Nina glanced around the ranch. Pokémon of all shapes and sizes were gathered near the battle site, some even more formidable-looking than the Dragonite, Palmot, or Gagote from the previous trials. She pondered for a moment before speaking. "By the way, Mr. Naoki, are the trials limited to the Green Grass Trial, Storm Trial, Lightning Trial, and Metronome Trial?" Naoki could tell what Nina was thinking with just one glance. He smiled slightly, his tone mysterious. "There's more to it than that. In addition to the 4 main trials, the ranch also features some hidden trials. However, only those who successfully pass one of the main trials will be eligible to challenge them. For example, the Ancient Double Trial featuring Koraidon and Fluttermane. And for those still unsatisfied, Naoki could call upon Calyrex and Giratina to showcase the power of true legends." Nina's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hidden trials? Beside her, Miguel was equally stunned. Based on what he had read on the school forum, the current trials were already extraordinarily challenging. He couldn't imagine how much more difficult these hidden trials might be. Naoki nodded. "That's right. However, you're not qualified to challenge them yet. To earn that right, you'll need to defeat the Pokémon in the main trials first." Standing behind Naoki were his Pokémon, Dragonite, Palmot, and Gagote. They watched the two challengers with keen interest, their presence alone emanating an aura of strength. Unable to contain her curiosity, Nina pleaded, "Mr. Naoki, could you at least let us take a peek? Please." But Naoki shook his head, remaining firm. "No. If you want to know, you'll have to earn it by completing a trial." Hearing this, Miguel's determination flared. He clenched his fists, his mind racing. "I'll do it. I'll fight. I'll be the first to unlock Naoki Ranch's hidden trial." "Nina, if you're not going to challenge a trial, let me take my turn," he exclaimed eagerly. Nina gave him a pointed look. "You're so impatient, Miguel. Manners, please." Though she had originally planned to reattempt the green grass trial, her Mioscarada had just endured an intense battle and needed time to rest and recover. Reluctantly, Nina stepped aside, yielding her spot. Miguel stepped forward, his resolve hardening as he faced Naoki. He glanced at the ranch owner and thought about the rumors. Naoki was said to be of the same generation as Chief Champion Gita. If the chief trusted Naoki to train champion-level trainers, it must be because of his unparalleled experience and strength. "Mr. Naoki, please guide me," Miguel said, his tone earnest and respectful. Naoki nodded, his expression calm. "Do you need an introduction to the trials?" Miguel shook his head. "No, thank you. I've done my research." The school forum strategy guide was incredibly detailed, outlining the special abilities, signature moves, battle styles, and challenges of each Pokémon in the trials. While it wasn't fair in a typical Pokémon battle to have your strategies exposed to your opponent, Naoki's trials were an exception. Despite the wealth of information available to challengers, no one had managed to pass any of the trials yet. This could only mean one of two things. Either Naoki's strength was truly unparalleled, or every challenger so far had been unprepared. Miguel shook off his nerves, determined to prove his worth. Naoki gave a small nod, watching Miguel closely. "Very well. Your friend just attempted Dragonite's Storm Trial. Which trial will you be taking on?" "The Lightning Trial," Miguel answered without hesitation. Naoki raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by the choice. "The Lightning Trial, huh? Very well. Palmot, it's your turn." "Palmot!" A cry rang out as Palmot leaped forward onto the battlefield. Its pink fur glistened under the sunlight, and it wore a red cape that fluttered dramatically in the breeze. Clutched in its tiny paws was a gleaming silver hammer. Miguel studied the Pokémon carefully. The small yet confident Palmot seemed both adorable and commanding. "A flying Palmot," Miguel muttered. "It's using electromagnetic levitation, isn't it?" Electromagnetic levitation was a skill commonly seen in Pokémon like Magnemite and Magnezone, allowing them to hover effortlessly above the ground. It was rare to see a Palmot with such unique abilities, like wielding a hammer and levitating with electromagnetic energy. "In that case, it's your turn. Let's go, Venusaur," Miguel declared, throwing a Pokeball high into the air. With a flash of white light, a large Pokémon appeared. Its toad-like body was adorned with bumps, and a massive flower bloomed on its back. This was Venusaur, the fully evolved form of Bulbasaur, one of the 3 grass-type starter Pokémon from the Kanto region. Venusaur was Miguel's ace Pokémon. Since starting his journey with a Bulbasaur, he had raised it to be a versatile powerhouse. Venusaur could adapt to multiple strategies, excelling in offense, defense, and disruption. Miguel had even trained it specifically to counter electric types, ensuring it could endure and redirect electric attacks. With Venusaur's natural resistance to electric moves, Miguel felt confident. "This battle is mine," he thought. The elder NDD, acting as referee, blew the whistle hanging around its neck, signaling the start of the battle. Venusaur versus Palmot. Let the lightning trial begin." Miguel wasted no time. "Venusaur, use sleep powder," he commanded, aiming to gain an early advantage. Hearing the command, Naoki's eyes narrowed slightly. "Trying to play dirty right from the start, huh?" he thought. Is this kid planning to poison Palmot, next with Venusaur's dual poison typing? Venusaur's massive flower began to release a fine, shimmering powder, drifting through the air toward Palmot. "Palmot, ascend and avoid the powder," Naoki called out. "Palmot!" Palmot immediately flew upward, rising out of the sleep powder's range. Miguel gritted his teeth and quickly adjusted. "Venusaur, use Razor Leaf." Venusaur roared, launching a barrage of spinning leaf blades toward Palmot, the sharp edges slicing through the air with precision. Palmot glanced back at the incoming attack. With a determined cry, it gripped its hammer tightly. Sparks crackled across its fur as it infused the weapon with electric energy, and the hammer began to glow with an intense light. "Palmot, counter it with Thunder Hammer," Naoki ordered. Palmot hurled the electrified hammer with all its might. The weapon soared through the air, shattering the incoming razor leaf barrage. But the hammer didn't stop there. It continued its trajectory, heading straight for Venusaur. "Dodge it, Venusaur!" Miguel shouted urgently. Venusaur reacted swiftly, moving to the side just as the hammer came hurtling down. It narrowly avoided a direct hit, though the hammer grazed its petals before embedding itself into the ground behind it. Naoki observed the scene, nodding in approval. "Not bad. He's got decent reflexes." The next moment, Palmot extended its paw, and the hammer, still brimming with electricity, began to tremble. Slowly, it lifted off the ground and flew back toward Palmot, as if pulled by an invisible force. Miguel recognized the move immediately. "That's the spinning hammer attack," he exclaimed. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Venusaur, behind you! Use Vine Whip." Venusaur whipped out 2 thick vines from its sides. The vines shot toward the flying hammer, wrapping around it tightly and halting its advance. Miguel clenched his fist in triumph. Got it, he thought. He had successfully neutralized the hammer, a move that had defeated countless challengers before him. But his moment of victory was short-lived. His eyes widened in realization. Wait, the hammer is just a tool. Palmot still has other ways to attack. Before Miguel could react, Palmot abandoned its attempt to retrieve the hammer. Instead, it surged forward, electricity crackling fiercely around its small frame. It aimed directly for Venusaur. The intense electric current surged across the battlefield, flooding it with dazzling lightning. In the blinding flash, Venusaur's Vine Whip was forced to retract. Meanwhile, Palmot hovered above, clutching its electrified hammer as sparks danced across its pink fur. With a burst of raw energy, it raised the hammer high and delivered a final, devastating blow to Venusaur below. Boom! The battlefield erupted with a deafening explosion, sending shockwaves through the air. Venusaur, unable to redirect the electrical surge to the ground in time, was struck directly. The powerful attack left it sprawled on the field, unable to continue. "That Palmot is ridiculously fast," Nina exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief as she watched from the sidelines. She couldn't help but wonder, if I were the one battling, would I stand a chance in a lightning trial? The answer was clear to her. No. As the smoke from the battlefield cleared, the results were undeniable. Palmot floated triumphantly in the air, unharmed, while Venusaur lay on the ground, its eyes replaced by swirling spirals, a universal sign that it had fainted. Burn marks and blunt force injuries on Venusaur's body testified to the sheer power of Palmot's assault. What incredible strength! Initially, Miguel had assumed that the strategy post he'd read online might have exaggerated the difficulty of Naoki's trials. But now, having experienced the lightning trial firsthand, he realized the truth. The descriptions hadn't been exaggerated at all. He had been utterly defeated by Palmot, despite having the type advantage, without even being able to implement most of his planned tactics. "I'm sorry, but you failed the lightning trial," Naoki announced with a calm, yet friendly demeanor. He was accustomed to this outcome. Sister NDD approached with a bottle of life-giving goat milk, offering it to Venusaur to help it recover. "Thank you for your hard work, Venusaur. You did great," Miguel said softly, comforting his partner Pokémon, who looked dejected after its defeat. It's not your fault, Miguel thought. The opponent was just too strong. Despite its small and adorable appearance, Palmot's power and speed were leagues beyond anything Miguel had prepared for. Naoki turned his attention to the 2 trainers before him. "Would either of you like to continue?" he asked with genuine curiosity. Nina instinctively shook her head. After witnessing the lightning trial, she felt there was no way she could win. Miguel, however, nodded firmly. "Mr. Naoki, I'd like to continue. Please give me a moment to decide." "Of course," Naoki replied, showing no objection. Miguel fell in a deep thought. With Venusaur out of commission, his remaining Pokémon stood little chance against Palmot. Perhaps he could try one of the other trials instead? His mind drifted to the descriptions of the green grass trial from the forum post. The infinitely healing Gagote, its signature sacred sword of grass, and its powerful vine whip attack. The strategies for overcoming the green grass trial boiled down to two main approaches. The first was to use stat-boosting moves like Calm Mind, Dragon Dance, or Swords Dance to maximize a Pokemon's power and take down Gagote in a single decisive blow. If Gagote wasn't defeated in one hit, its infinite healing would make the battle nearly impossible to win. The second strategy was to use the move Taunt to prevent Gagote from using grassy terrain and synthesis. However, the forum mentioned that the Gogoats in Naoki's trial were unique. Grassy terrain activated instantly at the start of the battle, leaving no opportunity for Taunt to take effect. This left only the first strategy as a viable option. Fortunately, Miguel had a Pokemon that fit the requirements perfectly. After making his decision, Miguel looked up with determination and said, "Mr. Naoki, I've made up my mind. I'd like to challenge the green grass trial next." The green grass trial? Naoki glanced at the Gagote behind him, a knowing smile on his face. "Are you sure?" "Yes," Miguel replied with confidence. "Very well," Naoki said, nodding. Unlike the other trials, the green grass trial is a 3v3 battle. You may use 3 Pokemon, and you'll need to defeat all 3 Gogoats to pass. Miguel's expression turned serious as he absorbed this information. 3 on 3. I understand. Please, let's begin. Naoki studied the young trainer before him, noting the determination in his eyes. He seems prepared, Naoki thought. I'm curious to see what strategy he'll use. The battle officially began. Naoki's Gagote trotted onto the battlefield, its horns gleaming under the sunlight. For his first Pokemon, Miguel sent out one that took Naoki by surprise. It was a fluffy, cotton-covered Pokemon with a small frame and an innocent demeanor. Whimsicott, Naoki murmured, recognizing the grass and fairy-type Pokemon. As the battle began, Gagote wasted no time in activating grassy terrain. The battlefield was instantly covered in lush, vibrant grass, radiating a soft, green glow. Miguel quickly ordered his Whimsicott to use Tailwind. Tailwind, Miguel commanded. Whimsicott flitted gracefully into action, summoning a strong gust of wind that boosted its speed. Tailwind, a flying-type move that increases the speed of all allied Pokemon for a limited time. Naoki observed the scene, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. Tailwind? Interesting. Gagote Vine Whip. Take it down. Naoki countered without hesitation. Mia, Gagote cried as 2 thick, vine-like whips lashed out, flying toward Whimsicott with astonishing speed and precision. The vines resembled massive pythons, weaving through the air with terrifying force. Whimsicott let out a panicked chirp as the vines closed in. At the last moment, it twisted its small body, slipping through a narrow gap between the vines and escaping their grasp. Miguel seized the opportunity. Whimsicott used Sunny Day. The Pokemon darted gracefully around the field, its cotton-like body swirling in the tailwind as it summoned the effects of Sunny Day. The battlefield began to brighten as a golden light broke through the sky, warming the arena. Naoki's eyes widened slightly in realization. So that's why he used Whimsicott first, to set the stage for the next Pokemon. Gagote, don't give it any more chances. Use Leaf Blade, Naoki commanded, not willing to let Miguel's strategy develop further. Mia, Gagote roared as emerald energy surged from its body. A massive, glowing green blade, resembling a sacred sword, materialized in front of it. With incredible speed and agility, Gagote charged forward like an arrow, slashing Whimsicott down before it could capitalize further on the effects of Sunny Day. Miguel's heart pounded as Whimsicott fell to the ground. However, when he glanced up, his expression brightened. The sunlight was now fully established, bathing the battlefield in a warm, golden glow. Yes, Sunny Day worked, Miguel exclaimed triumphantly. He withdrew Whimsicott into its Pokeball. You've done your job, Whimsicott. Thank you for your hard work. He smiled softly before turning back to the battlefield. Naoki observed him with interest. Planning to use a fire-type Pokémon to exploit the sunlight? Not a bad idea. Let's see if it works, he said with a faint smile. So far, only Leon had managed to pass the green grass trial. Naoki was curious if Miguel would be the second trainer to succeed. If not, Naoki considered that the difficulty of the trial might truly be too high. Miguel nodded resolutely. Yes, I won't let the chief champion down. I'll give it everything I've got. For his next Pokémon, Miguel sent out a Leafeon. The battle resumed. Naoki didn't hold back. Gagote, start with Leaf Blade. Gagote, still brimming with energy from the grassy terrain, summoned another sacred green blade and charged forward. Miguel remained calm under pressure. Leafeon, listen carefully. Don't engage head-on. Use Swords Dance whenever you can, and rely on Substitute to evade attacks. When you can't hold on any longer, use Baton Pass. Booey! Leafeon responded with a determined cry, ready for the fight. As Gagote closed in with its Leaf Blade, Leafeon swiftly created a substitute, leaving behind a small decoy doll in its place. The moment Gagote's blade struck, the doll shattered, revealing that Leafeon had evaded the attack entirely. Taking advantage of the opening, Leafeon performed Swords Dance, boosting its offensive power. Green energy swirled around its body as it gracefully executed the move. What is that guy planning to do? Nina, who was watching the fight, couldn't help but frown. Naoki, however, had already deduced the strategy. Substitute and Swords Dance? He's setting up for something big, Naoki thought. And if I'm not mistaken, he plans to use Baton Pass to transfer those boosts to another Pokémon. Baton Pass, a normal-type move, allows a Pokémon to switch places with a reserve Pokémon during battle. The most remarkable feature of this move is that the replacement Pokémon inherits all of the original Pokémon stat changes. Whether it's Tailwind, Sunny Day, or the Swords Dance buffs, everything has been carefully set up for the grand debut of the final Pokémon. Interesting, Naoki murmured, his eyes gleaming. This was the first time he'd encountered a trainer using such a strategy in real life. Paldea truly is a region brimming with talent. However, he didn't allow himself to be impressed for long. Without mercy, he issued a decisive command. Gagote, use Vine Whip. Sweep the entire battlefield. After using Substitute, a Pokémon doesn't disappear entirely. It merely relocates to another part of the battlefield. The decoy left behind is simply a dummy created from energy to confuse opponents. As Naoki gave the order, an overwhelming surge of grass energy burst from Gagote's body. The energy materialized into two massive, snake-like vine whips. With Gagote at the center, the vines began an indiscriminate sweeping attack, lashing through the entire battlefield. Miguel and Nina, watching intently, couldn't help but gasp at the scene unfolding before them. What kind of attack is this? Nina whispered, her eyes wide with shock. Miguel's heart was pounding, and he shouted quickly, Leafeon Dig. Use Dig to avoid it. Leaf. Leafeon, staring at the enormous, spinning vines that resembled giant fans, froze momentarily in fear. Snapping back to its senses at the sound of its trainer's voice, it swiftly burrowed into the ground, narrowly avoiding the vines. Naoki's sharp gaze didn't waver. Gagote, stomp. Force it out. With a determined cry, Gagote retracted its vines and stomped its powerful hooves onto the ground. The earth trembled under the force, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Boom! The trembling ground caused Leafeon, who was hiding underground, to be squeezed out of its burrow and forced back onto the surface. Unfortunately for Leafeon, what awaited it above ground was another strike from Gagote's immense vines. Leafeon emerged, wide-eyed with fear as it leaped desperately to avoid the incoming attack. Booey! The whip came dangerously close, but Leafeon activated another substitute at the last second. While it narrowly avoided the hit, the strain of using the move repeatedly left it visibly exhausted. Leafeon glanced at its trainer, its legs trembling. It was running out of energy. Then it remembered the final part of its trainer's instructions. When you can't hold on any longer, use Baton Pass. Without hesitation, Leafeon glowed brightly as it activated Baton Pass. Its body dissolved into a beam of light that shot back to its Pokeball, leaving a fresh Pokémon in its place. In Leafeon's place appeared a spectral Pokémon with purple, flame-like energy burning across its blade-like arms. Its haunting armor shimmered faintly under the sunlight. Miguel's voice was firm as he addressed his Pokémon. Cerulege, it's your turn now. Cerulege, a ghost and fire-type Pokémon, stood confidently in the center of the battlefield. Its purple flames flickered ominously, reflecting the sunlight enhanced by sunny day. Miguel quickly pulled out a shimmering crystal and hurled it towards Cerulege. The crystal struck the Pokémon, enveloping it in dazzling light. The battlefield shimmered with energy as Cerulege underwent terastallization, transforming into its fire terraform. A flaming candlestick-like crown appeared above its head, signaling the completion of the transformation. The newly terastallized Cerulege had inherited all the boosts from Leafeon's Sword's Dance, Whimsicott's Tailwind, and Sunny Day. Its attack power and speed were now at an unprecedented level. Naoki's eyes widened slightly in acknowledgement of the strategy. He smirked. What a clever young trainer. Although he owned a Terra orb that could allow his Gagote to terastallize, he had left it at home. Interrupting the battle to retrieve it was, of course, impossible. This is everything we've got, Mr. Naoki. Please help us test our strength. Miguel's eyes burned with determination. Cerulege, use Bitterblade. Gagote, let's go too, Naoki said quietly, his voice calm but commanding. The commands were given, and both Pokémon sprang into action. A massive, radiant blade of grass energy materialized in Gagote's mouth, shimmering with the vitality of nature. Across the battlefield, Cerulege gently touched the blade of its sword to its forehead, as though channeling all its memories and emotions into a single strike. Purple flames erupted from Cerulege's body, blazing fiercely. With an intense burst of energy, it swung its sword, releasing a fiery arc toward Gagote. The fiery blade met the grassy sword, and their energies collided violently. Fire and grass clashed, neutralizing each other's power until they reached a critical point. Then, an explosion rocked the battlefield. The blinding light of the explosion engulfed the entire field, and waves of heat rolled outward, forcing the spectators to shield their faces. Miguel's heart pounded in his chest. Did I win? He thought. When the dust and light settled, the result became clear. Gagote lay on the ground, motionless. Cerulege, though battered, stood firm, its ghostly figure calm and composed. Miguel's face lit up. We did it. We won. But his celebration was short-lived. The green grass of the battlefield began to shimmer, and a surge of vibrant energy flowed into Gagote. In mere moments, Gagote rose to its feet, its injuries completely healed. Miguel's jaw dropped. What? Naoki stood silently, observing. A small smile played on his lips. Gagote, chosen by the World Tree, doesn't fall so easily, he thought. Like the grass itself, its vitality is endless and unyielding. But there was no need to continue because no one could defeat the Gagote that would never fall. Miguel's shock was palpable. His opponent's ability to recover was beyond anything he had ever seen. But Naoki, recognizing the effort and determination Miguel had shown, decided to ease the challenge. Gagote, return, he called. We have lost this match. Miguel was stunned, but quickly realized what Naoki meant. His expression softened, and he nodded in gratitude. There are still two more, Naoki added with a smile. Miguel's resolve solidified. He sent Cerulege into battle once more. 5 minutes later, after an intense back and forth, the final Gagote fell. Miguel had done it. Nina, watching from the sidelines, could hardly believe her eyes. You actually passed. Miguel fought to remain composed, but his voice trembled with excitement. This was the result of teamwork between me and my Pokémon. Sylveon, Whimsicott, Cerulege, thank you all. His Pokémon, sensing his gratitude, cheered happily, their spirits lifted by the hard-fought victory. Naoki approached Miguel with a warm smile. Congratulations, Miguel. You've successfully completed the green grass trial. As a reward, I'd like to present you with my specially brewed miracle berry wine. Miguel, however, had something else on his mind. Turning to Naoki, he asked eagerly, Mr. Naoki, can you tell me what the hidden trial of the ranch is now? Naoki blinked, slightly surprised, before chuckling softly. You really are persistent. Very well. Since you've passed the green grass trial, you're qualified to know. He turned toward Corraden, who stepped forward with a powerful aura radiating from its muscular frame. This is Corraden, Naoki said, gesturing toward the imposing Pokémon. The next challenge is the ancient trial, where you will face Corraden in battle. Miguel's excitement surged as he gazed at the Pokémon. Its sheer presence was awe-inspiring. But this trial has a twist, Naoki continued. Unlike the previous challenges, this one allows you to team up with another trainer to form a doubles battle. Corraden will also have a teammate, making it a 2v2 battle. Naoki paused, letting the information sink in. Of course, if you'd prefer, you can command 2 of your own Pokémon instead. Miguel's eyes burned with determination. I'll give it a try. All right. Naoki smiled faintly, but didn't elaborate further. He returned to the battlefield, and Miguel once again sent out Cerulege. The battle officially began. Cerulege attempted to use its bitter blade to strike Corraden, but before it could make a move, Corraden had already closed the distance. With a single swipe of its massive claws, Cerulege was knocked out instantly. Miguel! So strong, Nina gasped, her voice trembling with disbelief. This Pokémon was even more powerful than the likes of Gagod and Palmot. At that moment, both Miguel and Nina fully understood why Naoki had insisted they weren't ready to challenge the hidden trials before completing the initial 3 trials. Corraden's strength was overwhelming, on an entirely different level. Mr. Naoki, is this the hidden trial of the ranch? Nina asked, her voice shaky. Naoki considered her question for a moment, then shook his head with a slight smile. No, aside from Corraden's ancient trial, there are several other hidden trials. But let's discuss those after you defeat Corraden. Defeat Corraden? Miguel and Nina exchanged shocked glances. Did that mean there were even stronger Pokémon in the hidden trials? Corraden's power was already beyond comprehension. They didn't even want to imagine how formidable the other Pokémon could be. The 2 trainers glanced around, searching for Pokémon that might surpass Corraden in strength among the others present at the ranch. Naoki noticed their reactions, but didn't offer any explanation. Instead, he smiled and waved his hand. Understanding the gesture, Brother Ndidi turned and left. He soon returned, carrying 3 bottles of vibrant fruit wine. Take these, Naoki said warmly. This is your reward for passing the trial. As the second trainer to succeed, you've also earned 2 bonus bottles. Watching your battle was truly inspiring. Your wisdom and courage are admirable. Miguel stared at the bottles of fruit wine, feeling both pride and gratitude. Nina, however, caught on to something. Wait, she said, surprised. Second trainer? Does that mean someone else passed the trial before Miguel? Naoki nodded slightly. Yes, there was another, an extraordinary trainer. Was it the chief champion? Nina asked, her voice filled with awe. In the Paldea region, the chief champion was regarded as the most powerful trainer. Naoki chuckled and shook his head. No, the chief has been busy with her duties and hasn't had the time to challenge the trials. Nina nodded, her surprise still evident. Naoki then turned to Miguel and began explaining the unique properties of the fruit wine. At first, both Miguel and Nina assumed the wine was just an ordinary refreshment. But as Naoki described how the wine could enhance a Pokémon's resistance to status conditions and boost its overall vitality, their expressions shifted to astonishment. Really? Miguel asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Of course, Naoki replied confidently. This fruit wine is brewed using a secret family recipe, combining the essence of various berries. It improves a Pokémon's physical condition and helps them grow stronger. That's incredible, Nina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with envy as she looked at the bottles of wine. She wished she could have some as well, but she hadn't passed the trial yet. Moreover, her team consisted mostly of grass-type Pokémon, making it challenging to use the same strategies Miguel had employed. Compared to Nina's visible frustration, Miguel remained calm and composed. "Thank you very much, Mr. Naoki," Miguel said sincerely. "But this feels far too valuable. I can't accept it. Besides, the chief champion has already prepared a reward for me." Naoki was momentarily surprised. "This is a reward you've earned," Naoki insisted. "Every trainer who passes the trial receives it. Consider it my gift to the brave." After a moment's hesitation, Miguel nodded and carefully accepted the fruit wine. "Thank you, Mr. Naoki." Naoki's reputation as a kind and honorable man was well known throughout the town, and Miguel now understood why. Not long after bidding farewell to Miguel and Nina, Naoki received a video call from Gita, the chief champion. "How did it go?" Gita asked, her expression curious. Naoki smiled warmly. "That trainer, named Miguel, is quite remarkable. Other than Leon, he's the only trainer to have passed the green grass trial." Naoki then recounted the events of the day, detailing Miguel's strategies and determination. Upon hearing this, a peculiar gleam appeared in Gita's eyes. "In that case, this trainer seems to have excellent potential. So where's my King's Rock?" Naoki asked, raising an eyebrow. "Don't worry," Gita replied with a teasing smile. "I've asked Larry to handle it for you." Naoki sighed. "Don't overwork him. When I saw him last time, he looked exhausted." Gita laughed softly. "Oh, Larry's been unusually energetic recently. I heard he's been ordering your ranch's magical goat milk regularly. And from what the sales team tells me, whenever Larry drinks your goat milk, his productivity triples." At that moment, Gita seemed to remember something. "Oh, by the way, Naoki, I almost forgot. Would you be interested in collaborating?" Naoki froze, a bad feeling creeping in. "What kind of collaboration?" Gita grinned mischievously. "Why don't you sell your ranch's goat milk to the Paldea Alliance? We'll buy it at a premium price." "Naoki, ahem, I think I'll have to pass on that." Naoki decisively declined. Using external stimulants for a quick energy boost is fine occasionally, but relying on it too often isn't good for one's health. Gita tilted her head in confusion. "Huh? Harmful? Seeing how lively Larry is, I thought your goat milk was some sort of miracle drink, like coffee, but with zero side effects." Naoki nodded seriously. "The goat milk itself is perfectly safe, but people need to rest properly. If someone keeps pushing their limits while relying on it, they'll burn out no matter how good the milk is." "Ah, I see." Gita sighed in disappointment. "All right, I'll drop the idea if it's addictive in the long run. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now," Naoki said, eager to avoid any further schemes. He didn't want to spend the rest of the call discussing potential ways to overwork employees. But Gita wasn't done yet. "Wait, one more thing." "What is it?" Naoki asked, his shoulders sagging. "Do you get along with Iono?" Gita asked curiously. Naoki blinked. "Why do you ask? Did something happen?" "No, not really," Gita replied, shaking her head. "It just seems like you two are pretty close." Gita had a habit of keeping tabs on her gym leaders. Occasionally, she would check on what they were up to. She had once watched one of Iono's live streams out of curiosity and noticed the streamer casually promoting Naoki Ranch. Naoki thought for a moment and then said, "Iono probably visits the ranch more often than the others. Most gym leaders only visited once, but Iono had been there multiple times." After a brief pause, Gita asked, "Did Iono ever challenge any of your trials?" Naoki thought about it and nodded. "Yes, she did." Gita's suspicions grew. Could it be that Iono was... Seeing Gita's expression, Naoki tilted his head. "What's wrong?" Gita snapped back to reality and smiled. "Oh, nothing. Anyway, I'll leave the next challenger to you. I've got some things to take care of." After the call ended, Gita's curiosity deepened. She decided to test Iono's attitude the next time they spoke. If her hunch was correct, she wouldn't mind playing matchmaker. If Naoki and Iono ended up together, it would mean Naoki staying in Paldea permanently. Gita wouldn't have to worry about him moving to another region. And when they eventually got married, Gita could attend and serve as a witness. At that moment, Gita's imagination ran wild. A person as talented as Naoki would undoubtedly have equally talented children, future champions of the Paldea region. 3 days later, Paldea Alliance headquarters. Miguel walked into the towering building, dressed sharply in a suit. 3 days ago, he had reported his success in passing Naoki's trial to Gita. As promised, she had rewarded him generously. He received a substantial bonus and a promotion to the Paldea Alliance sales department. Miguel felt incredibly honored and full of excitement for his new role. Entering the office, Miguel spotted a familiar and prominent figure. It was none other than Larry, the leader of the Medali gym and a master of normal/flying types. Miguel's heart soared. Was he about to become colleagues with such a renowned trainer? He quickly approached and greeted Larry enthusiastically. "Good morning, Mr. Larry. I'm Miguel, the new recruit for the sales department. I look forward to working with you." Larry, the older trainer, looked at Miguel, his face betraying an undeniable weariness. Ah, the energy of youth. How he missed it. Larry nodded briefly. "Welcome. I've got something to handle right now. Let's talk another time." "Of course, Mr. Larry," Miguel replied quickly, stepping aside to let his senior pass. Naoki met Larry once again, though the latter seemed more worn out than usual. "This is the King's Rock that Gita asked me to deliver to you. My job here is done," Larry said, handing over the item. He was dressed in a black suit, but his polished shoes were now scuffed with dust. His typically stoic face showed a rare hint of fatigue, and his posture screamed exhaustion. Naoki couldn't help but recall what Gita had mentioned about Larry purchasing goat milk from his ranch to stay awake during his long work hours. Looking at Larry now, Naoki felt compelled to say, "Mr. Larry, would you like to come inside, have some tea, and take a quick rest?" Larry shook his head. His tone was as tired as his expression. "No, thanks. My job's done, and now I just want to go home." Larry had earned himself 3 days of paid leave for completing this task, and he intended to spend every moment of it recuperating at home. Naoki nodded, watching as Larry turned and walked away, his shoulders slumped under the weight of endless responsibilities. Home truly was the best place for a hardworking man like Larry. Naoki didn't look away until Larry's figure disappeared down the path. Then he shifted his gaze to the object in his hand. The King's Rock, the key item needed for Slowpoke's evolution into Slowking. The King's Rock wasn't much different from the one in the games. It was a golden crown, aged and weathered, bearing marks of time's passage. Legend had it that this crown once belonged to an ancient king. Imbued with the essence of kingship, it carried a faint aura of authority. This energy was the secret to Slowpoke and its evolution partners gaining their kingly transformations and becoming leaders of their kind. With the King's Rock secured, all Naoki needed now was a Shelder willing to bond with his Slowpoke. Once that was done, Slowpoke would be ready to evolve into Slowking. Fortunately, Shelder were quite common and often found in coastal waters. According to Naoki's Rotom phone, Shelder could be spotted along most beaches in the Paldea region. Luckily, Kosagi Town was near the Paldean coastline. He retrieved Slowpoke's Pokeball from his bag and then headed to the World Tree and retrieved Slowpoke into the Pokeball. "I'll be back soon," Naoki said as he prepared for his excursion, grabbing the diving gear he'd purchased recently. Before leaving, he informed the NDD siblings. NDD, the elder brother and younger sister, nodded, signaling that they'd manage things while he was gone. "Thanks. I'm counting on you," Naoki said, ruffling their heads affectionately. Before setting off, he glanced around to check on the other Pokémon. The EV evolutions were playing hide-and-seek in the meadow. Palmot and its parents were tending to the hens in the chicken coop. Farfetch'd was practicing with its leek in the onion patch, and Dragonite and the others were out running errands. Most of the other Pokémon were enjoying themselves at Snorlax Park, just across the river. With everything in order, Naoki headed to the Kosagi Town beach, bringing Koraidon along to help search for Shelder. Back at the ranch, Cyclizer watched Naoki and Koraidon leave. A pang of envy flickered in its heart. Koraiden was always so dependable, able to assist Naoki in almost any task. Compared to Koraiden, it felt like such a failure. No matter how much it trained or improved its moves, it didn't seem like anything it did truly helped Naoki. With a heavy sigh, Cyclizer flopped onto the grass, staring blankly at the sky. Reo, the more it thought about its shortcomings, the more disheartened it became. The sky was a brilliant blue, the water crystal clear, and the sun bathed everything in its warm glow. The endless sea stretched out calmly, with the occasional flock of wind gull gliding gracefully through the air. They swooped down to rest on the sandy shores, folding their wings as they settled comfortably. "Come on out, Slowpoke!" With a burst of white light, the pink, dopey figure of Slowpoke materialized on the beach. Its unfocused eyes gazed blankly into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. After what felt like an eternity, Slowpoke seemed to realize that it was no longer in its usual surroundings. Its cream-colored mouth opened slowly. "Slow!" Naoki chuckled, placing the king's rock Larry had delivered on a Slowpoke's head. The crown fit snugly, resting perfectly atop its round head. Slowpoke, now crowned, remained as vacant as ever, its gaze unchanging. Naoki examined it carefully, nodding in satisfaction. "You know, Slowpoke, the king's rock really suits you. If only your eyes showed a little more insight, it'd be perfect," he teased lightly. With the crown in place, it was time for the next step, finding a shelter willing to form a bond with Slowpoke. Naoki and Koraiden began their search along the coastline. Despite their best efforts, the beach seemed deserted. There were no shelter to be found, only a few sand shrew scuttling about and wind gull basking in the sunlight. Seeing this, Naoki turned to Koraiden. "Let's head into the water." Obligingly, Koraiden's form shifted. Its paws adjusted into fins suitable for swimming, its tail extended for balance, and the tire-like structure on its chest inflated like an airbag. In this form, Koraiden resembled a sleek, rideable jet ski. Naoki scooped up Slowpoke, climbed aboard Koraiden, and together they sped across the tranquil waves, slicing through the water effortlessly. Once they were far from the shore, Naoki instructed Koraiden to stop. Although extended dives, even a legendary Pokémon needed air eventually. Patting Koraiden's head, Naoki reassured it. "Stay here and wait for me. I won't be long." "Grah!" Koraiden nodded, its expressive eyes watching Naoki intently. Donning his diving gear, Naoki dove into the water, with Slowpoke lazily perched on his back. The underwater world was breathtaking. Sunlight filtered through the ocean surface, creating shimmering patterns on the seafloor. Coral reefs of every imaginable color dotted the seabed, swaying gently alongside clusters of seaweed. A myriad of water-type Pokémon darted through the vibrant undersea landscape. Alamamala with its nurturing demeanor, schools of fin neon glinting like underwater jewels, love discs swirling gracefully, and lantern emitting soft, mesmerizing glows. Naoki scanned his surroundings carefully. Shelter often burrowed in his sandy seabeds, using their tongues to sift through sediment for food. At night, they retreated into these self-made holes to sleep. "Let's check the sand," Naoki muttered, descending deeper with Slowpoke in tow. As they explored, a school of Wishiwashi suddenly scattered at the sight of the unfamiliar intruders. The tiny fish swarmed in panic, shimmering like silver rain. "They're so small," Naoki thought. "Hard to believe these little ones can become sea monsters." He recalled the fascinating legend of Wishiwashi. Individually, Wishiwashi were some of the weakest Pokémon in existence, easy prey for predators like Gyarados. A single Wishiwashi wouldn't stand a chance. But when they came together, their school form transformed them into a formidable force, an entity so massive and powerful that it earned the nickname Demon of the Deep. Even a naturally ferocious Pokémon like Gyarados would steer clear of a Wishiwashi in school form. Naoki pulled out his Rotom phone, aiming the lens at the shimmering school of Wishiwashi darting through the azure water. The sunlight filtering down enhanced the spectacle, and he couldn't resist recording the mesmerizing sight. After a while, the scattered Wishawashi, realizing there was no imminent danger, slowly regrouped, forming their characteristic school. They hovered in the surrounding waters, their shimmering scales reflecting light like a liquid mosaic. Rotom, could you ask these Wishawashi if there are any shelter around here? Naoki requested, glancing at his reliable gadget. The Rotom phone, built with state-of-the-art waterproof technology, floated forward confidently. Its animated face turned to Naoki as it chirped. Got it, Rotom! Rotom buzzed over to one of the tiny fish, transmitting Naoki's question in the Pokémon language. The Wishawashi, initially wary, cautiously assessed the human before responding with a series of soft noises. The phone's translator activated. Yes, there's shelter here. They're buried in the sand at the seabed, Rotom. Naoki nodded thoughtfully. Shelter, though harmless to Wishawashi, tended to bury themselves for safety and to ambush prey. The Wishawashi, having no natural enmity with Shelter, had naturally noticed their presence. Thank you, Naoki replied. He reached into his pouch and retrieved 2 raw eggs, cracking them deftly underwater. The yolk and whites drifted in the current, dispersing like a savory cloud. The faint scent caught the attention of a few timid Wishawashi. Hesitant at first, they cautiously approached, nipping at the floating egg pieces. Before long, more Wishawashi joined in, forming a shimmering congregation. The 2 eggs were quickly consumed, prompting Naoki to retrieve a small bottle of milk from his gear. Opening it, he let the creamy liquid flow into the water. The Wishawashi, thrilled by the unexpected treat, eagerly drank the milk. Their usual diet of plankton and algae didn't come close to this rich flavor. Their tiny eyes sparkled with delight. Naoki watched the scene unfold with amusement. Enjoy, little ones, he murmured, chuckling softly. By the time the bottle was empty, the Wishawashi had grown far less wary of him. A few even circled Naoki as though to thank him, their movements fluid and harmonious. Then, to his surprise, several began swimming in a purposeful formation, signaling him to follow. Are you leading me somewhere? Naoki asked, intrigued. The shimmering school flicked their tails, creating ripples in the water as if answering. Yes, Rotom. A wide grin spread across Naoki's face. Well, lead the way. The Wishawashi guided him deeper, their silvery forms cutting through the blue expanse. The sandy seabed stretched endlessly before them, illuminated by the dancing rays of sunlight penetrating the waves. As Naoki followed, the surroundings grew more vibrant. White sands gave way to patches of coral reefs brimming with life. Long, slender bodies of huntail and gorbis peeked from crevices in the coral, cautiously observing the human. Eventually, the school of Wishawashi slowed, their silvery forms circling a large rock. Atop the rock was a sight Naoki had been waiting for. Shelter, their tough shells glinting faintly in the light, resting amidst patches of seaweed. Naoki's heart leapt with excitement. Found them. He turned to glance at Slowpoke, still perched lazily on his back, completely unbothered by the underwater adventure. Naoki said with a grin, Let's see if one of these Shelter is willing to partner with you. If the Shelter agrees to the partnership, evolution will occur immediately. However, if either party finds the arrangement unsuitable post-evolution, they can separate and revert to their original forms. The relationship between Slowpoke and Shelter is unique, and their evolution works differently from other Pokémon. This symbiotic evolution allows them to revert at any time by simply detaching Shelter from Slowpoke. The evolved Slowking or Slow. My valued customer, Naoki announced with a grin, imitating the overly polite tone of customer service reps from his past life. Your order of Moo Moo milk, berries, rock salt, honey, and other fresh farm goods has been dispatched. You should receive it within 20 minutes. Iono, on the other end of the line, feigned confusion. Huh? Naoki, what are you talking about? I don't recall ordering anything. Naoki blinked. Really? He sighed, rubbing his forehead. Cut the act. All 3 orders came from you, didn't they? Caught red-handed, Iono chuckled sheepishly. All right, fine. You got me. I just wanted to support your ranch. Your produce is amazing. It's healthy, tasty, and I even got some for my parents. Right on cue, one of Naoki's Dragonite couriers swooped down and landed in front of Iono's house, guided flawlessly by the Rotom phone's GPS. Got it, she chirped, shifting her camera to record. Dragonite Express really is something else. Naoki shook his head in amused disbelief. Just don't go overboard. Promise, she said brightly, before quickly ending the call, just in case he changed his mind and scolded her. 10 minutes later, Naoki logged into his store dashboard. A new review greeted him. User, Bright Light Trainer. Order received. The Moo milk is rich and creamy. The vegetables are super fresh, and the rock salt is unlike anything I've tried before. My Pokémon and I loved everything. Will definitely order again. Naoki let out a small chuckle. This sounds suspiciously like stage praise. Meanwhile, in Levincia City, Iono was finishing her morning routine when her phone rang. It was her mom. Hey mom, did you get the package I sent? We did, her mom replied, sounding both amazed and slightly alarmed. But where on earth did you get that goat milk? Iono's stomach dropped. Wait, why? What happened? Her mom explained that earlier, a Dragonite courier had delivered the goods. Inside was a cute bottle labeled Life Goat's Milk, sporting an adorable Gagoat logo. Curious, Iono's dad took a sip. He was now running laps around the yard like a hyped-up Macamp, and had even challenged the neighborhood Mac Hop to a wrestling match. Oh no, Iono gasped. I forgot to warn you, that milk's super potent. It's meant for Pokémon or people recovering from serious injuries. If a healthy person drinks it, they get so energized they won't stop moving until the effects wear off. This ranch of yours sells something like that? Her mother asked, clearly imagining black market miracle tonics. Don't worry, Iono reassured quickly. It's completely safe, just really energizing. Her mother sighed, finally relaxing. Spring had come to the ranch, and everything was bursting with life. Wild Beautifly and Butterfree fluttered through vibrant flower beds, sunlight glinting off their delicate wings. Naoki, having wrapped up his chat with Iono, watched his Dragonite team return, saddlebags nearly empty. 20 minutes, Kosagi to Levincia, he murmured, checking his Rotom phone. Honestly, Dragonite could probably circle the globe in half a day. He even wondered if moves like Agility or Dragon Dance would make deliveries even faster. With no new orders, Naoki turned his attention to the ranch's chores. Spring brought its share of work, especially with the upcoming horse race event. Glastrier was already raring to go. Last year's champion, Spectrier, still wore the winner's trophy like a crown. Naoki had tried removing it multiple times. Spectrier refused. If it keeps wearing that, its head might literally mold into trophy shape, Naoki muttered, shuddering at the mental image. In the end, he asked Calyrex for help. Calyrex approached Spectrier, said a few quiet words, and to Naoki's amazement, the ghostly steed bowed, removed the trophy, and handed it over. It is resolved, Calyrex said with calm finality. Naoki examined Spectrier's head. No warping. Crisis averted. Later, Naoki journeyed to the base of the World Tree in the Reverse World to check on Tropius, who had been recovering from an old wing injury. It's spring now. Planning to return to Casseroya Lake or stay with us? Tropio! The Pokémon cried, shaking its leafy fronds. Staying? Really? Naoki asked. Tropie. Naoki smiled. Let's make the most of it. Still, he sighed wistfully. If only that holy bun made with Ho-Oh's feathers worked on you. The holy bun, a divine treat blessed by the Phoenix King, only worked on select Pokémon like Mew, Teddiursa, and Zapdos. If it worked on Tropius, its harvest ability could double banana production. Still, even without it, Tropius now produced far more fruit than before. That was good enough. After settling Tropius by a sunny riverside, Naoki crossed to the orchard. His apple trees, thanks to Gagoat's care, were thriving. He bit into a bright red apple. Sweet, crunchy, perfect. Among the trees, he spotted a few green apples. A couple more days, he murmured. Then a thought struck him. Applin. Those apple-loving Pokémon could either ruin his orchard or, if properly cared for, dramatically boost yield. He began inspecting each apple, his ability displaying details like a built-in Pokédex. Apple, an ordinary fruit, sweet and refreshing. Grown with Gago's care. Excellent quality. No signs of appling yet. Oddly, he was disappointed. He'd hoped to raise an Appleton one day. I should research their habitats later, he muttered. Just as he turned to leave, the sky dimmed. From above, the emerald form of Rayquaza descended gracefully, landing silently on the ranch's open pasture. Naoki blinked. Oh no! Sure enough, a crowd had gathered. Dragonite, Cyclizer, Ogerpon, even little Eevee and Dratini. Everyone came to greet the majestic visitor. Rayquaza must have been invited by Dragonite again. That meant only one thing. The cookie and Puffinstache was doomed. Why do I even bother? Naoki sighed, trudging back to the house. Let's see how much food we've got left. As he opened the cupboard to take stock, his Rotom phone buzzed with a video call. The screen lit up with Teddiursa, Mew, and a third Pokémon, all smiling and jostling for the camera. Hey, what's going on? Naoki greeted, eyes lighting up. Behind them was a lush, vibrant forest teeming with Pokémon. You made it safely, huh? Naoki asked warmly. Ursa. Teddiursa squealed. Rotom's voice translated. Yes. There's so many cool Pokémon here. We even help a lost Wingull find its trainer. Mew added cheerfully. Naoki's brow lifted. A Wingull. The camera panned across the forest. Seviper slithered in the grass. Beautifly floated overhead. A Puchina prowled nearby, and a Swellow perched proudly on a tree branch. Recognition dawned. Hoenn, Naoki thought. They've arrived in the Hoenn region, and their real adventure was just beginning. Naoki looked at the school of Wishiwashi that had been leading him through the seabed. The eyes of the tiny Wishiwashi shimmered with moisture, giving them an endearing, pitiful look. Their naturally weak appearance only enhanced their charm, making them irresistibly cute. Reaching into his pocket, Naoki pulled out the last bottle of Moo Moo milk, twisted off the cap, and poured the creamy liquid into the surrounding water. The Wishiwashi lit up with delight, eagerly darting forward to drink the milk, their tails wagging in excitement as they swirled around the milky cloud. Watching the adorable scene unfold, Naoki's heart warmed, and a thought struck him. Wishiwashi, he began with a smile, would you like to come back with me and live in my home? The school of Wishiwashi paused their feasting to glance at Naoki, their tiny bodies forming a wavering circle in the water. In my territory, no Pokémon will harm you. I'll teach you how to grow seaweed in the seabed, so you'll always have plenty to eat. You'll never have to go hungry again. The Wishiwashi exchanged looks, their tiny eyes sparkling with trust and curiosity. After a moment, they wiggled their fins in agreement, their delighted chirps carrying through the water. Grinning, Naoki pulled out a Pokeball, gently tapping it to one of the Wishiwashi. The tiny Pokémon disappeared into the ball with a soft flash, signaling a successful capture. But as he glanced around, Naoki realized the sheer number of Wishiwashi was staggering. There were easily over 100 of them, far more than he had Pokeballs for. Scratching his head in thought, Naoki addressed the school. Wait here for a moment. I'll figure something out. He swam to the surface, where Koraidon was splashing idly in the shallows. The sound of water breaking caught the Pokemon's attention, and it turned, paddling quickly toward Naoki. Rayo! Koraidon greeted him curiously, tilting its head. Naoki reached out and patted its head. Pulling out his Rotom phone, Naoki dialed the Calyrex's number. After explaining his plan to the psychic Pokemon, he waited as the Calyrex used its teleportation powers to arrive at the beach in an instant. Thank you for coming so quickly, Naoki said, nodding respectfully. Could you help me transport these Wishiwashi to Dragonite Island? It would be the perfect new home for them. Without a word, Calyrex nodded and activated its superpowers. In a flash of shimmering light, Naoki, Koraidon, Slowking, and the entire school of Wishiwashi found themselves transported to Dragonite Island. The Dragonites lounging on the beach blinked in confusion at their sudden arrival. They quickly relaxed upon recognizing Naoki, greeting him warmly. Hey everyone! Naoki waved with a grin before turning to the nearby sea. Calyrex released the school of Wishiwashi into the water, watching as they darted through the waves, chirping happily. Jumping into the shallow waters, Naoki addressed the school. From now on, this is your home. There's no danger here, so you can live freely and without worry. The school of Wishiwashi surveyed the surroundings, their small eyes darting around the serene, crystal-clear waters. They saw no predators lurking, confirming what Naoki had told them. This was indeed a safe haven. With the absence of danger, the school of Wishiwashi noticed the abundance of lush water plants and seaweed growing on the seabed. The verdant expanse was a feast for their eyes, brimming with sustenance. Is this paradise? The tiny Pokémon seemed to think so, their expressions lighting up with joy. For now, feel free to explore, Naoki said with a chuckle. I still have some work to do, but I'll be back later to teach you how to cultivate seaweed and create an underwater farm. The school of Wishiwashi chirped in agreement, nodding eagerly. They quickly organized themselves into a group, swimming off to explore the unfamiliar yet welcoming waters. Before leaving, Naoki turned to the Dragonite resting on the island's sandy shores and gave them a firm instruction. Be kind to our new friends. No hunting or scaring them. Okay. The Dragonites, who already had a bounty of fish and berries to feast on, nodded their understanding. We've got more than enough to eat, their soft, playful roars seemed to convey. I trust you all, Naoki said with a smile, patting the heads of the nearest Dragonites. The Wishiwashi would maintain the seaweed, ensuring it thrived. As they had small appetites, they wouldn't deplete the supply. Any surplus algae would serve as food for common fish, and in turn, the Dragonites could enjoy the delicious fish. It was a perfectly balanced ecosystem Naoki was envisioning. With his task on Dragonite Island complete, Naoki took Slowking and a few other Pokémon aboard the World Tree elevator. They ascended through the massive, ancient tree. Throughout the journey, Slowking's wise gaze wandered, as if lost in deep thought. It wasn't until they arrived at the tranquil lake near the top of the tree that Slowking finally focused. Naoki pulled out a handful of translation seed crisps and munched on them. All right, Slowking, can you understand me now? He asked, his voice hopeful. Slowking turned its gaze toward him and nodded. I can. Hello, Naoki. It worked. Naoki let out a relieved breath, his shoulders relaxing. Great. Now, can you explain something? He continued. Earlier, neither I nor the other Pokémon could understand what you were saying. Can you speak human language? Or even standard Pokémon language? Slowking tilted its shoulder-crowned head thoughtfully. I don't know human language, it admitted. I can speak Pokémon language, but the language you heard earlier was one I created myself. Naoki blinked. You made your own language? Slowking gave a slow, sage-like nod. Naoki sighed with amused disbelief. Of course. Why wouldn't a Pokémon with such a high IQ invent its own language right after evolving? He took another calming breath. You should already know where you are, right? Slowking looked around, its serene eyes taking in the lush surroundings of the World Tree's interior. Finally, its gaze rested on the towering canopy above. If I'm not mistaken, it began, this is inside a colossal tree. That's correct, Naoki said, nodding. This is the World Tree, a place brimming with natural energy. I plan to establish a guild here, a place where Pokémon can live peacefully and contribute to an ecosystem built on harmony. Slowking listened attentively, its calm demeanor never faltering. Naoki smiled. I invited you here because I believe you'd be a perfect fit to help manage the store I plan to open as part of the guild. What do you think? Naoki smiled patiently. It should be easy for you, Slowking, with your high IQ, to open a shop or even cook like humans. Slowking, however, looked troubled. I'm sorry, but I don't know how to run a store. I'm just a Slowking. Naoki. It seems Slowking wasn't interested in running a shop. This unexpected reaction made Naoki reconsider. He sighed and gave up on the idea of having Slowking manage a tavern. That's fine. You can stay here at the World Tree and take it easy. Naoki realized he'd need to task his expedition team with finding an Oranguru or another Pokémon passionate about cooking and managing a shop. Slowking looked apologetic. This is quite troubling. I feel bad for disappointing you. It's no big deal, Naoki reassured it warmly. Don't overthink it. I won't force you to do anything you don't want to. Just having you here makes me happy. For Naoki, watching Pokémon live peacefully and play freely on his farm and a world tree was joy enough, even if they didn't take on specific roles. Thank you, Naoki, Slowking said gratefully. Please give me some time to think. There are mysteries in my mind that I haven't unraveled yet, and they weigh heavily on me. I want to explore ways to resolve them. Naoki's curiosity was piqued. Mysteries? What mysteries are troubling you? Slowking gazed upward thoughtfully and answered. Why is the sky blue? Why was this planet born? What is the meaning of our existence? Why can't the past be changed? Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? Naoki, Slowking repeated, this time more distressed. These questions are truly vexing. Naoki decided not to delve into such existential matters. Those are profound questions, Slowking. I'm afraid they're beyond my understanding. I'm just a simple person, not a philosopher. Leaving Slowking to its contemplations by the lake, Naoki bid it farewell. The Pokémon remained motionless, staring at the sky and pondering the mysteries of life. Before long, other Pokémon, like Tropius, Milotic, Dragonite, and Arboliva, noticed Slowking's strange behavior. They gathered around, curious about what it was doing. Trico, looking puzzled, chirped, Tree, what's it doing? Tropius shook its head. Tropii, no idea. After some time, the group dispersed, returning to their usual activities, while Slowking climbed onto a large rock, sat cross-legged, and resumed its deep thoughts. Sometime later, 3 Trico passed by the rock, carrying berries wrapped in leaves. One Trico examined its bundle and sighed. Treek, it's a shame. These berries have rotted from being left too long. What a waste. I wish we had a way to preserve them. The Trico didn't notice Slowking sitting above them as they rested against the rock. The problem stemmed from the orchard's abundance. The 3 Tricos originally planned to send more berries to the Dragonites. However, Naoki, concerned about the Pokémon not having enough food, had planted extensive groves on Dragonite Island. Thus, the excess fruits were stored in the tree holes, but the fruits at the bottom had already begun to rot. The Trico were deeply troubled by the wasted berries. Suddenly, a calm voice broke the silence from behind them. If you're worried about the berries going bad, you could dry them in the sun to make dried fruit, ferment them into juice or fruit wine, or even turn them into berry candy. That way, the berries can be stored for much longer without spoiling. Startled, the 3 Tricos jumped up and spun around. There, sitting cross-legged on a large rock, was Slowking, looking serene and wise. The Trico stared wide-eyed. Treek, is that true? But how does Slowking know all this? As if reading their thoughts, Slowking smiled faintly and explained, I just figured it out. The Trico were awestruck. They exchanged amazed glances, their disbelief giving way to admiration. One of them, Clea, RLY the most concerned about the fruit, stepped forward and asked eagerly, Treek, how do we make dried fruit, juice, wine, or candy from the berries? Slowking gazed upward, as though pondering the mysteries of the world. The sun. With sufficient sunlight, the fruits can be dried into dried fruit, it explained sagely. The Trico followed Slowking's gaze, but all they saw was the strange sky above the world tree. There was no sun here, only scattered floating islands casting fragmented shadows. Determined to test Slowking's suggestion, the Trico rushed off to find Arboliva, hoping it could help. Arboliva listened to their plan, thought for a moment, and led the Trico to a nearby sunflowers, whose petals glowed with radiant sunlight. Arboliva, this should work. The Trico carefully laid the berries near the sunflower, watching as its warmth began to dry the fruit. They worked diligently, inspired by Slowking's wisdom. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, it was nearly noon. Naoki, humming a cheerful tune, headed into the kitchen to prepare lunch. As he passed through the barnyard, he noticed Cyclizer lying on the ground, looking uncharacteristically downcast. Cyclizer, Naoki called out, concerned. The Pokémon lifted its head slightly to look at him, then lowered it again with a soft groan. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Naoki approached, kneeling beside Cyclizer. He reached out to touch its forehead, but it didn't seem to be physically ill. Gayo! Cyclizer sighed and lay back down, its body slumped in visible dejection. From a distance, Koraidon watched the scene quietly, its piercing eyes understanding Cyclizer's feelings. Yet, it made no move to interfere, leaving Naoki to console his companion. Strange, you're not sick, Naoki murmured, puzzled. Cyclizer shook its head weakly. It wasn't a matter of illness. It was the weight of its own emotions. Naoki frowned, then softened his tone. Can you tell me what's been bothering you? Gayo. Cyclizer shook its head again, unwilling or unable to share. It felt useless, no longer able to contribute meaningfully to the ranch or to Naoki. Memories of the past began to surface in Cyclizer's mind. He remembered the day Naoki first arrived at the ranch, just a boy sent to live there after losing his family. The town's mayor, Thomas, had approached Cyclizer before Naoki's arrival. Little Cyclizer, Thomas had said gently, the ranch will soon have a new owner. He's a lonely child, having lost his parents and grandfather. He has no one left. Please, accompany him and bring some light to his life. When Cyclizer heard those words, it couldn't help but feel pity for the human boy. The kind-hearted Pokémon agreed without hesitation. It wanted to go to the ranch, to accompany Naoki, and become his most capable assistant. At first, things were fine, but then Koraidon arrived. Back then, Cyclizer didn't think much of it, aside from feeling a little intimidated by the formidable Pokémon. Initially, Koraidon seemed hostile towards Cyclizer, as if it disliked the idea of sharing Naoki's attention. Naoki worked hard to reconcile the two Pokémon, and over time, Koraidon became less aggressive and even started to accept Cyclizer. Eventually, Koraidon went a step further, taking the initiative to teach Cyclizer some new moves. But with Koraidon around, Naoki began to need Cyclizer's help less and less. Koraidon was so capable. It could fly, run at incredible speeds, and even swim across deep waters. Not only that, but Koraidon was also adept at farm work, digging holes to plant berry trees, harvesting crops, and assisting with other chores on the ranch. By comparison, Cyclizer felt clumsy and inadequate. It couldn't run as fast, couldn't fly, and certainly couldn't swim. Sometimes, Cyclizer found itself envying Koraidon. It admired Koraidon's strength and versatility, wishing it could be just as capable and helpful to Naoki. Initially, Cyclizer resolved to train harder, to become stronger, and prove its worth. But over time, those feelings were overshadowed by self-doubt. No matter how hard it tried, Koraidon's presence made it feel irrelevant. What was the point of its efforts when Koraidon was always by Naoki's side? Naoki didn't seem to need its protection anymore, or even its presence. These conflicting emotions, its affection for Naoki and its feelings of inadequacy, twisted together, weighing heavily on Cyclizer's heart. Eventually, the emotional burden became too much. Cyclizer fell ill. This made Naoki deeply anxious. Cyclizer became listless, lying near the fireplace from morning till night, without moving. It no longer trained or responded to Naoki's questions. At first, Naoki tried feeding Cyclizer some live goat milk, but it showed no improvement. Desperate, Naoki sought help from Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests. But even Calyrex, with its vast knowledge, could only shake its head and say there was nothing it could do. Naoki's worry grew, and several of Cyclizer's friends on the ranch, Alchemy, Glacian, Odrepon, Palmot, and Dragonite, tried to comfort it. But no matter what they did, nothing seemed to help. Even Naoki's dragon powers couldn't penetrate the wall Cyclizer had built around its heart. Cyclizer had shut itself off from everyone. Determined to find answers, Naoki brought Cyclizer to the town's Pokémon Center for a thorough examination. When Nurse Joy emerged from the treatment room, her expression was serious. Naoki's heart sank. Nurse Joy handed him the results and explained, Cyclizer is in poor mental health, and it's starting to affect its physical condition. Has it been refusing to eat lately? Naoki nodded. Cyclizer hadn't touched the food he'd prepared for days. Nurse Joy continued. There's no physical ailment. What we're seeing here is a deep emotional issue, a knot in Cyclizer's heart. It seems trapped in its thoughts and unable to move past them. A knot in its heart? Naoki was stunned. He racked his brain, tried to recall anything that might have caused Cyclizer pain. He had always tried his best to care for every Pokémon on the ranch, making sure none of them felt neglected. Nurse Joy regarded him with a kind but serious expression. Mr. Naoki, Cyclizer cares about you deeply, but it's also distancing itself from you. Whatever is troubling it, I believe it's tied to its feelings for you. Naoki felt a heavy weight settle over him. What could have happened to make Cyclizer feel this way? After returning to the ranch, Naoki was called away by Palmot's parents. 2 roosters had gotten into a fight and fallen into the river. Naoki sighed, turning to Cyclizer. Wait here for a while. I'll be back soon, and then I'll make you something nice to eat. Cyclizer lay on the grass, eyes half closed, still as dejected as ever. It watched Naoki leave with Palmot's parents to deal with the roosters, then shut its eyes again. But before it could drift off completely, a shadow loomed over it. Cyclizer caught a familiar scent and cracked its eyes open. Against the sunlight stood Coraden, its imposing figure casting a long shadow. In the pasture, Coraden lowered its head and gazed at Cyclizer. It understood why Cyclizer was feeling so down. It had once experienced the same feelings itself. Back then, Coraden had spoken words to it that had stayed with it to this day. Remembering this, Coraden opened its mouth and said, Rayo, there are things I can do, and there are things you can do. Cyclizer blinked, confused, its wide eyes filled with uncertainty. Gayo, what does that mean? It asked hesitantly. Coraden's golden eyes locked onto Cyclizer's, its expression serious. Rayo, haven't you always wanted to be Naoki's most dependable Pokémon? Are you ready to give up now? Can you really help Naoki like this? Cyclizer's gaze wavered. It hadn't expected Coraden to bring up such a topic. Yet the words seemed to strike a chord deep within its heart, and it lowered its head in dejection. Gayo, you could do all those things. Naoki doesn't need me, Cyclizer murmured softly. Its eyes lingered on Coraden. The towering Pokémon was strong, majestic, and capable in every way. Cyclizer had always wanted to be like that, but it knew it was impossible. Unlike other Pokémon, Cyclizer couldn't evolve. It would never undergo a miraculous transformation. Hearing Cyclizer's words, Coraden let out a soft sigh. It shook its head and said gently, Rayo, one day you will help Naoki. You'll become his most dependable Pokémon, just like me. Cyclizer's eyes widened in surprise. It looked at Coraden with doubt and confusion. Gayo, how do you know that? Coraden didn't respond directly. Instead, it silently thought to itself, because I am you from the future. There had never been another Coraden. It was always the kind-hearted Cyclizer. After a brief pause, Coraden spoke again, its tone calm yet resolute. Rayo, one day, I'll leave this place, and Naoki will be in your care. Since only one of them could exist, Coraden had decided that its past self should remain with Naoki. It planned to ensure that Cyclizer never went near the time machine, sparing it the lonely years of gazing at the moon in ancient times. Cyclizer's expression shifted to one of shock. Gayo, leave? Where would you go? Coraden remained silent for a moment. It didn't fully understand how time might correct itself if events were altered. Perhaps it would disappear entirely. Rayo, Coraden finally said, its tone light. Before that happens, I'll stay by Naoki's side a little longer. Cyclizer's heart sank. Was it its fault that Coraden wanted to leave? But Cyclizer knew Coraden's story. Naoki had once explained that Coraden came from a distant, dangerous place, a place teeming with ferocious Pokémon. Through countless battles, Coraden had grown into the mighty Pokémon it is today. And yet, despite its strength, Coraden was alone here. No mother, no friends. Cyclizer felt a pang of guilt. If Coraden left, where would it go? Cyclizer hesitated, then spoke in a trembling voice. Gayo, if you leave, Naoki will be so sad. I can share my mother's love. Please stay. Karaden blinked. Share your mother's love? She's my mother too, it thought bemused. But it didn't respond to Cyclizer's plea. Instead, Karaden said, Rayo, let's make a pact. Gayo. Cyclizer tilted its head. Rayo, what happened today will remain a secret. Don't tell Naoki. In the meantime, I'll teach you everything I know so you can use those skills to protect Naoki in the future. This was the promise Karaden made to its past self. Cyclizer looked up, unsure of what to say. It didn't fully understand, but it could sense Karaden's determination. Karaden continued, its tone firm. Rayo, you'll need these skills one day. If you stay like this, you won't be able to help Naoki when I'm gone. The words hit Cyclizer hard. It had always wanted to protect Naoki, to be the Pokémon he could rely on most. The two Pokémon locked eyes. Karaden's gaze was steady and resolute, and Cyclizer felt a flicker of hope reignite within itself. Could it really become that strong? Could it truly be the kind of Pokémon Naoki needed? Cyclizer sat quietly for a moment, its thoughts swirling. Finally, it raised its head and declared, Gayo, Gayo. I'll do it and never give up again. Cyclizer thought that its envy of Karaden, Naoki's most dependable assistant, was the reason Karaden was planning to leave the ranch. Rayo. Karaden sighed. I was so childish and annoying back then. Karaden thought to itself, skipping meals over something like that. I was so foolish. As Naoki fished the two roosters out of the river, he noticed Karaden speaking with Cyclizer in the distance. A thought struck him, and a realization dawned. Could it be that his little Cyclizer had fallen into this state because of Karaden? In the early days, he would ask both Pokémon to assist him in turns. But as the ranch expanded and more Pokémon joined, Naoki had to focus on the new additions. For convenience, he often rode on Karaden when traveling, unintentionally neglecting Cyclizer. Under these circumstances, Cyclizer may have felt abandoned, leading to its current sadness and emotional turmoil. Is this my fault? Naoki's heart sank as guilt settled in. It's not too late to make things right. Resolving to do better, Naoki decided he would dedicate more time to Cyclizer moving forward. He asked Flareon to use its warm breath to dry the drenched roosters. Once done, he handed the now fluffy birds back to Palmot's parents and reassured them the roosters were fine. However, as a precaution, Naoki also prepared some medicine to ensure they wouldn't fall ill. With that task complete, Naoki returned to Karaden and Cyclizer, determined to spend the rest of the day with Cyclizer and help it feel loved again. Smiling, Naoki approached the two Pokémon. What are you two talking about? Cyclizer instinctively glanced at Karaden. Karaden let out a playful chirp and trotted off, leaving the two alone. It seemed Karaden wanted to give Cyclizer and Naoki some private time together. Naoki watched Karaden leave and couldn't help but feel something was amiss between the two Pokémon. What did Karaden say to you? It didn't bully you, did it? Cyclizer quickly shook its head, chirping in protest. Gah, Karaden didn't bully me. Naoki smiled knowingly. Cyclizer's demeanor made it clear that whatever Karaden had said had helped ease its troubled heart. So, Naoki continued, what were you two whispering about? Cyclizer remembered the agreement it had made with Karaden and clamped its mouth shut, refusing to say anything. Naoki chuckled. Let me guess. Karaden was comforting you, wasn't it? Cyclizer's wide eyes betrayed its surprise. Gayo, how did you know? We've lived together for so long, Naoki said, smiling gently. How could I not know? Cyclizer's expression softened, and its face lit up with a mix of bashfulness and relief. But then, it saw Naoki's expression grow serious. Naoki reached out and rested a hand on Cyclizer's head. I'm sorry, Cyclizer. I wasn't thoughtful enough and failed to notice how you were feeling. Gah! Cyclizer's eyes filled with tears, overwhelmed by a mix of relief and pent-up emotion. Are you feeling so upset because you think I don't need you anymore? That you're not important? Naoki asked gently. Tears spilling over, Cyclizer nodded. Gah! Naoki shook his head firmly. That's not true at all. I don't need you to do anything for me or prove yourself. Just being here with you makes me happy. Cyclizer blinked through its tears, tilting its head in confusion. You know, Naoki continued, the first Pokemon a trainer bonds with is always special. You're the first Pokemon I've had since coming to this ranch. Memories of Cyclizer flooded Naoki's mind. Its carefree joy as it chased butterflies in the pasture, its contentment as it dozed by the fireplace, and its earnest effort as it helped him harvest crops. All of it filled Naoki's heart with warmth. If you weren't here anymore, if I couldn't see you on the ranch, I'd be heartbroken. Naoki crouched, his voice earnest and direct. Cyclizer, you're very important to me. If you ever ran away or decided you didn't want to stay with me anymore, I'd be devastated. God. Cyclizer's tears welled up again as it listened, deeply moved. Do you understand? Naoki asked softly. Cyclizer nodded firmly, its tearful eyes shining with newfound determination. Gayo, yes, I understand. Good, Naoki said, a warm smile spreading across his face. He ruffled Cyclizer's head affectionately. Now let's head home. You haven't had a proper meal in days. Let's fix that. I'll make you something special. Gah! Cyclizer quickly got to its feet and followed Naoki back toward the house. The pair entered the cozy kitchen. Naoki opened the refrigerator, rummaging through its contents while asking with a smile, Is there anything you'd like to eat? Cyclizer chirped. The Rotom phone hovered nearby, translating the response. Hot noodle soup. Hot noodle soup? Naoki blinked in surprise. That was the dish he'd made on his very first morning at the ranch, back when ingredients were scarce, and they had to make do with what little they had. His mind wandered to that chilly spring morning 2 years ago. He and Cyclizer had huddled in the tiny, drafty old house, sipping hot noodle soup together. At the time, Cyclizer hadn't been a fan of the soup's simple flavor, so Naoki hadn't made it for the Pokémon again. Since then, Cyclizer had grown to enjoy sandwiches, steaks, and barbecue dishes more. But now, seeing Cyclizer eager to give another try, Naoki grinned warmly. All right, I'll make you a fresh bowl of hot noodle soup. Things were different now. Their lives had improved, and the once bare pantry and refrigerator were now stocked with an abundance of ingredients. They could afford to eat whatever they liked. After some searching, Naoki found a pack of noodles hidden in the cupboard. He set a pot of water on the stove, bringing it to a gentle boil before adding the noodles. As they softened, he chopped some green onions and set aside a spoonful of lard, letting the noodles absorb the broth's rich aroma. As he worked, Naoki reflected on how much had changed. When he first made this dish, Cyclizer had been just a few months old, a tiny and curious Pokemon new to the ranch. Now, Cyclizer was fully grown, brimming with personality. A fond smile crossed Naoki's face as he reached for a bottle of sesame oil, adding a delicate drizzle to the pot. He carefully placed a soft-boiled egg into the soup, using chopsticks to pierce it slightly. The golden yolk oozed into the broth, blending perfectly with the other flavors. Finally, Naoki turned off the heat and poured the noodles into a white porcelain bowl. Chopped green onions floated on the surface, adding a vibrant pop of color. Just looking at the dish was enough to make anyone's stomach growl. Hot noodle soup ready, Naoki announced, placing the bowl in front of Cyclizer. Before serving, Naoki habitually checked the effect of the dish. However, what he saw left him stunned. The description was different from the usual hot noodle soup he remembered. Blessing noodle soup, a special dish imbued with deep emotions. It is said that those who eat it can have their wishes granted. Cooking effect, prayer. Those who consume it may find their wish fulfilled. Comment. Looking forward to the future while cherishing the past. A life of abundance may bring joy, but the struggles of simpler days are often the most treasured. Naoki blinked, staring at the unusual description. It felt surreal. Cyclizer tilted its head, noticing Naoki's reaction. Gah! It chirped curiously. Snapping out of his daze, Naoki smiled and said, Go ahead and eat. Make a wish afterward. This bowl might just grant it. Cyclizer looked surprised. Gah! Really? Naoki nodded with a grin. It's worth a try, right? Encouraged, Cyclizer eagerly began to eat, slurping up the noodles with gusto. It was far tastier than the first time it had tried the dish. The rich flavors brought a warm, comforting feeling, and Cyclizer couldn't help but savor every bite. When the bowl was empty, it licked the last drop of soup and closed its eyes, ready to make a wish. What should I wish for? Cyclizer thought deeply, its mind swirling with possibilities. Its thoughts drifted to Naoki, to the other Pokémon on the ranch, and, finally, to Koraidon. Cyclizer made its wish quietly in its heart. It hoped that Koraidon would stay and never leave, continuing to remain with Naoki. With this thought, Cyclizer no longer felt inadequate compared to Koraidon. Naoki's earlier words resonated within it. Cyclizer was unique and just as important to him. After making its wish, Cyclizer opened its eyes, a faint spark of hope shining within them. Surely, now Koraidon would stay, right? What did you wish for? Naoki asked curiously. Cyclizer hesitated, remembering the pact it had made with Koraidon. Shaking its head, it chirped, "Gah." It's a secret. Naoki chuckled, sensing Cyclizer's playful reluctance. All right, I won't pry. I just hope your wish comes true, he said warmly as he stood to clean up the kitchen. Cyclizer lingered nearby, watching him in silence. My valued customer, Naoki announced with a grin, imitating the overly polite tone of customer service reps from his past life. Your order of moo moo milk, berries, rock salt, honey, and other fresh farm goods has been dispatched. You should receive it within 20 minutes. Iono, on the other end of the line, feigned confusion. Huh? Naoki, what are you talking about? I don't recall ordering anything. Naoki blinked. Really? He sighed, rubbing his forehead. Cut the act. All 3 orders came from you, didn't they? Caught red-handed, Iono chuckled sheepishly. All right, fine. You got me. I just wanted to support your ranch. Your produce is amazing. It's healthy, tasty, and I even got some for my parents. Right on cue, one of Naoki's Dragonite couriers swooped down and landed in front of Iono's house, guided flawlessly by the Rotom phone's GPS. Got it, she chirped, shifting her camera to record. Dragonite Express really is something else. Naoki shook his head in amused disbelief. Just don't go overboard. Promise, she said brightly, before quickly ending the call, just in case he changed his mind and scolded her. 10 minutes later, Naoki logged into his store dashboard. A new review greeted him. User, Bright Light Trainer. Order received. The Moo Moo milk is rich and creamy. The vegetables are super fresh, and the rock salt is unlike anything I've tried before. My Pokémon and I loved everything. Will definitely order again. Naoki let out a small chuckle. This sounds suspiciously like stage praise. Meanwhile, in Lavintia City, Iono was finishing her morning routine when her phone rang. It was her mom. Hey, Mom, did you get the package I sent? We did, her mom replied, sounding both amazed and slightly alarmed. But where on earth did you get that goat milk? Iono's stomach dropped. Wait, why? What happened? Her mom explained that earlier, a Dragonite courier had delivered the goods. Inside was a cute bottle labeled Life Goat's Milk, sporting an adorable Gagoat logo. Curious, Iono's dad took a sip. He was now running laps around the yard like a hyped-up Macamp, and had even challenged the neighborhood Mac Hop to a wrestling match. Oh no, Iono gasped. I forgot to warn you, that milk's super potent. It's meant for Pokémon or people recovering from serious injuries. If a healthy person drinks it, they get so energized they won't stop moving until the effects wear off. This ranch of yours sells something like that? Her mother asked, clearly imagining black market miracle tonics. Don't worry, Iono reassured quickly. It's completely safe, just really energizing. Her mother sighed, finally relaxing. Spring had come to the ranch, and everything was bursting with life. Wild Beautifly and Butterfree fluttered through vibrant flower beds, sunlight glinting off their delicate wings. Naoki, having wrapped up a chat with Iono, watched his Dragonite team return, saddlebags nearly empty. 20 minutes, Kosagi to Lavintia, he murmured, checking his Rotom phone. Honestly, Dragonite could probably circle the globe in half a day. He even wondered if moves like Agility or Dragon Dance would make deliveries even faster. With no new orders, Naoki turned his attention to the ranch's chores. Spring brought its share of work, especially with the upcoming horse race event. Glastrier was already raring to go. Last year's champion, Spectrier, still wore the winner's trophy like a crown. Naoki had tried removing it multiple times. Spectrier refused. If it keeps wearing that, its head might literally mold into trophy shape, Naoki muttered, shuddering at the mental image. In the end, he asked Calyrex for help. Calyrex approached Spectrier, said a few quiet words, and to Naoki's amazement, the ghostly steed bowed, removed the trophy, and handed it over. "It is resolved," Calyrex said with calm finality. Naoki examined Spectrier's head. No warping. Crisis averted. Later, Naoki journeyed to the base of the World Tree in the reverse world to check on Tropius, who had been recovering from an old wing injury. "It's spring now. Planning to return to Casseroyal Lake or stay with us?" "Tropio!" the Pokémon cried, shaking its leafy fronds. "Staying? Really?" Naoki asked. "Tropie." Naoki smiled. "Let's make the most of it." Still, he sighed wistfully. "If only that holy bun made with Ho-Oh's feathers worked on you." The holy bun, a divine treat blessed by the Phoenix King, only worked on select Pokémon like Mew, Teddiursa, and Zapdos. If it worked on Tropius, its harvest ability could double banana production. Still, even without it, Tropius now produced far more fruit than before. That was good enough. After settling Tropius by a sunny riverside, Naoki crossed to the orchard. His apple trees, thanks to Gago's care, were thriving. He bit into a bright red apple. Sweet, crunchy, perfect. Among the trees, he spotted a few green apples. "A couple more days," he murmured. Then a thought struck him. Applin. Those apple-loving Pokémon could either ruin his orchard or, if properly cared for, dramatically boost yield. He began inspecting each apple, his ability displaying details like a built-in Pokédex. Apple. An ordinary fruit, sweet and refreshing. Grown with Gago's care. Excellent quality. No signs of Applin yet. Oddly, he was disappointed. He'd hoped to raise an Appleton one day. "I should research their habitats later," he muttered. Just as he turned to leave, the sky dimmed. From above, the emerald form of Rayquaza descended gracefully, landing silently on the ranch's open pasture. Naoki blinked. Oh no! Sure enough, a crowd had gathered. Dragonite, Cyclizer, Ogerpon, even little Eevee and Dratini. Everyone came to greet the majestic visitor. Rayquaza must have been invited by Dragonite again. That meant only one thing. The cookie and Puffinstache was doomed. Why do I even bother? Naoki sighed, trudging back to the house. Let's see how much food we've got left. As he opened the cupboard to take stock, his Rotom phone buzzed with a video call. The screen lit up with Teddiursa, Mew, and a third Pokémon, all smiling and jostling for the camera. "Hey, what's going on?" Naoki greeted, eyes lighting up. Behind them was a lush, vibrant forest teeming with Pokémon. "You made it safely, huh?" Naoki asked warmly. Ursa, Teddiursa squealed. Rotom's voice translated, "Yes. There's so many cool Pokémon here. We even help a lost Wingull find its trainer." Mew added cheerfully. Naoki's brow lifted. A Wingull. The camera panned across the forest. Seviper slithered in the grass. Beautifly floated overhead. A Puchina prowled nearby, and a Swellow perched proudly on a tree branch. Recognition dawned. Hoenn. Naoki thought. They've arrived in the Hoenn region, and their real adventure was just beginning. The world. For example, during Karaden's era, the atmosphere contained a much higher oxygen concentration, and the air was suffused with a type of primal, violent energy. Perhaps this is why ancient Pokémon like Karaden, Slitherwing, and Roaring Moon exhibited such fierce and beast-like behaviors, resembling untamed creatures rather than intelligent beings. Dr. Sada paused, then added with a smile, "Of course, your Karaden and Fluttermane are exception to this." Naoki nodded, taking it all in. Primal, violent energy? The term triggered a memory, primal reversion. This phenomenon, seen in the legendary Pokémon Groudon and Kyogre, involves a return to their original forms when exposed to vast amounts of natural energy. Dr. Sada continued her explanation. As time passed, the oxygen levels in the atmosphere decreased and the primal energy in the air dissipated. This led to significant changes in Pokémon over generations, ultimately resulting in the forms we see today. Additionally, the emergence of berries provided Pokémon with abundant and accessible nutrition, eliminating the need for constant hunting. Over time, this contributed to more harmonious relationships among species, except for a few natural predators. Naoki nodded in understanding, the pieces falling into place. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. "Doctor, do you think it's possible for Cyclizer to revert to its original form, transforming into Koraidon?" Dr. Sada raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the concept. Primal reversion? That's an interesting comparison. While it's theoretically possible, I can't say for certain. We've never had the opportunity to directly observe Koraidon's time period or the mechanisms that shaped its environment. She looked wistful, her gaze softening. "I've always dreamed of witnessing the ancient world firsthand, to see Pokémon like Koraidon and Fluttermane in their natural habitats." But then, her expression grew somber. "Unfortunately, it's a dream that's hard to achieve. My family ties and responsibilities keep me grounded in this time." Naoki could sense the longing in her voice, but respected her reasoning. He let go of the idea with a twinge of regret. His thoughts shifted to Pokémon of the future, like Miraidon and Iron Valiant. "What about the Pokémon from the future?" Naoki asked. "Do you think their mechanical forms are natural, or were they artificially modified?" Dr. Turo, who had been listening quietly in the background, stepped forward to answer. "The Pokémon from the future are likely products of a technological era. My research suggests that Pokémon like Iron Valiant exhibit signs of artificial creation." Turo adjusted his glasses and continued. "It's plausible that these Pokémon are bionic creations, engineered by a future society or a particularly ambitious scientist fascinated by Pokémon." From what Dr. Turo said, had he established a connection with the Iron Valiant? Naoki was very surprised because the Iron Warrior was known for its cruel temperament. "We employed a unique method to establish a connection between me and Iron Valiant," he explained. "If you're interested, Naoki, you're welcome to visit the Zero Area Research Institute anytime. We'd be happy to explain it to you in detail." With Koraidon by his side, Naoki felt confident he could navigate Area Zero with ease. After all, the Pokémon had proven invaluable in many challenging situations. Additionally, someone from the Paldea League had reached out to Naoki before. Upon learning that he had entered Area Zero, they had informed him that he no longer needed to apply for special clearance from the League to explore the region. As for who had granted this permission, it was none other than Gita, the champion of the Paldea region. Dr. Sada and Dr. Turo were genuinely surprised to learn that Gita and Naoki were acquainted. They made this particular call to inform him of the new privileges he had been granted. Naoki, however, was incredulous. "Gita really trusts me that much? I'll have to thank the champion in person later," Naoki said with a small chuckle. Dr. Sada smiled warmly. "That sounded like a good idea. Well, that's all for now. Next time we chat, let's discuss more about ancient Pokémon." With that, the call ended. At the same time, in the Paldea League headquarters, Gita was using her Rotom phone to call Iono, the enthusiastic electric-type gym leader, intending to have a casual conversation and perhaps test her reactions. Iono, meanwhile, was at home editing one of her latest videos. The sudden ringing of her Rotom phone startled her, and when she saw Gita's name displayed, her heart skipped a beat. "It's the chief," she thought, momentarily panicked. Could this be about her gym's performance? Was Gita calling to evaluate her work? But then she glanced at the clock. Oh, it's after hours, so it's probably not an inspection. With that reassurance, Iono answered the call, putting on her characteristic, lively tone. "Hello, hello. Good afternoon, Chief." Gita's warm smile appeared on the screen. "Good afternoon, Iono. How are things going with your gym? Have you encountered any challenges?" "Everything's going great," Iono replied, her confidence shining through. "No issues at all." "Glad to hear that," Gita said. Her tone shifted slightly, becoming more conversational. "By the way, I heard from Rika that you and Naoki seem to have a good relationship. Is that true?" "Naoki?" Iono blinked in surprise. The abrupt change in topic caught her off guard, and for a moment, she wasn't sure how to respond. Gita raised an eyebrow. Is something wrong? No, it's fine, Iono said hastily, waving her hands as if to dispel any misunderstanding. Naoki and I are friends. Friends, Gita repeated, her smile turning ever so slightly mischievous. Iono? ? There seemed to be something off about the chief today. Just as Iono was about to ask what was going on, Gita suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Iono, turning 19 this year, right? Gita asked casually. Iono, slightly confused, nodded. Yeah, I just celebrated my 18th birthday not long ago. I'll be 19 soon. Time flies, doesn't it? Gita said with a nostalgic smile. I still remember when you first became a gym leader. You were just 14 or 15, almost 3 years younger than Naoki. Had you ever met anyone you like? Iono was completely taken aback. A big question mark practically popped over her head. The chief was acting so odd today. Chief, isn't it a bit early to talk about this kind of thing? She said, trying to brush it off. Is it? Gita replied with a knowing smile. Well, maybe for you. But for Naoki, the time might be just right. I'm thinking of introducing him to a few suitable candidates and setting him up on a blind date. What do you think? What? Iono exclaimed, her voice filled with disbelief. For a moment, she stared at Gita, completely stunned. Naoki doesn't seem like he's in a hurry for something like that, right? Gita chuckled. Well, we'll only know if we try, won't we? Besides, there are a few people in the Paldea League who would be a great match for Naoki. I called you today to get your opinion, since you're his friend. Iono felt herself starting to panic. Sure, they were friends, but Gita watched Iono's reaction carefully. The younger woman's visible distraction and unease spoke volumes. Gita smiled inwardly, satisfied that her suspicions were correct. You like him, don't you? Gita asked gently, her tone tinged with amusement. Iono's eyes widened in shock, and she stared at Gita as if she'd just been caught red-handed. Gita laughed softly and continued. For what I've observed, you're not the type of gym leader who prioritizes rigorous training or pushes yourself to be the strongest in Paldea. Other gym leaders only visited the ranch once, but you've been there multiple times. Surely you're not suddenly dedicating yourself to special training to become the strongest trainer, are you? Iono sighed, realizing there was no use denying it anymore. All right, fine, maybe just a little. If you like him, you should take the initiative. Be brave and go after what you want, Gita encouraged. Naoki's not the type to make the first move. If you wait for him, you might wait forever. Iono hesitated. I don't know. It feels like Naoki and I wouldn't be a good match. Why do you think that? Gita asked, raising an eyebrow. Iono sighed, listing her concerns. Naoki and I are so different. He loves quiet, peaceful places, while I thrive in bustling cities. Our personalities, our lifestyles, they're just different. Gita nodded thoughtfully, listening intently. After a pause, she finally responded. Love is a two-way street, she said. It's about meeting each other halfway. These differences you're so worried about, they're not what you need to focus on right now. First, you need to be honest with yourself and with him. If you don't express your feelings, you'll never know if there's a chance. Iono looked at Gita with a mix of admiration and confusion. There was something different about the chief today, something unusually thoughtful. Why are you suddenly so invested in this, chief? Iono asked, half teasing. Gita smiled. Everything I do is for the betterment of the Paldea League. All right, that's enough for today. Let's talk more once you've sorted out your feelings. Iono, what was all this about for the Paldea League? Could her love story somehow revitalize the Paldea League? Iono was baffled. Still, the chief wasn't entirely wrong. She needed to express her feelings first. Otherwise, if she overthought everything and got rejected, it would be all the more embarrassing later. Thinking about this made Iono feel nervous. Forget it, she muttered to herself. I'll just visit Naoki's ranch and see him first. After hanging up the phone, Gita leaned back in her chair, her expression pensive. Rika, who had been within earshot and overheard everything, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Chief, since when did you start moonlighting as a matchmaker? Gita smiled knowingly and replied, I'm not matchmaking. I just want to help them. But Rika wasn't fooled. Obviously, Gita had her reasons. It was all about keeping Naoki in the Paldea region. Gita didn't mind being seen through by Rika. Instead, she allowed herself to indulge in her thoughts about the future. By the way, Rika, Gita began. What is it? Rika asked, still watching her with suspicion. Gita's voice was light as she mused. If Naoki had a child, how old do you think they'd be when they reached champion-level strength? Rika's expression turned incredulous, her disbelief plain on her face. Chief, first you want Naoki to stay in Paldea, and now you're planning for his future child? What's that look for? Gita asked, her tone playful. I'm just saying, it's obvious that his child would be incredibly strong. Rika thought about it for a moment, her mind going to Naoki's Pokémon team. Koraidon, Fluttermane, Dragonite, Spectrier, Glastrier, Calyrex, and Gagote. A trainer who could bond with and raise such powerful Pokémon couldn't possibly be weak. If Naoki's child chose to follow the path of a trainer, Naoki would undoubtedly teach them everything he knew. With so many Pokémon on the ranch, Naoki might even select a partner Pokémon for his child as soon as they were born, allowing the two to grow up together. Such a bond would far surpass the connection most trainers form when receiving their first Pokémon at age 10. By the time the child was 3 years old enough to walk and talk, Naoki might already start teaching them how to care for and train Pokémon. If they trained consistently until the age of 10, they could likely challenge gyms and even aim to become the youngest champion in history. Gita could practically see the future unfolding, a brilliant new star rising in the Paldea League. It's an exciting thought, isn't it? Gita murmured, a smile tugging at her lips. Late March, year 200 of the Alliance calendar. That morning, Naoki was steaming grass dumplings for his Gagote when his Rotom phone buzzed with an incoming call from Mayor Thomas. Mayor Thomas? Naoki answered. The mayor's jovial face appeared on the screen. Good morning, Naoki. This year's spring horse race is happening the day after tomorrow. Are you planning to bring your horse Pokémon to compete? Spring horse race? Last year, Spectrier had entered and won the championship. Logically, it should be Glastrier's turn this year. But Glastrier didn't seem as interested in the competition anymore. Naoki thought back to the time when Spectrier had proudly kept its winner's trophy perched on its head. Worried that it might deform Spectrier's head, Calyrex had stepped in to explain that the trophy wasn't actually a crown. Spectrier had promptly set the trophy down, and Glastrier, overhearing the explanation, seemed to lose all interest in the idea of becoming Horse King. Considering this, Naoki thought for a moment and replied, I'm not sure. I'll ask my horse-type Pokémon and see if they're interested. If they're willing, I'll bring them along. Sounds good, Mayor Thomas said with a nod before ending the call.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.